This is the Landmarks Preservation Commission's public hearing of November 10th, 2015. Chair Srinivasan?
Here.
Commissioner Barron?
Here.
Commissioner Bland? Here. Commissioner Chapin?
Here.
Commissioner Devonshire? Here. Commissioner Goldblum? Commissioner Gustafsson?
Here.
Commissioner Voss is here. Commissioner Washington? Commissioner Chen?
Good morning, Commissioners. We'll start with item number 1 in your white packet, docket number 17-5413, application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of the Bronx, Block 5807, Lot 639, 4520 Waldo Avenue, Fieldston Historic District, a neocolonial style house built circa 1933-1938. Application is to demolish the garage, construct additions, and alter the facade.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Schaefer Preservation staff. 4520 Waldo Avenue was constructed in the 1930s. It has a separate garage in the back here, and there's a small wood glass connector to the house, which you see here. This is the garage here, and that's the connector. And the proposal, is to demolish the garage and a small connector and to construct an addition, which will include a new garage. This is the existing here. As well as enlarge this one-story projection here to 2 stories. And make some alterations to the existing porch, including adding a roof to it, enlarging an opening here, and also some alterations to the existing bay window and the addition of a new dormer window. And the architect will take you through the proposal.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Fields, Building Studio Architects. This is 4520 Waldo Avenue in the Fieldston Historic District. It's almost at the corner of 246th Street. As you've been told, we are taking the garage, which is a separate detached garage. We are attaching it and doing adding more living space to the property for the growing family. This is the house, pretty much unchanged since it was built, except for the addition of a bay window at our front facade. I'll call note to the existing photographs, which do have brick detailing. You'll see we're preserving this detailing on the garage as it comes forward on the new house. Also, some of the ornamental woodwork and skirting and frieze bands will also be bringing forward. Our proposal, again, is constructing this addition here for the garage, master bedroom, and another bedroom coming forward above the living room. On the north side, this is the side of the garage. This is going to be clad in wood frame. We are reclaiming the brick from the garage and the slate from the garage roof and the other areas of work so that on our front facade we will retain the old brick restored and new slate, existing reclaimed slate roof. This roof is copper, the gutters are copper, the woodwork and trim is painted. In the rear, we're opening up the back. We were replacing all the windows and creating a family room and family kitchen. The south elevation remains fairly unchanged. This existing flat dormer across the back, we are recladding. It's there. This is our porch in the front, the covered portico. This is the extension piece coming forward. What that looks like is the existing view from the north with our addition. As we move from the south, this is the south view. This is our addition. We were really using this portico and the dormers on the facade to help break down the facade. We're not changing the height of the building. We are increasing the footprint of the building by only 2%. This is the street view elevation, the existing bay window, the existing garage with the detail, and this is our view from the street. The rendering doesn't show the detail. The
Footprint,
elevation does.
footprint, yeah.
The new garage and our doors.
Footprint.
Are there any questions? Any questions? All right, we'll see if there's anybody to speak on this item. Are there any speakers? No speakers? All right, Community Board 8 recommends approval of this application. All right, actually, I just have a quick question. Just in terms of the streetscape, and I'm trying to get a sense from the diagram that you've given us, you've chosen to bring out the portion which is sort of the alcove in front to the second floor, straight up, extruding it to the second floor. And I'm just curious about the context along Waldo. And do you see sort of two-story portions of buildings coming forward towards the street?
We don't see two-story portions coming forward because the street is sloped greatly from north to south. We did these street line elevate. We leveled the street out for just height comparisons and elevation comparisons. The houses on the street do present themselves much larger. This is our neighbor to the north.
You're the middle one, okay.
We are the middle one here.
Okay.
This is our addition. This is our existing height. And we've sort of carried that line through as a comparative to the other properties on the block. So I can't say that anyone else has a gable end that comes purely forward. We've tried to break it down with the porch, and again with the detailing, maintaining our bay window here to help break things up.
All right. Are there any other questions? Any questions? Okay, thank you. We can close the hearing. All right, comments?
Yeah.
Yes, Michael.
I'm extremely hesitant to approve something that so alters the Waldo front facade, and it changes the character then of this district completely. I would have no problem seeing the mass of this, which essentially overwhelms the front facade, go toward the back, but I'd like to see it taken away from the front.
Okay, other comments? Yes, Diana?
Yeah, I think that the, obviously, increasing the mass is warranted because it is a very small house, and characteristically, the large share of the houses in this district are larger residences, but I agree with Michael that, we should try as best we can to give a little better sense of the scale, of the original, but, I do think it is possible to enlarge it substantially.
Okay, others?
Architects.
Yeah.
Yes, Joe.
I agree with Michael and Diana that I think if this was in, if you took the house before and the house after and you did the same thing in, in any other historic district, and you looked at the front, you said you're going to do that much dramatic change to it, we'd say no. So I don't think this is any different just because it's a freestanding house in the Bronx. I think the change is dramatic, and it's the front. So I agree. I don't care if they add the massing in the back and get all the room they need, but this is really dramatic change.
Okay, other comments? All right, I think that there's at least some discomfort about the amount of massing in the front of the building. I think would the commissioners agree that the expansions at the back and up to the side are appropriate? All right, so I think, and it seems to be focused on perhaps this two-story piece that's extruded. So one suggestion is that they keep that as is and move that bulk to the back. is there room for just, I guess, modifying this in terms of the roof, whether by slanting the roof back, does it allow it to diminish, more have a hip roof as opposed to a pitched roof, and would that also help to, okay. So I see you're nodding your head saying no.
No, you can't hear me nodding my head.
I can see it, but
Now, the problem for me is that, you could do that adjustment if you want, but if you took this house before and house after, you wouldn't necessarily know it was the same house. Now, that seems to be a problem to me.
okay, others, do other commissioners agree with that? All right.
Return with it.
All right, so it seems that the suggestion is that, in fact, it really is basically one bedroom at the second floor that has to go, and it seems that the commission would be open to finding that space to the rear and the side, but not in the front. So, and I think,
Part of our challenge is in there. There's no space. There's no space in there. Lead you through the plans.
I'm sorry, if we can reopen, yes, yeah. So you'd like to respond to that, that's fine.
Yeah.
So if we go to the floor plans, we don't, we go to the site plan, which is page 2. For the site plan, we already have the existing flap dormer on the rear of the second floor. Our rear yard line is right here at the building line. Our side yards are almost maximized. We really have nowhere to add additional space. I'll skip ahead to the plans on the second floor. We can look at the roof even. Sorry.
Well, it means,
The existing second floor is remaining pretty much intact. There's existing bathrooms, existing bedroom, we're adding a dorm or two. This is the room in question, and this is the master bedroom that we're putting in the back here with the new dormer in the front.
all right, and if you can't set back the bedroom back at the second floor?
We studied a number of different roofs here and configurations, and this lent itself both to the best facade we could present and the best street front. And I suppose we could put some other kind of roof there.
Well, I'm just wondering if you can, I know you've got your closets there, and I don't want to micromanage how the program is satisfied, but I don't know if you can set the whole bedroom back in some way.
Or set the bedroom back a little bit, but then, again, we're setting the bedroom back. We have the existing bay window and copper skirt, which we're replicating below and trying to maintain. And then we'd end up with a balcony of some kind there, or a step back in front, a Juliet balcony on the front of the house. It didn't seem to be as appropriate as this.
So you don't
Okay.
have room on the north side to do anything?
On the north, no.
If you change the,
Sorry.
because it could be changed,
Over here, we don't.
Uh-huh.
We're really tight to the both sidelines
Right.
and to the rear yard line. We didn't want to bring this plane of the roof is the same as this plane of the roof. We really wanted to keep the existing slate roof here, the house is stepping back from the street.
And in the back,
I can go to the rear elevations.
that's not particularly visible.
So the rear elevation, these are the existing bedrooms, which are here, and this is our addition in the rear. This is the master bedroom and family room. But again, they're full to the rear also. We're not going beyond the face of the building here, which is our rear yard line. It's a tight site. We're not increasing.
Not an architect, so I don't know.
Okay, Thank you. All right, I know John and Michael feel that the space has to be put at the back. The other commissioners, are you okay with trying to retain the bedroom and maybe modify the roof to at least make it not so prominent and, I guess, in plain at the front? Okay, well, in that case, I mean, you're not going to change your mind on this one. And other commissioners,
I
no?
think it seems that both Michael Devonshire and John are not saying that expansion can't happen here, only as it relates to this one piece, which is this facade protrusion. I think that it's reasonable. I mean, to say that the rear, the above the garage expansion can and should happen, but there's an issue with the facade at the street level, which changes the facade so dramatically. So I think I have to say I agree with them.
Okay, I think maybe I have a somewhat different view, and that is that the idea of dramatic change is, I don't know whether I feel that that's something that's not appropriate. I think we're talking about a historic district where you have many homes of different styles.
Yeah.
And I think that the changes that take place, I think we have to sort of look at these historic districts as homes which will change,
Yeah.
and that the type of changes that they're making and whether they're appropriate. I think if you look at this neighborhood, you have different planes. The homes have setbacks, they have roofs, they have portions that come out in front. And from that perspective, even though this building may be different from what is there right now, I don't think that necessarily means it's not appropriate. And I think the changes that they're making are very in tune with the type of homes and their massing in the district. Yes. Yes.
That's precisely my point. I think we have to be discerning about those changes, and I think we are discerning. But what I've heard to this point was that it changed the front. Well, that's not the issue for me. Is the change appropriate? And I think because of all the variety of houses in this district, this change to me seems perfectly appropriate.
I don't think the argument is that we're opposing change. I think if you look at page 5, the change is that it's not the same house. And if that's fair enough, if you agree that, you could just tear this old house down and put up a new one that looks completely different, well, that's fair enough, but I don't think that's appropriate.
If every house in this district had a change similar to this one, it would not be the district that was designated at all anymore.
But I tend to
Yes.
think that, like houses all over Long Island and other suburbs, you start with a Cape Cod and somehow the neighborhood changes and you end up with colonials in the end. But no, but it's like a natural progression. People add a dormer in the back, a dormer in the front, it gets bigger and suddenly the whole block looks like that. And it's a natural progression in just enlarging a small house. So it's not out of scale. There are other one families that look bigger than this. The one next door is looking bigger than this, with the Gabriel roof sideways. So it's not out of scale. It's from a 1.5 to a 2. And it's not totally out of scale. It's not 3 stories.
Right, no, I agree. And I also think that these districts which have 1 or 2 family homes, or in this case, single-family homes, is very different from brownstone neighborhoods where they were all built at the same time, where they in fact are repeating the same type of building style, and that the changes therefore become more prominent. So I'm going to ask the commissioners again. I know that John and Michael, Adi, can you go along?
And what about increasing the height on the back of the house at that in that same spot, above the roof line,
Meaning going to the 3rd floor or something, or a...
in the back of the house?
That would be worse.
I'm not, and I'm talking about just in terms of at the gable end.
We're already at this
Keep
height.
saying that
On
there's-
the
Go
back of the
to
house.
back.
It's all election.
This area is here on the back of the house.
And what about that area?
This area?
Yes. If you were to increase that, the height of that,
No, it's fit
Well, we'd be adding a third story to the house.
You don't want to.
in that spot,
In this, but this is a second story, this is the
Right.
new second story addition from
Right.
the master bedroom.
yeah.
I mean, there are other,
See, I think that doesn't compromise the front facade, and it's kind of 1.5-story scale, but acts as a kind of an addition that reads more tower-like or addition-like in the back,
this,
and makes more sense to me.
this is something we can study again. We can also get documentation. There are many other examples in the
Okay.
district of the gable end, two-story.
All right, I think that was my previous question, which is, do you have that?
And you asked about the block.
I did ask about the block. Okay, fair enough.
But there are examples, and we can document.
All right, if you'd like to do that, then is that fine? The commissioners are open to, I'm going to ask the applicant to do it only if the commissioners are sort of open to them making that argument that in fact, this kind of profile you do see in the neighborhood. Is that fine?
Usually we have this.
You're open to it? Okay. All right, so then we'll take no action today, and you can come back and inform us about it. We can close the hearing.
Okay, moving on to item number 2, docket number 16-2669, application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 2109, Lot 97, 432 West 162nd Street, Jamel Terrace Historic District. A transitional Romanesque revival-style row house designed by Henry Foucault and built in 1896. Application is to construct a rooftop addition and rear yard deck.
Morning, Commissioners. Hillary Paget, Preservation Department staff. This property is located in the Jamel Terrace Historic District on the south side of West 162nd Street, between Jamel Terrace and St. Nicholas Avenue. This is property that is here, the second from the end, just up the wall. The applicant is proposing to construct a rooftop addition and rear deck, both of which will be visible from the east and south of the roadway along Jamel Terrace and the Roger Morris Park. And visibility will be further explained by the architect. And the architect is here to present the application.
Hi, my name is Robin Cumming. I'm the architect for the reference project. As the preservation has mentioned, we're proposing a one-story penthouse and roof, stair bulkhead addition to the roof, as well as a rear yard deck, both which are visible from the east on Jamel Terrace. Neither are visible from the front, which is the important historical facade. This is the view of the rear yard deck from Jamel Terrace. If you'll notice, buildings going down the line also have a number of additions and other things going on in their rear yards. This is a mock-up of our proposed deck, projection of 8 feet. These are views from the street and the northwest corner of the intersection of West 162nd Street and Jamel Terrace. As you can see, the proposed rooftop addition is not visible from this angle, but is visible from Jamel Terrace. Across the street from our property is the Robert Morris Mansion, which you can see the proposed penthouse from the park as well. But again, not visible from the important landmarked visibility on 162nd Street, West 162nd Street. We're proposing the construction of the bulkhead to be a matte finish metal panel, and the rear yard deck to be an open graded metal deck that will allow visibility and light to both properties on either side of our property. Are there any questions?
Are there any questions? All right, just the rooftop bulkhead, it includes other things besides the staircase, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you just speak to that issue? So it includes...
Programming includes a small kitchenette, a half bath, and a small storage closet.
Okay. All right, are there any other questions? Okay, why don't we take testimony? Christabel Goff? Each person will be given 3 minutes.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. In many circumstances, what is requested here would be easy to accept, but this historic district is difficult because of its hilly terrain surrounding one of New York's most eminent historic sites, the Morris Jumel Mansion, a National Historic Landmark. School children come here to see and perhaps touch real things dating from the Revolutionary War. Here in Harlem Heights, the Chief of Staff of our Army recouped from losing the Battle of Long Island and went on to cross the Delaware and reverse our fortunes by winning the Battle of Trenton. Washington lived and directed the Army here for a month. He looked out of the same windows that now give on to the Jumel Historic District. The later row houses on 167th Street are remarkably well preserved. So far, they lack the rooftop and rear yard additions that discreetly disfigure so many other historic districts under the rationale that the additions are not visible from the public way. Here, because of the hill, everything is visible. It would be a wonderful and generous gift to the city if this application could be rethought to make the alterations less prominent. Thank you.
Thank you. Kurt Tometz?
Could I defer to George Preston?
George Preston?
Good morning. I'm George Nelson Preston. I've lived in this neighborhood. We moved in 1941 when I was 3 years old, and I've lived there ever since. Obviously, I have a strong interest in preservation of the historic aspect of the neighborhood. I'm representing my own personal interests as the neighbor, the occupant of, the owner of 430 West 162nd Street. And I am representing two neighborhood associations, the residents of Sylvan Terrace Association and the Morris Jumel Neighborhood Association. To begin with my personal interests, the extension from the rear of the building towers over my yard by about 12 feet. It would represent an invasion of my privacy. And during the summer, once the sun moves over towards the west, it will substantially block at about 20% of the sunlight that reaches my, my deck. It's also very visible from the street because my house is the end house on the corner with the unusual feature of having a garden facing the street. The height of the rooftop extension, this is no mere platform of 12 inches. It is very visible and interrupts the historic view from Jumel Terrace. And contrary to the, shall I say, somewhat blurred vision of one of the presenters, it is not true that it is only visible from Jumel Terrace. As 162nd Street rises towards the west, it becomes more visible, and it's visible from the first floor of all of the residents of the north side of the street.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Camilla Huey.
I'm Camilla Huey. I'm with the Jumel Terrace Historic District. We're, as a district, not just a city district, we're the setting for a national historic landmark, the Morris Jumel Mansion, which annually sees over 22,000 visitors, 9,000 students, and the Sunday Gospel Tour is in excess of 10,500. We've hosted such visitors as the Queen of England and Prince Philip. We've been designated a historic site since 1970, noted in the August 24th issue of the New York Times. The entire development of the district, once Madame Jumel's estate was settled, was constructed in less than 30 years, and they are the primary and first constructions built on this piece of land and have not changed in character since the 1890s. This row of buildings in particular were designed by Henri Faucheux, who was an outstanding Romanesque revival and classical architect of the 1890s. In particular, in your designation report, it calls out the curved fronts reflected the decorative friezes below and the multi-bracketed roof cornices, producing a scalloped effect against the sky. This effect will be severely modified by this rooftop addition. The buildings have a special character and historical significance, and by these factors, the city designated this a historic landmark. It's called as being dignified and largely homogeneous, and offer a pleasant urban setting for living. And the plans as they exist are in violation of Title 63, Rule G. Thank you.
Jonathan Bassett.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Bassett. I am the owner of 440 West 162nd Street and a member of the Morris Jumel Neighborhood Association. I'd like to join in the comments that have already been made and also point out a couple of additional things. One is that this is not the first time that an attempt has been made to build a roof structure on this street, 162nd Street. Another proposal for number 434 came before this body, I believe it was last year, to build an extension on the roof, addition on the roof, which I believe the commission tabled and it was subsequently withdrawn. I bring that up because I think that if the commission were to allow this proposal to go forward, you could easily see a domino effect throughout the neighborhood, which is uniform. There are no other additions and no other visible roof decks. Rear yard decks in the neighborhood. Additionally, this is a unique and beautiful neighborhood. I hope that the commission will extend it the full scope of protection that it would afford to any other district in Manhattan. It is in Washington Heights. It's in a largely black and brown community, and I hope that the developers don't think that they can come in and get away with things in our neighborhood that they would not be permitted elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Evelyn Neal? She here?
Oh, I'm sorry. I defer to Gary McNeil.
All right, Gary McNeil?
Good morning. My name is William McNeil. I've lived at 439 West 162nd Street for over 38 years. I've been aware of the block and actually in love with the block for over 40 years. I am a practicing architect in New York City, professor emeritus of architecture from City College. I think my neighbors have quite adequately explained the situation to you about our concerns about changing the wonderful architectural character of the area that has survived the various evolutions that have gone on in the city. I also ask you to decline and not allow this rooftop addition. There seems to be a scary trend of new developers asking to expand their buildings. The one thing that I will lend to the earlier presentations is that if you vote in favor of this rooftop addition, then you really can't not vote against any further rooftop additions, and the wonderful character of our neighborhood will be lost forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Villani?
My name is Michael Villani, and I live on Jamel Terrace. If you face my home, you can see this rooftop addition, and it's going to change the whole harmony of our neighborhood. I agree with everything that's been said so far. I think one person's greed is going to change a very beautiful neighborhood, and people come every Sunday from all around the world. They're so happy to see a neighborhood in New York that is so different and so beautiful. People are on our streets laughing, taking pictures, people from everywhere in the world. And that's going to change when we start looking like everywhere else. We have one of the most historic buildings in the country, not just New York, the country. And it's going to be marred when this rooftop addition is added. So I really hope that you can see what is going on and we can vote against this. Thank you.
John, John Coleman? John Coleman here? William McNeil? Okay. Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. The time has come when rooftop and rear yard additions have arrived in the unscathed historic districts of Uptown Manhattan. While this proposal is not egregious, it is the first addition to a fully intact row of 1896 townhouses, and this trend, inevitably, however slow, will continue if this is approved. With that in mind, HDC emphasizes the importance of precedent in reviewing this proposal. The two issues at hand are visibility and aesthetics. This outcropping will be highly visible from Morris Jamel Park and neighboring streets, and it is also dismal in its appearance. We ask for a reconsideration of where and how it is situated if approved, and a different selection of materials. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Any other speakers?
There is.
Yes, please come forward.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Pamela Palenque North, and I've submitted my comments. I am the Vice President of the Board of Trustees of the Morris Jamel Mansion, which is opposite and facing this rooftop structure. I've submitted my comments. The Board of Trustees would like the Commission to know that it strongly opposes the plans as submitted by the developer of 432 West 162nd Street. We are in full support of the community residents. I happen to be one. I own a building on West 162nd Street, but I am not here speaking for myself. We feel that the impact of this rooftop structure as proposed it threatens not only the line of sight for the Morris Jamel Mansion and our Octagon Room, but it also changes the character, as many people have said before me, of the entire community, which is historic. It was a long, hard fight to make it a landmark historic district quite some time ago, and we feel that this plan corrupts that understanding and that agreement with the City of New York and the residents who have lived there a long time and those that will are soon to follow. So we thank you for your time, and we hope that you will give our statement full consideration and that of the residents in opposition to this particular proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, Community Board 12 objects to the rooftop addition and deck as proposed and recommends that Landmarks Preservation Commission require the applicant to explore design options to reduce the size and profile of the rooftop addition so it's not visible either from the main street as well as from the public surrounding thoroughfares, the Morris Jamel Mansion and grounds of the Roger Morris Park. All right, would you like to respond to some of the testimony?
Just to clarify, the rear yard deck in the rear is a deck and not an extension. And there are other buildings within this row that have extensions as well. I don't know if you can see them in the picture, but there's an extension there. And it's an 8-foot extension, not a 12-foot extension as mentioned by one of the commenters. With respect to the penthouse, we maintain that you cannot see it from West 162nd Street, from the sightline guidelines that we're supposed to adhere to. If you're looking out your 4th floor window across the street, yeah, you can see it. But walking down West 162nd Street, we maintain that you can't see it, although it is visible from Jamel Terrace and from the mansion in the park.
Okay, but, all right. Any questions? Okay, no questions, then we can close the hearing. All right, comments?
So I think that the testimony was very compelling today. And while, we have approved these kinds of roof additions, in this case, the fact that it's visible from Jamel Terrace and as testimony noted, it's hilly here, and so it's visible on other occasions as well, I think should lead us to request that it not be visible, period, if at all. The rear yard, I have less issues with extension or deck.
Okay, yes, Fred, go ahead.
I pretty much agree with those comments, and I thought the testimony was extraordinarily persuasive as well and articulate. I have no problem with the rear yard deck, but I think that the rooftop addition, if it's to be allowed at all, must be much less visible, minimally visible, does not call attention to itself, our traditional way of thinking about it. Sometimes which I don't agree with, but in this case I think because of the visibility from the mansion and its grounds, I think that's an important consideration. I want to also say that the word dismal was used in the testimony to describe the architecture of the roof. I have to agree, that was a pretty good word. So if it is to go forward in some way, in a smaller way, perhaps with a sloped roof to get up to the roof to get up to the roof, the design has to be much more in keeping with the quality of the house below it. And I just want to say one other thing. I have a hard time ever voting against something that allows a person to get up and use the roof in New York City. I think that's an extraordinarily important thing. But here we're weighing one goal versus another, so I'm a little bit torn. But nonetheless, as shown, I think it's not approvable.
Yeah, and I think there's a difference between having a way to get up to the roof and use it, and the question of whether it's necessary to actually have the additional programmed space on the rooftop. And I think you could actually, again, I don't have any problem with the deck in the back. I don't have any problem with it, and I encourage the use of the rooftop, but I think it could be made useful by a sloped addition at the top that just encounters a stairwell, but doesn't encompass programmed space.
Okay. Is everybody in agreement with that? No. Okay, so we can do one or two things, and I'm just going to look towards the applicants. I think the issue with the deck, I don't think the commissioners have any concerns about that, and we can take action on that now if that's what you want us to do. I think that the rooftop addition, I would concur with my colleagues that I think this is very different from some of the other cases that we've seen before. It has a very, very strong profile, and I think the issue of precedent is a very compelling aspect that we should consider. And I think if the architect wants to go back and explore different ways of making this maybe non-visible or minimally visible, then they can do that. But I think it's very challenging to actually make it non-visible given the sight lines from various angles and the configuration of the block itself. So my suggestion is that we just take action on the deck today. Does that make sense? Okay, you can do that.
Then they'll come back to the rooftop
If they ever find the way to make it non-visible.
Well, if there's a way to make it non-visible, that's a staff level permit. But
Okay.
if it's more than minimally visible, you have to bring that back.
Okay, right, so in fact, it probably should be done at staff level where it's non-visible. And I agree, there may be ways reducing the height, definitely making the footprint much smaller and maybe sloping the roofs, but I don't know if that's possible. Okay. All right, Fred, do you want to read that? Okay, close the hearing.
Second. Okay, in the matter of 432 West 162nd Street in the Jumel Terrace Historic District, the application is to construct a rooftop addition and rear yard deck. Let's see, I recommend should I just say approval of the rear yard deck, right?
Yes.
I recommend approval of the proposed rear yard deck, which will not substantially eliminate the presence of a rear yard, and that other rear yard incursions exist within the block, and that the proposed rear deck and its metal railing, which will be visible, this will be visible from Jumel Terrace? I'm not sure.
Yes, it's visible from Jumel Terrace, but it's at the lower left.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll maintain an open appearance.
Okay. Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, this part of the application is approved.
All right, the next item is item number 3. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 17-6514 at 272 Lenox Avenue in the Mount Morris Park Historic District, block 1721, lot 73, a neo-Greek style row house designed by Charles H. Baer and built in the 1880s. The application is to install a self-supporting canopy at the residential entrance.
nice, very fine, with shades, the blonde.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lyndon Robinson staff.
We're together.
272 Lenox is located on the eastern side of Lenox Avenue, near to 124th Street. The application before you is to install a self-supporting canopy at the residential entry. This is a historic photograph and the location of our proposal. The applicant is here, Mr. John Reddick, to present the proposal.
Good morning. It's quite unusual to start out with landmarks here with photographs of people, not buildings. But this building has a unique history. And it was the studio for James Vanderzee, a unique photographer in the history of Harlem and the African American culture in America in general. He was Marcus Garvey's official photographer, but he also photographed everyday people. In the 1960s, his images became part of what was a very renowned show at the museum, a Metropolitan Museum, called related to Harlem. And he had a resurgence in terms of people being aware of his work. And he went on to take another series of photographs in the later part of his life, which included this unique shot of Jean-Michel Basquiat and other African Americans of prominence at the time. I say this because the property and some of the parameters that we're going to be dealing with and talking about the awning and canopy relate to this gentleman's history on that property and trying to keep intact an item which technically I found out isn't part of Landmark's purview, and that's commercial signage, prior commercial signage. This is a shot of the building as it exists today. Several years ago, when the owner, under Landmark's guidelines and alterations, was refurbishing the facade of this and the adjacent building, and Andrew Dolkart and myself were organizing a tour of Harlem vernacular architecture and saw under the scaffolding on the very edge this remnant of Mr. Vanderzee's signage. It was the Triple G photo studio. And we made a big fuss to Mr. Tierney, and we created a little ruckus to try to save it. It actually was under purview, and we actually had to have a big public outcry to the owner to really encourage him to save it, which he did. And so there's photographs in the Studio Museum collection and a variety of places that show the signage for it to have survived, painted signage to have survived. And the owner's been really great in allowing it to be visible. It's been part of tours that tour guides give. People come by and can relate to the prominence of this photographer and his proximity to the main commercial street in central Harlem. The owner will be removing the Harlem Loft sign that's there now. That was temporary, and so we'll just look at the clean facade and the proposed awning and canopy. There's two buildings, and it's configured in the same way when Vanderzee was there. The door to the very left was accessing to the residential apartments above, and the door to the right of it was the door to his studio and the window where he once displayed his wares. We're looking at awnings, adjustable awnings over the doorway and the window for the current real estate business. And you can see the door and window configuration there. And then be adding an awning over the entryway to the left. There is a plan. Now with the configuration, you go down 2 steps, and you're within the configuration of the property. It's not coming. We're not proposing it over the sidewalk. You can see from this historic photograph the configuration of when Mr. Vanderzee was there. It was the awning to the left there. We're proposing it in the same configuration as prior. Again, here's the side view and in comparison to the historic photograph. And the framing, which we were fortunate, after the awning canvas was down, we could see the configuration of how it was put together, and this is what we've been presenting to the awning fabricator to create a similar profile.
Okay, just to clarify, the awnings above the windows are done at staff level, so what's before the commission is just the canopy. Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant?
Yeah.
Yes, Diana.
Yeah, I'm glad that, in general, I think it's great that the direction is being pursued. I was, so the signage is being removed that's there currently, which is good, which is kind of blocking the view of the building. And the canopy is going to have signage. Where will the signage be? And also, when I say signage, it's going to be on the side, the front, it's not clear. If there is signage on that residential piece, maybe it's just the number. And the two window canopies, which there weren't originally canopies there, that's going to be used for signage for the business or not?
Just the name of the business, Harlem Lofts, in the relegated dimension that's mandated by Landmarks Commission. I think it's like an 8-inch slab and 6 inches.
Right, so the canopy again, the awnings are at staff level, and so it'll follow the rules.
And it'll be small, yeah.
And the residential canopy, are you?
What's going to be on
Is
that?
it just for?
So it would be the name of the business on the side and just the number to the front.
Okay, so on the side would be the real estate? Harlem Lofts, okay.
Because they're the overall, let's see, okay. Thank you.
And here's the current, you can kind of see the configuration of the current lot. This is his property and the two adjacent.
It's certainly quite an improvement.
There's a restaurant now to the
Yeah, I think.
Okay. Any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers?
It was approved by the community board.
Okay, I'm not sure we got that, but that's...
Unanimously approved by community board 10, which is not easy.
Okay, all right. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing.
So moved.
I think this is good. Are there any
Yeah.
issues? Okay, great.
Very sensitive, yeah.
No, they do, and I think it's great that they've also managed to maintain the historic sign. Okay, we're going, I think, in this direction. So, it's, Adi? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's
absolutely.
very sensitive.
Fantastic. And entirely both appropriate and illuminating to see you present it with the images of the photographer as first. That's the cultural message. That's the key. In the matter of 272 Lenox Avenue, the Mount Morris Park Historic District, the application is to install a self-supporting canopy at the residential entrance. I recommend approval, finding that the existing entrance and immediate facade conditions, which were constructed after the removal of a stoop and prior to the designation of the historic district, are simply designed and not part of a significant redesign. Therefore, the proposed installation of a canopy will not alter or conceal any original fabric or the significant architectural features, and that the installation will be easily reversible and not preclude the possibility of reconstructing the stoop in the future. That a similar canopy was present at this building in the early 20th century and was historically found on bases of buildings throughout this portion of Lenox Avenue that were converted from residential to commercial use. That the early 20th century canopy at the building was for a notable photography shop. Therefore, the presence of a canopy will recall the significant historic establishment which had been present at this site. And that the proposed canopy will closely replicate the early 20th century canopy in terms of its placement, materials, dimensions, and design, and will be harmonious with the character of the streetscape, which currently retains many of the early 20th century alterations, as well as later modifications relating to converting the basement levels of buildings to commercial uses. And that the placement and height of the canopy will approximate aspects of the historic and rebuilt stoops throughout the row, helping it to harmonize with the rhythm of stoops in streetscape views and not drawing undue attention to the installation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
Okay, the next item is number 4. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 17-5267, 31 East 72nd Street in the Upper East Side Historic District. Block 1387, Lot 21, a neo-Renaissance style apartment building designed by W.L. Rouse and L.A. Goldstone and built in 1916, and the application is to alter the penthouse.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you, Salt Preservation staff. I present to you an application for 31 East 72nd Street, which is a neo-Renaissance style apartment building located at the northeast corner of Madison Avenue and east to 72nd Street in the Upper East Side Historic District. The application is to alter the existing penthouse by enlarging the height, creating a glass clerestory, and installing a metal and glass cantilever canopy to the penthouse northeast corner. Commissioners, please note that the existing rooftop addition is already visible from Madison Avenue, and the proposed enlargement will be visible from Madison Avenue at 73rd Street up to 86th Street. Isabel Franco, the architect of the project, will present the application on behalf of the owner.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Isabel Franco of Dome Architecture. As Ever was noting, our proposed project is a roof alteration to an existing penthouse at 31 East 72nd Street. These are the primary elevations of the existing building. Facing the one on the right-hand side is facing 72nd Street and Madison, and the image on the left-hand side is the rear elevation, which is facing north. These are elevations of the existing versus the proposed project. On the left-hand side, we can see the penthouse that is currently visible from the street. The penthouse is set back approximately 8 feet from the parapet wall, and the top of the existing roof is approximately 10 foot 5 inches from the finished roof terrace. On the right-hand side, we see our proposed, which is the alteration on the northwest corner of the building. We're proposing to elevate the rooftop 28 inches above the existing roof plane, making it total height from the terrace 4 foot 10 inches. This is the rear elevation of the building. On the left-hand side, again, we see the existing building, which is set back. The penthouse is set back 8 feet. And on the right, we see our proposed. And to the left of our proposed, we see the elevator shaft. And in the background, we see the existing water tower. These are views of the existing penthouse extending in the terrace. On the bottom, you're facing south. On the left, you're facing looking west. On the upper right-hand side, you're facing looking north. And on the left-hand side, you see a view facing east. This is the plan of the building. Our project is the penthouse D, which sits on the northwest corner of the building. It's a penthouse of approximately 450 square feet. Our intent is to basically try to bring some of the outdoor space of the terrace into the space. And we're doing this by two things. One, we're creating a corner opening of glass that can be opened completely, so it opens into the terrace. And then we're raising the roof 28 inches above the existing plane, creating a continuous clear story, and then a canopy and doors that open our floor to 8 feet. On the left-hand side is the same plan, but it's taken facing, looking up at the canopy structure. These are elevations of the existing penthouse. The penthouse is basically, it's a painted stucco. The windows are a little bit inconsistent. Some of them are dark bronze and some of them are aluminum. The penthouse terraces are all divided by this existing wood fence. Our proposed penthouse, we're basically staying with the same materials to try to minimize the impact on the structure. It's a painted structure as well. We're doing the dark bronze doors and windows. And one of the design elements that we did on the extent of the penthouse is not the full 450 square feet, it's rather 390 square feet of the penthouse We did this to ensure that the penthouse would not be visible in any of the primary elevations, either on 72nd Street or on Madison Avenue. These are renderings of the penthouse. So the bottom rendering is you're standing in the northwest corner facing back towards the penthouse, and you see the biparting doors, you see the canopy. On the upper right-hand side, it's a bird's eye rendering of the penthouse, and on the left-hand side is it's a photographs of the mock-up that's actually built for public viewings. These are some of the views. Again, the penthouse is now visible from the primary elevations on 72nd and Madison Avenue. On the left, those two images on the right was taken from 72nd and Madison. On the left-hand side is a view taken from 73rd Street, looking back to the penthouse, and still the penthouse is now visible. It'll become visible approximately 20 feet as you start walking north on the 73rd Street corner. And again, the penthouse is only visible on the west side of the sidewalk. It's not visible on the opposite sidewalk. So these are the extents of the view of the penthouse. The view on the right was taken on 74th Street. And the view on the left is taken up on 87th Street. So these are random views as you start walking north on Madison Avenue. This one is taken at 74th, and the image on the right is actually a blow-up of the exact same view. And you see the mock-up of the penthouse. Again, this view is taken further up north, and another view, and it starts to diminish as you go north on the building. And you know, we looked around at some of the existing structures, and you know, these are just some existing penthouses that are existing throughout the neighborhood. So in conclusion, we feel that our project is in context to the neighborhood. We're trying to create an open space for a client that's integrating both the interior and the exterior. We're very careful to minimize the impact on the primary elevations, both on 72nd and on Madison.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? All right, Rachel Levy.
Good morning, Rachel Levy, Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. In this instance, the Preservation Committee finds the raised rooftop and canopy to be a minimalist solution and a minor obstruction, so we can support this application. However, Friends will continue to rigorously monitor applications for penthouse enlargements, which could easily veer into the domain of the inappropriate, depending on the applicant's design approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Right, Community Board 8 recommends approval of the application. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Any comments? Any comment? Yes, John?
It seems minimally visible to me. I don't know whether the materials, the glass on that last canopy might make it more reflective or more visible. I don't know, but it does seem otherwise that it's just a minor intrusion.
Okay.
Can I respond to that? So,
all right, we have to reopen the hearing and you can respond. Oh, okay, you don't need to respond, that's fine. So that's fine. The question is whether the issue of whether the glass is going to make it more reflective or make it more, I guess, visible. Yes, Fred.
Yeah, I agree that it's minimally visible, almost not visible except in a few places, and then it's visible over a tertiary, a third facade, which has, it's clearly not the main facades of the building. So I think it's fine.
All right, are the commissioners okay with it as is? Okay, good. John?
In the matter of docket number 17-5267, 31 East 72nd Street in the Upper East Side Historic District, the application is to alter the penthouse. I note that the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper East Side Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the vertical enlargement of the existing modern rooftop penthouse will not damage or eliminate any significant historic or architectural fabric, that the rooftop addition will only be visible from the north of the building along Madison Avenue from a distance of several blocks and will not be visible in close proximity to the building, and that the presence of a visible penthouse addition is a typical feature for large apartment buildings in the district.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved.
Commissioners, the next item, item number 5, is an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 177124. This is 1143 Fifth Avenue, located within the Carnegie Hill Historic District. This is a neo-federal style apartment building designed by J.E.R. Carpenter and built in 1922-23. The application is to construct a multi-story rooftop addition, alter secondary facades, and install a new sidewalk, entry canopy, and garden.
Good morning, Victor Tomatic, Preservation staff. As Jared mentioned, this is 1143 Fifth. This is in Carnegie Hill, just south of East 96th Street. It was designed by J.E.R. Carpenter, built in 1922. The date of construction is important, so pay attention to that through the presentation. The proposal itself is to construct a multi-story addition at the rear to install a porcelain rain screen on the secondary facades, to install a new glass and metal entry canopy, and then also a sidewalk canopy. Ownership is here to provide introduction.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I would just want to present shortly. Yeah? What do you mean?
What's your name? Your name.
Oh, excuse me. My name is Jean-Claude Marion. I'm sorry. This building was bought by us as a family long-term investment with the purpose of creating family rental apartments. We knew it was a building, an old building, which needed a complete renovation for safety rules, for construction regulation, and for improving energy efficiency. We also knew that as an historic building, we needed to respect several rules for the insertion of this project in a very protected environment of Carnegie Hill District. Therefore, we hired a full team of specialists, architect, engineer, architectural historians, both consultants, to prepare an efficient and respectful project. Just a few personal words. As a European citizen, I am very used to work in such historical context. As you know, in many cities, we have to work in historical buildings, and we were well aware of all conditions needed for this purpose. So to conclude, the project we present to you tries respectfully and professionally to renovate deeply this existing building, and with the upper floor extension to enhance the aspect and quality of this portion of Fifth Avenue facade between 95th and 96th Street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Judith Salzman from Lee Salzman Architects, and I will be presenting the project this morning, which is, as we're calling it, a horizontal and vertical enlargement of 1143 Fifth Avenue. I'm sorry? Can you hear?
Better.
Okay. I'll be presenting the project this morning in conjunction with Cass Stackelberg of Higginson Quaysbar. As you have seen and heard, 1143 is a mid-block apartment building on Fifth Avenue in the expanded Carnegie Hill Historic District, designed by J.E.R. Carpenter in the neo-federal style. It's 7 stories plus penthouse. It is 30 feet wide. The proposal is to enlarge the building, and the intent here is to show you the existing condition on the left and the proposal on the right, to enlarge the building and bringing it to 13 stories, and it includes the exterior restoration of the existing 7 stories. The ground floor is intended to be used as a community facility, medical offices, and the upper floor is 6 duplex rental apartments. From a zoning standpoint, it is as of right. And here you see the building in detail and its location in the district. I'd like to take you through the genesis of the proposed enlargement. The building is currently vacant, and as you've just heard from the new owner, His intent is to rehabilitate the building. However, there are significant code and safety issues such as a 7-story rear fire escape. And of course, any serious rehabilitation would address these issues. However, when you look at the small footprint of this building, it becomes apparent that simply providing 2 means of egress and a handicapped accessible elevator reduces the floor plate by roughly 30%. Therefore, to make the project feasible, an enlargement of the building envelope is warranted. But what form of enlargement should that take? The available area for a horizontal enlargement is minimal. The next question, of course, is whether a vertical enlargement can be developed, which is appropriate to the building and to the historic district. Working with Higgins and Quaysbarth, we analyzed the developmental history of the expanded Carnegie Hill Historic District, the design and construction of 1143 Fifth Avenue, including prior approvals from the DOB, the design of Carpenter buildings in the historic district, the character-defining aspect of the street wall on Fifth Avenue. The historic narrative and context is critical to understanding our approach to the building and why we believe a 6-story enlargement is appropriate to the building and to the district. I will now turn it over to Cass to give you that background.
Thank you, Judith. Good morning, Commissioners. Cass Stackelberg, Higgins, Quaysbarth and Partners. As Judith said, we wanted to take you through some of the development history of Fifth Avenue to really bring you a fuller understanding of the building and its context and why the building actually is the size in particular that it is. 1143 here in the middle of the block between 95th and 96th Street. It is framed by more typical, what is referred to in the designation report as luxury apartment buildings. These sort of large-scale 13 to 16 story apartment buildings, typically constructed in the 1920s. 1140 Fifth Avenue, designed by the Fred French Company at 14 stories and completed in 1921. And J.E.R. Carpenter's building at 1148, 13-story apartment building completed in 1923. 1143, sandwiched between them and sort of creating this gap in the street wall, this very prominent and character-defining street wall along Fifth Avenue in the district, was constructed between 1922 and 1923 and was actually constructed during this moment. There was a 2-year height restriction that had been put into place by the Board of Estimate that was soon overturned at the Appellate Division of the State Supreme Court. And that restriction limited the height of buildings on Fifth Avenue between 59th and 96th Street to 75 feet in height. And 1143 was constructed within that 2-year period. And as you'll see in in the background, following the reversal of that decision in 1923, there was a tremendous amount of development along Fifth Avenue at 13 to 16 stories that now constitutes what we think of as this very prominent street wall that defines this portion of Fifth Avenue. Some existing photographs taken about a month ago illustrating sort of the wintertime views where obviously the building is more visible from the park. About 6 months of the year you really just don't really see the building, but you can see it from the corner of 96th and Fifth Avenue. Fifth Avenue in this portion of the city developed very differently than the southern portion of Fifth Avenue. This map is from 1899. The district boundaries are defined by these lines from 86th Street up to 97th Street. And this is a detail of the block on which 1143 would be constructed. You can see it here in red outline. To the south, in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, Fifth Avenue had developed by 1900 as a densely developed, typically sort of row house and mansion avenue. This photograph from 1904, looking north, the Arsenal here, right here in Central Park, looking north from 61st Street. And you can see the development that occurred, or that had occurred already on Fifth Avenue. To the north, in what would become the expanded Carnegie Hill Historic District, there was virtually no development. And this photograph from 1898, roughly contemporaneous with this one, illustrates what the condition of the northern part of Fifth Avenue was. It was lined with shanties and small wooden structures as defined by these yellow highlights on the map. And the street itself, you can see, was unpaved and just basically mud. And that continued actually until Andrew Carnegie and his wife bought property on Fifth Avenue for what would become the Carnegie Mansion. And that really spurred interest, not necessarily development, but interest in this portion of Fifth Avenue. But this part of Fifth was basically unbuilt at the turn of the century. This map is from 1916, and you can see that there has been development along Fifth, here again 86th Street and 97th Street to the right. Some row house development along, but the northern portion of the avenue still is largely unbuilt. The whole block front between 95th and 96th Street, where 1143 is cited, had not been constructed, but the lot to the south had been divided for what would become a larger apartment building. The two photographs, the Carnegie Mansion, which was completed in 1903, and 1167, completed in 1917, represent sort of two forks in the road. This was the first apartment building constructed in the district on Fifth Avenue, and that was built in 1917. And there's an interesting article in the Real Estate Record and Guide from 1917 that describes this moment in time as being this moment when it's unclear whether or not Fifth Avenue will go toward private mansion development or will go more toward apartment building development. The onset of World War II and America's involvement in it, there was a hiatus in development, and things picked up after the war. But what also occurred at that time was an effort by owners of these private mansions, the Fifth Avenue Association with support by REBNY, to actually keep the scale of the avenue low. And they lobbied and eventually convinced the Board of Estimate adopted a height restriction. At that point, from 1916 to 1921, buildings along Fifth Avenue could be 150 feet in height relative to the street width. And in this effort, the landowners at that time were making an effort to what they said, keep out big tenements. And the Board of Estimate, through some maneuverings, adopted a restriction in 1921 that said that properties along Fifth Avenue could only be 75 feet in height. And there was a challenge to that immediately, and eventually by 1923 and then eventually 24, that ruling was reversed and determined illegal by the Appellate Division of the Supreme Court of New York, and the height limit went back to 150 feet. But at the site of 1143, what's interesting is that in 1919 and again in 1921, the owner of the property filed for two different buildings, both 12 stories in height. These are the filings that were made for that property. We don't know why the properties weren't built, but the intent was to construct a 12-story apartment building on the site, the 30-foot by 100-foot lot. This map in 1934 and the photographs above illustrate what happened after 1923, after the reversal of the height restriction. And within 7 years, from about 1923 to 1920, there were 13 buildings constructed. Tall apartment buildings along this stretch of Fifth Avenue. And 7 of those were designed by J.E.R. Carpenter himself. So this map here from 1934 illustrates now this sort of increased density by the 1930s of this stretch of Fifth Avenue within the district. And the detail map shows you 1143 in the center with 1140, the dashed line is not in the right place, but 1140 here and 1148. And I think the photographs really illustrate what this district and this part of the district in particular had become and what brings it its significance. This building at 1150 is one of Carpenter's robust, tall apartment buildings. It is a building type that is defined in the expanded Carnegie Hill Historic District, a tall apartment building, often sometimes referred to as a luxury apartment building. His buildings often or typically were 13 to 16 stories and were defined by string courses and a simple application of architectural detail across the facades. This photograph, I think on here, photo 1, I think is quite telling. And what this illustrates in 1930 is the street wall of Fifth Avenue. And what typically breaks up the street wall of Fifth Avenue are the remaining mansions that are there today. And you can see this is the Kahn Mansion here, the Warburg Mansion, and then down here, the Straight Mansion. And what I think illustrates that very interesting moment in time where there was this height restriction the juxtaposition between these mansions, these spectacular mansions, and these much taller apartment buildings, I think do an excellent job of illustrating that moment where there was this debate between which direction the avenue development would go in, and it's an important record of that time. The issue of precedent is something that we've considered carefully. And interestingly, there were actually only 2 buildings that were built under the height restriction in 1923. 1143 Fifth Avenue and 952 Fifth Avenue, which is located in the Upper East Side Historic District. This is a historic photograph of the building designed by Henry Otis Chapman, completed in 1923 as a 7-story building. It gained 2 stories soon after. Within a couple of years, 2 stories were added to make it financially feasible. I think in perhaps the late 1970s, those 2 floors were removed, and you can see that 4 stories were added onto the top of that building. So the integrity of that building has been affected, but it's also it is outside of the historic district for which we are speaking about today. But it has been altered significantly at the roof line already pre-designation. The other building, which is illustrated here, is 1160 Fifth Avenue, and what makes this building sort of interesting is that it was built at 7 stories, but it was actually outside the boundaries of the height restriction. The height restriction went up to 96th Street, but the developers actually chose to limit the height of their building to 7 stories. The siting of this building, the fact that it is on a 100 by 200 foot lot versus a 30 by 100 foot mid-block lot, makes this building very different, and its history as well. You can see in this, in terms of its siting, you can see in this map, it's 100. The lot is 100-foot frontage on Fifth Avenue and 200 on 97th Street. There's an open court or alley between it and 1165 Fifth Avenue. You can see 1165 Fifth here, also a Carpenter building, completed in 1926. Another significant difference is this building, because of this alley or court between the 2, this building is treated almost like a primary facade. So in looking at this, sort of a full height or street wall, multi-story extension to this building would obscure what is treated almost like a primary elevation. So we feel like the scale and the siting of 1160 Fifth Avenue and the treatment at 1165 makes an extension to this building very different than what we are proposing in 1143. Turning back to the character of Fifth Avenue, these are 6 slides that show 6 different block fronts, 6 out of the 11 block fronts in the district. And what one sees across these block fronts, there are 11 block fronts in the district. 5 of them are comprised of a complete street wall of tall apartment buildings, what is described really and defined as being the character-defining feature of the district in the designation report. So this block front between 93rd and 94th, this a little bit further to the south between 87th and 88th. The other breaks in the street wall, as illustrated in that historic photograph, occur in four blocks, similar to this one, photo 2, where the Willard Straight mansion is juxtaposed against these very large apartment buildings. And that happens on 4 other blocks. So that's 4 of the blocks, and then 5 of them are all apartment buildings. The other 2 blocks are blocks that have a mix of institutions, like the Guggenheim Museum, which occupies its full frontage, and then this block between 89th and 90th, Church of the Heavenly Rest, the only row house at 1083 Fifth Avenue, the only row house on Fifth Avenue in the historic district, and then this much taller apartment building. So the typical block front condition is a multi-story, typically 13 to 16 story tall apartment building in the district. And then this is our block front here, where you have a small apartment building at 1143 juxtaposed and creating this gap in the street wall, juxtaposed with these much taller apartment buildings. Turning to 1143, Judith described a bit about the building. It was designed and developed by J.E.R. Carpenter. It is 7 stories and was completed in 1923. It was built historically with a planter out front, which I think you can just see in these historic photographs. Our intent is to restore that back to the streetscape. Turning to Carpenter. Carpenter is noted in the designation report as the most prolific architect in the Carnegie Hill area. And not only is he prolific in the Carnegie Hill historic districts, but also in the Upper East Side and the Metropolitan Museum historic districts. He's responsible for close to 30 buildings in those 3 districts alone. And along Fifth Avenue in the expanded Carnegie Hill Historic District, he's responsible for 8 buildings. So he's a very prolific architect, and not only did he complete and develop many of the buildings, but the typical buildings of his are these large corner sites typically, ranging from about 13 to 16 stories, with integration of sort of classical detailing, the measuring of floors with belt courses and band courses, and typically just pointing at the corners. We have a collection of these photographs. You can see what the sort of typical buildings are of his throughout the historic district. One to point out is number 3 on the far right. That's 1 East 88th Street. It's a 30-foot wide, 13-story apartment building that was demolished for the construction of the Guggenheim. The carpenter did design tall, narrow apartment buildings, as well as these very large, larger buildings on corner sites. So this is a building around the corner from the project site that he designed on 95th Street, a brick facade with a mansard roof, and then the other building that is off Fifth Avenue that he did on East 90th Street. He's a prolific architect. We think that 1143 in its scale is not one of the works that he is best known for. And he was also, I'll also just add, he was also known for his innovations with plan types for apartment buildings, and that's something that is realized more clearly in these larger apartment buildings than obviously something on a 30-foot wide lot. He was also, interestingly, a champion of reversing a height limitation that was in place in 1923. Turning to the existing conditions of 1143, it has a 2-story limestone base, and then 5 stories of brick cladding with brick piers and limestone belt courses. There are double-hung wood windows that are not original to the building. Here, the security grills have been added. Those are not original. Those will be, of course, removed as part of the project. And there's a canopy over the entry, which right now really obscures the head of this nicely detailed door enframing. That would be removed as well. So there's a program of restoration that is part of this project: brick cleaning, limestone cleaning, pointing and patching as required. There will be new wood windows, and reinstating the planter that is now missing from the street scheme. At the rear of the building, as Victor detailed, there is construction at the rear of the building as part of the extension. We included these photographs just to illustrate 2 things. One, that there are no significant historic features back there. They're just typical 1/1 replacement windows and common brick elevations. And then on the far right, just illustrating the second means of egress from this building, which is a 7-story fire escape, which then brings you back into the building at the ground floor. And then turning to the existing elevation and an illustration with 96th Street to the left and 95th Street to the right, 1143 centered between these much taller, more typical large-scale apartment buildings on the site of the path. With that, I'll have Judith take you through the design proposal.
So here we see the results of the short-lived 75-foot height restriction. Just for clarity, the top of our building parapet is 76.8. The top of the penthouse parapet, which you see this is the penthouse, is 88'1", and the top of the water tower is 117 feet 3 inches. The building to the north, the cornice, is at 155 feet 4 inches, and to the south at 158 plus rooftop additions. And the gap in the street wall here is quite apparent, and our intention is to design an expansion that draws on the materials, the proportions, and the detail of 1143, but that establishes the street wall, which is truly a defining characteristic of Fifth Avenue, and in addition, required for development in the Special Park Improvement District, which has a mandatory street wall without setbacks for the first 125 feet for development. It draws inspiration from the existing building, but it does not simply replicate it. We think, although this is an odd moment in the history of Fifth Avenue, that The history is valid, the historic narrative should remain, but that doesn't mean the building can't be enlarged. It just should be that it is done in a way that you can see the difference. I don't think it should be jarring or in your face, so to speak, but that the intent is that it reestablishes the continuity or establishes the continuity of the street wall, and it differentiates from the lower section in fenestration, brick detail, cornice detail. We have also chosen to cap the building with in response, the base has a defined material, the shaft, and then we're proposing a zinc cladding, and then setting back all the bulkhead, stair, elevator, mechanical equipment 22 to 26 feet from the front wall. Just a minute, I should say that we're also fully, as Cass spoke a little bit, we're also fully restoring the ground floor, the ground floor and the floors above, the full 7 stories, taking off the non-original historic material, cleaning, pointing the brick and stone, removing the non-historic grills, putting in new wood glass windows to match the original configuration, restoring the entry doors and enfranements, and adding the planter. We also look carefully at the impact on the size of the buildings. You have lot line windows on both the north and the south. The north building has a more developed sense of detail in that the cornice has a return, there's a balustrade, which you can see here, that returns. And so we carefully place the building to give a nod to these details, to set back a little bit of this top floor, and to let that cornice line read, and to let the balustrade fully read. On the south side, it's a much more motley assortment of later lot line windows, air conditioners, infill, and actually rather unsightly. So we are not, of course, saying that this building is not visible. This addition clearly is visible. It's intended to be visible. But we wanted to give all the studies of what the visibility is, how it looks in the context of the block front. So on your left, you typically have the existing condition, and on your right, the proposed condition. This is looking southeast. This is from the park, looking east from inside the park. Again, you can see the gap in the wall, the street wall, and the infill of Building 43. This is looking northeast on the street again. And the existing and proposed, once again, a little more close up on the southeast. And here we can see the zinc cladding and railing, the additions, and the separation is, there's a stone cornice that exists. We're proposing to take down the brick parapet, put a railing as a point of demarcation, and then continue brick above that. We haven't fully selected the material, the color of the brick, because we haven't cleaned the brick, and until we do, but the intent is for it to blend with the brick. We know we'll never achieve an exact match. And then set back slightly, as I said before, with the zinc cladding at the rooftop to give a nod to the building to the north's return of its ornament. We're also proposing to remove the canvas awning, canopy rather, that was added sometime in the 40s, and do something very simple in bronze and glass that would allow the original trabeated entry to read. This is the proposed planter, and restoring the glazed iron and glass doors at both the community facility entry and the main entry. Just for clarity, there is a visibility point from Madison Avenue down the alley through to the back of the building, and our intent here is just to show in this little red area what you would actually see, which is fairly minimal. Looking at the proposed roof plan, just to show the setbacks and the organization of the mechanical equipment and the penthouses. Rooftop enclosure being metal and with some glass. The enclosure around the enclosure around the generator setback 22 feet, and the stair bulkhead here roughly 26 feet, and the elevator bulkhead, which has the greatest height, is set back almost 36 feet, and put the rear, the HVAC equipment at the rear.
Who knows?
This is an axonometric showing the existing condition on the upper left at the rear and side facades, and the proposed in the other two images. You can see the original configuration here, where you have a projecting area. You see the building is 30 feet at the front, but it's roughly about 20 feet at the rear. Our proposal is to infill that area and then extend upwards, creating a 30-foot rear yard as required. And you see our the first floor as a community facility will come back to the rear yard. The materials are intended to be sympathetic to, but different from the historic materials. So there's porcelain rain screen, on the back, aluminum and in a charcoal gray, similar to the example of the front facade, and that is the bronze of the proposed canopy. These are details so that you can see the difference in the proposed rear facade. And if you note, it's a rather chaotic rear facade. The facade is rather chaotic, and part of that is that you have this fire escape. It's a 7-story fire escape that takes you down the back of the building, that you then re-enter the building to get out of it in case of an emergency. And there is an existing stair within the building, but you can see the offset window here. That is the stair window, so the rear stair and the fire escape, the egress stair and the fire escape are both at the rear of the building, and not, certainly not up to today's standards for safety before codes. The proposal here is with the porcelanosa rain screen, and then balconies at the upper sections that are longer, and then balconies next to the existing, where the existing footprint in the lower 7 floors, balcony set at that inset, and then the 1-story community facility. Again, comparison, this is the south elevation, same materials, same issues. You see the proposed balconies and the north elevation. So this is the proposal. Again, the existing 1143 Fifth Avenue here and the proposed here. We believe that this results in a safe, code-compliant building with appropriate means of egress and accessibility, a restored historic facade, establishment of the continuity of the street wall on Fifth Avenue. It uses materials appropriate to the building, its neighbors, and the district. And we believe that it still maintains a clear visual narrative of the building's history, that anyone who looked at this could tell something had happened here. And the story is probably more apparent than it would be today. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we have a lot of speakers today, so if it's okay, I think we'll take testimony first, and then we can go back and have the applicants respond and ask questions. So each person will be given 3 minutes. Christabel Guth.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. This is a modest proposal to enlarge an existing intact landmark. We have been told it is not a rooftop addition, although it is added on top of the roof because it is an enlargement. This bold semantic move sets it apart from the commonplace rooftop addition, a structure of 1 or 2 stories set back from the street. The enlargement, 6 stories high, is perfectly aligned with the parent building's facade, not wasting an inch of valuable Fifth Avenue frontage by setting back. Why have so many New Yorkers been so timid for so long, complying with the accepted regulatory standard for rooftop additions? Think of the value that could be created for investors if every landmarked building were doubled in size. We were shocked to hear that the Board of Estimate caused this building to be small by enacting a zoning restriction that was later found to be illegal. This was just a foretaste of what was to come when the Board of Estimate itself was found to be illegal. But when he could, after the reversal, the architect, who was also an investor, did not enlarge the little building, perhaps because it was already a balanced and successful composition, and it remains as an historic marker of the height of earlier palatial mansions that once lined Fifth Avenue. J.E.R. Carpenter was the ultimate cityscape man. We know him not for imposing monuments, but for the subtly textured, gently ornamented facades that distinguish some blocks of the Upper East Side avenues, recognized in his time as a master of the new art of apartment building. He designed 32 apartment houses in what have now become 5 Upper East Side historic districts. His work is at the core of New York's 20th century character and should be allowed to survive.
Rachel Levy.
Rachel Levy, Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. The design team has produced a thoughtful composition for the vertical expansion of this building, but the proposal assumes that the comparatively low scale of this building is an anomaly that should be corrected rather than preserved. Carnegie Hill is defined by its mix of smaller, distinguished buildings, whether mansions or the rare surviving tenement or row house, and larger luxury apartment houses. The interplay of structures at differing scales contributes to its unique character. Raising 1143 to the height of its neighbors diminishes this diversity. While the applicants present an argument as to why other buildings along Fifth Avenue constructed during this unusual moment in zoning history would not be candidates for expansion, they fail to consider the more expansive consequences of this application. 1143 Fifth Avenue is an excellent example of work by a prominent architect in the neo-federal style that is prevalent across the Upper East Side. If this proposal is approved, then what's next? Allowing this expansion undermines contributing buildings in historic districts across the Upper East Side. The Preservation Committee at Friends finds the addition of 6 stories onto the 7-story building to be wholly inappropriate, and so we unanimously oppose this proposal and respectfully ask the Commission to do the same. Thank you.
Elizabeth Ashby.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Elizabeth Ashby speaking for Defenders of the Historic Upper East Side. You'll have a lot of testimony later about the details and value, so I won't go into that and repeat what I know other people are going to say. But I do want to point out a couple of things. This addition will consume J.E.R. Carpenter's building. It no longer will be a neo-federal J.E.R. Carpenter building, which is perfectly proportioned, a perfect example of what neo-federal architecture is, going back through England to Palladio. Once you put these 7 stories on top, a neo-federal building has been said is a base, shaft, capital. Then what's proposed is base, shaft, capital, shaft, capital. It's a hodgepodge of building, perfectly acceptable somewhere else, Poughkeepsie. The idea that they've retained Carpenter's building and that it remains, to the person who walks down the street, seeing if this, heaven forbid, is built, they will not look up and say, aha, there's a J.E.R. Carpenter building at the bottom there. They're going to say, that's amazing. The builder ran out of windows halfway through and had to use another style that he had stuck on his warehouse. I think that what's important here is that what we have is a perfect example of neo-federal architecture designed by probably the most important apartment house architect of the 1920s, and preserving the integrity of a significant building by a renowned architect is the very basis of what historic preservation is, and I ask you to do the easy and obvious thing and turn this proposal down.
Thank you. Trevor Magyar, and he'll be followed by Barry Salke and Mary Did Ricks.
Good morning. My name is Trevor Magyar. I live at 1148 Fifth Avenue, and I'm a friend of J.E.R. Carpenter. Thank you for giving us the opportunity. Thank you for giving us the opportunity here this morning to make our voices heard. Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter is a community group that was formed in response and opposition to this proposal. This group includes many residents of Carnegie Hill, but also residents from other parts of the Upper East Side. Many, though not all, of the Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter are here this morning. May I please have a show of hands from all Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter here today? Thank you. The Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter is a group that came together very quickly. The community learned of this project just 2 weeks before Community Board 8 met to consider it. In that time, we spent many hours walking the neighborhood and huddling in building lobbies trying to get word out about this proposal. The reaction from the community was amazing. We chose the name Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter for a simple reason, which is that it's the integrity of his work that we're trying to protect. Whatever can be said of this proposal, I think we can all agree that it entirely transforms a building that Carpenter designed. This is a significant building that simply does not need transformation. We rely on you to protect the historical character of Carnegie Hill, and this morning, we're here to ask you to protect the historical integrity of this one building, a J.E.R. Carpenter gem that has stood essentially unaltered for the past 100 years. Thank you.
Yeah. The next speaker is Barry Salke, followed by Mary Dierix and Rhonda West.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to talk to you for a few seconds. I live in 1148 Fifth Avenue. I'm a professor of surgery at Mount Sinai, so I'm in the neighborhood for the last 36 years. And I'm here specifically as a friend of J.E.R. Carpenter for sure, but I'm here to read into the record a letter that has been written by a group of people, including our Manhattan Borough President, Gil Brewer, Daniel Gorodnick, who's a council member, Carolyn Maloney, who's our congresswoman, Jose Serrano, our state senator, and Liz Kruger, who is also one of our state senators. Dear Chairwoman Srinivasan and commissioners, we write to amplify Community Board 8's resolution and the concerns, this is for the record, and the concerns of Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter regarding the Certificate of Appropriateness application, LP 17-712, to construct a multi-story rooftop addition at 1148 Fifth Avenue, Block 1507, Lot 4. The designation report for the expanded Carnegie Hill District states that this 7-story building was constructed in 1922-1923, designed by notable apartment building architect J.R. Carpenter in the neo-federal style. During a time, which you've heard already, when the zoning resolution was amended and capped to a maximum height of buildings of 75 feet, and I will finish in the 2 minutes. This building contributes to a great degree to the diverse and unique character of low and high apartment buildings and townhouses within the historic districts along Fifth Avenue. We are concerned that allowing a modification of the scale to a contributing building could set a troubling precedent that might be applied to similar buildings contributing to historic districts across the city. We ask that you take this into consideration when you're making your determination, and we thank you very, very much for your time and the Commissioner's time on this matter. It is signed by these 5 people. There's also a separate letter by Carolyn Maloney specifically detailing what I've said and another thing, but it's way, way too much. They've heard enough. And I thank you very much for your kind consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. Mary Diericks.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mary Diericks, and I was retained by the Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter to evaluate the application to construct a visible 6-story addition on a 7-story facade at 1143 Fifth Avenue. This is a significant building within the Carnegie Hill District. I have it on no less authority than the Landmarks Commission, who calls it a neo-federal style building and gives it a pretty decent description in the designation report. It was a nice presentation, but it's still a 6-story visible addition on a 7-story facade on a significant building. This building has is proportioned well. It has all of the characteristics of a J.E.R. Carpenter building, but it's a 7-story building. It has a limestone base, a visible cornice. Adding to this will overwhelm the building, change the look and the proportions, making it look too tall and too narrow, and turn it into a hybrid structure rather than the elegantly designed small luxury apartment building as intended by the architect. A handout has just been passed around by Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter. This is a unified report that gives you the testimony of the experts hired by the Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter, as well as some graphics, and I think also the elected officials' letters. And we hope that you'll look at it, and some people will be referring to it in the course of the morning. 1143 was built, yes, when there was a height restriction, but J.E.R. Carpenter built a 7-story building. He might have wanted to build a 13 or 14-story building, but he didn't. And when the height restriction was taken away, very shortly after, he didn't build an addition on it, and he didn't enlarge it. It stayed like this for over almost 100 years. All buildings are built with restrictions of some kind. And the applicants mentioned 3 new building applications. They're pretty common. 1160 had 3 new building applications, 2 for taller buildings, and 1140 had 3 building applications for buildings about the same height. The 2 earlier new building applications were by different architects and a different developer, so I don't quite see the point of that. Fifth Avenue, as people will say, is a varied street and with a mix of tall and short buildings. And we don't see any reason to fill in the gap in this particular case. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda Wist. And be followed by Walter Melvin and Howard Zimmerman.
Good morning, Chair Srinivasan, and good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rhonda Wist, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter in opposition to the proposed inappropriate addition to 1143 Fifth Avenue. Thanks to the diligent work of the Commission, many of our streets and neighborhoods tell stories of New York. These designations serve as time-lapse snapshots of neighborhoods. Layers of history unfold before us, and the Commission recognized this by designating wooden houses, row houses, churches, institutions, mansions, apartment houses, and yes, even this small apartment house. Over 2 decades ago, the Commission considered J.E.R. Carpenter's 1143 Fifth Avenue to be a contributing building. I believe the Commission would make the same determination today. 1143 Fifth Avenue's contribution to the district's unique sense of place is obvious, since it's one of those rare and delightful surprises pedestrians encounter, asking ourselves, why does that building look the way it does? Well, the answer is zoning. It was built pursuant to a very short-lived zoning height restriction. The building, we are told by the applicant, is an anomaly among its taller neighbors. Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter agree. But where the new owners of 1143 see a historical mistake that must now be corrected, we see a rare intact example of a small luxury apartment house almost a century old that should be respected and preserved. Yes, 1143 is smaller than what current zoning regulations would allow, but is its small stature sufficient reason to expand and transform it beyond recognition? Generally, the district's numerous minimally visible additions and practically invisible penthouses can be described by a host of S words: sympathetic, subordinate, small. Again, thanks to the Landmarks Commission, they don't seriously affect the architecture of their host buildings. In contrast, this proposal is not about incremental change. It transforms a designated building into another one entirely, awkwardly inserted between its appropriately tall neighbors. Since the key factor here is 1143's short stature and not its use, could this project be a template for substantially expanding many other short buildings, whether mansion or institution? We ask you to look long and hard at this building and its neighbors and appreciate, as we do, a unique historical moment in the development of Fifth Avenue that it represents. Carpenter's work does not need to be corrected. There are times and places where monetizing development rights is appropriate. This is not one of them. The urban planning tenet of filling in the street wall should not confuse or outweigh the basic preservation tenet of appropriateness. There is simply no reason 1143 Fifth Avenue should be allowed to swell into something J.E.R. Carpenter would not recognize. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Walter Melvin, and then Howard Zimmerman.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Howard Zimmerman. I am principal and sole owner of a 70-person architectural engineering firm in New York City that specializes in maintaining, repairing, expanding, and repurposing existing buildings. Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter asked me to opine on the feasibility of renovating 1143 Fifth Avenue without simultaneously expanding the building both vertically and horizontally. I have agreed to do so. I am not being paid for this work. While I have not reviewed the detailed building plans for 1143 Fifth Avenue, I am extremely confident based on experience and having worked on at least 36 buildings of this size over my career. I am confident that such a renovation is entirely feasible from an architectural, engineering, and code compliance perspective. This confidence is born of my position atop at one of the New York City's leading full-service architectural engineering firms and 30 years of experience as a practicing architect in New York City. There may well be economic reasons having to do with the price paid for the building why renovating 1143 Fifth Avenue without simultaneously expanding the building vertically and horizontal is not feasible from an economic point of view. I do not know whether the Landmarks Preservation Commission takes into account these investment dynamics. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Walter Melvin here?
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Walter Melvin. I am the principal of Walter Melvin Architects. And I've come here to, these things are never quite for me. I've come here today to support the Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter. This is the mother of all rooftop additions. It's bigger than the beginning. I find I have a great long thing here which I was going to read, but I'm not going to. You're fortunate. Anyway, this is a building designed by J.E.R. Carpenter. It has a lot of integrity in its original design. Adding this monstrous size-wise roof addition is going to totally destroy the original dynamic of the building. It's not that the addition was badly done, it's just going to take away significantly from the J.E.R. Carpenter original. And it is a special building by J.E.R. Carpenter. It's a small building. I've worked on probably 20 buildings that were designed by J.E.R. Carpenter. They're all of the 15-story variety. This is the only one that I have encountered that is smaller and more human scale. The other thing that we are looking at here is the Fifth Avenue street wall facade. And every time we take away another building from the small scale department and add a 15-story street wall building, we are turning Fifth Avenue and Central Park West and Central Park South. We're making a bathtub of Central Park. We're not allowing the park to have space that flows into the city. We're separating ourselves from the park. And I feel that that is a very bad dynamic for us to go to. I think the Landmarks Preservation Commission has a duty to maintain these historically significant buildings of all densities and scale. And although 1143 is a modest design, especially in an era and a location known for this luxury apartment design, it's a significant example of Carpenter's work, and it's an example of the shift in the architectural community to design smaller scale domestic dwellings. I think it represents an attempt to conserve low-scale, low-density neighborhoods.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lil Vandervolk, followed by David Stoll and Allison Sachs.
My name is Lo Vandervalk. I'm representing Carnegie Hill Neighbors. I've just given your staff a stack of letters that we were able to get from our community. And they number 570. And that was done in just 3 weeks. And it wasn't difficult, actually. People are really concerned about the extent of this addition and the damage it will do to a wonderfully unique, it's been called an anomaly, of Carpenter. And anomalies are always interesting because they give you another perspective on phenomenon. In this case, the vocabulary of Carpenter and his work. And so, if this is lost, you've really lost something that Carpenter spent time on. Actually, he was involved in the neighboring building too, so you could see maybe he was trying to relate the two. And this building is situated in a part of Carnegie Hill where there are many Carpenter buildings from 93rd to 98th. We have, I think, 7 of them, including this. And in the side street on 95th Street, we have another one. That would be 8. And the nice thing about this building is it's federal, neo-federal style because we have nearby the many mansions, the Carhart Mansion on 95th, and on just 2 blocks to the south we have the Willard Straight Mansion by Delano Aldrich, which is neo-federal and red brick. So this building is comfortable, and that Aldrich building, the Delano Aldrich building, was built before this. So this building is comfortable in its area. And I very much appreciated Elizabeth Ashby's comment that the addition would consume. We've been using the word overwhelm, but I think it will consume and overwhelm. And I think that really it would be hard to say that you have not damaged this building. And preservation is about preserving historic fabric. The other element I would like to call attention to is that this building reflects a particular moment in history when zoning radically changed and when Park Avenue turned its back on the mansions and said we're going for development. And it's sort of interesting, the Carnegie Mansion, which is 4 blocks to the south, bookends with this building. Carnegie Mansion said you know, this is a place worth building mansions, and this building is sort of saying this is the end of an era, but this is the little train that would and could, and it's still there, and I hope you will allow it to remain there for the next 100 years. Thank you.
Thank you. David Stoll?
Good morning. David Stoll, 1140 Fifth Avenue, Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter and Carnegie Hill Neighbors. I wanted to quote from the 1993 Landmarks Preservation Commission report, its conclusion about the Carnegie Hill Expanded Historic District. The architectural fabric of the expanded Carnegie Hill District, with its rich variety of interrelated buildings, produces a complex urban area constituting a distinct section of the city. The high degree of architectural integrity seen in the district's streetscape creates a distinct sense of place. Others have spoken about the building itself. I just want to speak briefly about the sense of place of the district at large. The district is not a street wall on the avenues of tall apartment buildings, one right after the other. It's tall, it's short, it's tall, it's short. That's on Fifth Avenue, and that's on Park Avenue. It's churches, it's schools, it's brownstones, it's private homes, it's up and down. And that is what makes the district very special. Not cold, not a warm, human-scale place that is a mixture that the Landmarks Preservation Commission noticed and noted in its report appropriately. I would urge everyone who's not familiar with it to please walk it. If you walk the district on Fifth Avenue and Park Avenue, it's quite obvious. It's almost every block. From 1160 that's been discussed, going down to the edge of the district and the Noya Gallery at 86th, and Park Avenue is the same way. And the large avenues are the same way. 96th Street, for example, between 5th and Madison, exactly the same way. So you lose this building, it is a terrible precedent, and you also lose a very important aspect of the fabric of the neighborhood and the historic district that the commission noted back in 1993, and I believe still should note and respect today. Thank you.
Allison Sachs, followed by Marco Tamayo and Mary Burton.
Good morning. My name is Allison Sachs. I live at 1148 Fifth Avenue, and I am a friend of J.E.R. Carpenter. I thank you for the opportunity this morning to read into the record a short excerpt from Andrew Alpern's letter to the commissioners. I am an architectural historian, architect, and attorney who included 1143 Fifth Avenue in my 2001 book, The New York Apartment Houses of Rosario and James Carpenter. I'm sorry, Rosario Candela and James Carpenter. In preparation for that book, I studied the work of J.E.R. Carpenter with a great deal of care, resulting in the only reference book on his buildings. I can speak with some authority on this subject. The apartment house at 1143 Fifth Avenue is one of the smallest full-fledged apartment houses in all of New York, and is the smallest by far of any Carpenter's multifamily dwellings. It is a carefully and modestly designed boutique building that is absolutely unique in Carpenter's portfolio of completed extant buildings. The proposal to bring the total height of the structure up to the level of the two adjoining apartment houses raises several disturbing issues. The most important issue is architectural integrity and the historic importance of 1143 within the body of James Carpenter's work. For over 90 years, 1143 has existed as a visual holdout, offering a bit of apparent humanity and relief. The anomaly of 1143 provides the sort of variety that recalls earlier life of Fifth Avenue when it was lined with one-family private homes. Artificially stretching the front of 1143 from the original design at 7 stories, but twice as tall, would not be what Carpenter would have done. If he had not been subject to the 75-foot limitation, he would have erected a taller building. But equally obviously, its facade would not have been treated the way he handled the much lesser height of the building that was actually constructed. It appears obvious to me that the LPC ought to say no to any enlargement of the building. Yours sincerely, Andrew Alpern. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marco Tamayo?
Marco Tamayo, resident of the Upper East Side. Honorable Commissioners, although this aggressive 6-story rooftop addition is being proposed to be built on the top of one of the J.E.R. Carpenter's building, who is one of the most prolific designers of his period, I believe to preserve it intact is paramount. I am not moved by the sudden change of MIMO egress, nor for the self-inflicted reduction of its floor area, nor swayed by the promise to use the latest building code when in reality it is his professional obligation, nor influenced by the proposed prostheses using traditional materials. And although this proposal could be built as of right, the historical character of the buildings in the Carnegie Hill neighborhood are diverse from low, middle, and high-rise buildings, and this pattern should be maintained and preserved. But at any rate, I, as an architect and developer myself, know these types of developers are insensitive and opportunistic, using the argument that the site is underdeveloped according with the present zoning regulations. If we accept this argument of underdeveloped site, then not even the nominated Patrimony of Humanity, the Guggenheim Museum, which is located in the same historical district, a few blocks from the project, is safe. And even more, we may lose that honor of such a distinguished status for this modern style piece of art, because presently a commission responsible for this endeavor is observant how carefully this district is being preserved, according with the meeting that we recently have in the museum. Consequently, I am requesting that this application should be rejected completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Burton, followed by David Yam and Dick Dunham.
My name is Mary Lindley Burton. I live at 12 East 97th. I am not affected in the language of the code by this specifically, but I live in the neighborhood. When passing 1143, as I do frequently en route to a little building on 95th, I'm often drawn to this shorter building and was very interested to learn that it was in fact built with this 75-foot restriction. The point I want to emphasize, which has been made many times, is that seeing history in a tangible form is what that building will preserve. There are other places in the city where a 13-story building can go. I think our 7-story building is unique, it fits where it belongs, and should be preserved. And I thank the Commission for letting me add my opinion.
David Yam.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is David Yam. I live at 1148 Fifth Avenue, part of the Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter. I'd like the Landmarks Commission to disapprove this application. My perspective is one of a native New Yorker, born here in the city, studied architecture here at Columbia. Through my career, I've dedicated years of my practice to restoration and preservation of turn-of-the-century architecture in Dutchess County and also here in New York City, particularly the work of McKim Mead and White. So I've looked at issues of preservation, issues where expansion is appropriate, and over the 25 years of practicing architecture, seen some of the effects of various proposals that have been approved and disapproved. So just briefly to reiterate some of my friends' comments, J.E.R. Carpenter is a very significant architect for New York City and the development of Fifth Avenue. The proposed addition will not only diminish his original architectural expression, but also the urban fabric of mixed volumes and scales that he helped create. Every major city in the world now is facing these issues of when to allow increased density and height in unique historic districts. So while issues of economy and politics may change, what you decide here will forever change the fabric of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Dick Dunham, followed by Christopher Smeal and Joyce Goodman.
Good morning. My name is Wolcott Dunham, known as Dick, of 1148 Fifth Avenue, a friend of J.E.R. Carpenter. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I respectfully ask you not to approve the proposal. 1143 shows how varied Fifth Avenue is in height. It's not the only short building between two tall buildings on the avenue within the three historic districts stretching from 59th Street to 98th Street. I'm concerned about the fate of the others if this application is approved. In the report handed out by Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter, at the end there's a graphic that shows photos of these buildings up and down Fifth Avenue. I look at these buildings like the handsome limestone four-story row house at 1033 Fifth Avenue, in between two 13 and 15-story apartment houses. Why wouldn't the owner want to fill in the gap there too? The 5.5-story townhouse at 1014 Fifth Avenue is between 14 and 15-story apartment buildings. Why not add 7 stories and then maybe repeat that mansard roof at the top? The 5-story townhouse at 991 Fifth is between two taller apartment buildings, and there's little difference between this and 1143. The fact that one is an apartment house and one is a townhouse is not that meaningful to someone's perception of historic Fifth Avenue. The 5-story townhouse at 934 Fifth Avenue is also set between two taller buildings. It is the French consulate. What if the French consulate sells that building as well to a developer who wants to fill in the gap? I respectfully ask you to protect 1143 Fifth and protect short buildings in historic districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Smeal? Is Christopher Smeal here? Okay, Joyce Goodman, followed by Patricia Nadilsi.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Not
No? Hello, I'm Joyce Goodman. I live at 1140 Fifth Avenue. I'm a friend of J.E.R. Carpenter, and I'm very happy to be here to speak to you this morning. Thank you. The scale and charm of the Carnegie Hill neighborhood is special. It's a distinctively well-maintained oasis of calm residential beauty in with a very European feel. It's a small gem surrounded by an ever more crowded, harsh, commercialized city. It's truly a neighborhood, and one whose architectural characteristics are worth preserving, as the Commission has recognized. The building's heights play a large part in creating the human scale of our neighborhood. That human scale extends to Fifth Avenue because of the smaller buildings interspersed with the larger ones. The smaller buildings do something more. The obvious height differences break up the blocks and allow us to notice, without really having to think about it, that the block is made up of more than one building. That lets us notice the buildings. Raising the height of 1143 makes a visual monolith of the block, washing away the strongest visual clue identifying this building of consequence as a separate building. I'd like to note that in one of the earlier architect's presentations, he had 6 images of 6 blocks, and I thought I understood him to say, look, this is typical that it be a solid height, but that was only one picture. The other five blocks were broken up, which to me is atypical. Many blocks in our district have already been compromised, fragmenting the historical integrity of the district. Park Avenue and Madison Avenue in the 90s have high-rises out of character with the district. Another disruptive example is Hunter High School and its unfortunate effect on its surrounding blocks. I love to go to Europe. The parts I love the most are the older, beautifully preserved neighborhoods, whole neighborhoods, not individual blocks or isolated buildings in a field of something else. Fifth Avenue is one of few remaining avenues or side streets where one can walk more than a few blocks and experience undisrupted some of the most iconic architecture in New York City. Please continue to help us protect and maintain it. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia Nadusi, followed by Alan Ruska and Stan Hockhauser.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. My name is Pat Notashi. I live at 520 East 86th Street and am not directly impacted by this proposal, but I am a friend of J.E.R. Carpenter. 1143 Fifth Avenue is a beautiful 1920s apartment building which has graced Carnegie Hill for almost 100 years. I moved to New York City 51 years ago, and I have lived quite near Henderson Place Historic District since 1970, the year after it was landmarked by this commission. I am grateful every day for the work of this commission every year since it was formed. I love walking by the Henderson Place Historical District. I also love walking along Fifth Avenue with the incredible variety, the graceful apartment buildings, mansions, and museums. These landmarks are so different from each other, and yet each one has a unique detail, a unique shape, like the Guggenheim, and they all come in a variety of sizes. When the Carnegie Hill Historic District was created, I applauded, and I really thought it meant that the important historic features would be protected, just like they are at Henderson Place, with its fabulous wide arched doorways and beautiful brick. But it's not just the carved stonework, it's also the look and feel of the neighborhood, with its tall buildings, its short buildings, and on Fifth Avenue, its round buildings. Doubling the height of this lovely, small apartment building doesn't seem like protection. It changes the building, it changes the street, it changes our world. And I beg you to protect this important building. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alan Hruska.
I'm Alan Ruska. I speak on behalf of the Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard this morning. I'm a resident of 1148 Fifth Avenue. I've lived there for 48 years. And I oppose this application. I think one of the great missions of this commission is to identify and designate the historical districts of the city and the buildings that contribute to the historical character of those districts. Carnegie Hill obviously is one such district, and 1143 is such a building. And it is so for three salient reasons, all of which, three salient characteristics, all of which would be destroyed by the proposed change in doubling of the height and size of the building. The issue obviously is appropriateness, which as applied to a contributing building means whether the characteristics by which it does contribute are significantly diminished by the proposed change. In this case, they wouldn't be merely diminished, they would be obliterated. That's a basic point, which I respectfully submit should be dispositive. And it's true, the point is true. In the first place, it's a carpenter building. We've been hearing about that all morning. And if one were to take a painting in the style of, say, Mark Rothko and staple it to the top of a genuine Rothko, one would destroy the painting. The same is really true of an architectural design like this. By doubling the size of the building, you don't have the integrity of the design. You debase it. In the second place, the building, as has been mentioned, is lower than the surrounding buildings. And that is of significance for all the reasons that have been said, and obviously would be eliminated by the proposed change. And in the third place, it's significant historically precisely because it's 75 feet. We've heard a bit about the history, presented obviously from the applicant's point of view, but the fact is that there was a great battle in 1921 between the residents and the developers, and the residents did get a change in the law. They went to the Board of Estimate, got the restriction to 75 feet. That caught this building.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stan Hockhauser, followed by Emily Price and Barbara Julius.
Good morning or afternoon, as it may be. Thank you. My name is Stanley Hockhauser. I'm a resident of 1140 Fifth Avenue. I've been there for approximately 32 years, and I'm a friend of Mr. Carpenter, J.E.R. Carpenter. I think that a lot has been mentioned about Mr. Carpenter, and I won't reiterate it because I'm sure you may be tired of hearing it. But the most important thing to me is Fifth Avenue in Carnegie Hill, in a historical, diverse district in height, style, and use, with a mix of low and high-rise buildings built as mansions, townhouses, apartment buildings, museums, and churches. Over 1/3 of the buildings are 7 stories and under. This defines its character and should be preserved. The large addition overwhelms the original significant building and changes its historical style and appearance. If this is approved, I worry that other low-rise historic buildings on Fifth Avenue and throughout the district could also be altered with large visible additions, which would diminish the district's historic character. This is an unusually large addition to a significant contributing building, and we believe the application should be and will be rejected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Emily Price? Is Emily Price here?
Hi, my name is Emily Price. I live at 15 East 91st Street, so I'm not directly impacted by this proposal. I'm affiliated with the Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter, and I feel very strongly about it. I would like to thank the Commission for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm an interior designer with a strong background in architectural history, and I have long admired the elegant design of this historic J.E.R. Carpenter building. Like many of the other historic buildings in Carnegie Hill, 1143 Fifth Avenue was thoughtfully designed, with a very well-conceived beginning and an end. Whether or not the proposed addition is considered by some to be quote-unquote tasteful is irrelevant. By nearly doubling the height and altering the proportions, this proposal would significantly change the historical character of a very important building. Adding 6 stories to its facade would be like adding 6 additional acts onto the end of Romeo and Juliet. I respectfully urge you to protect the integrity of this historically significant building by denying the application. Thank you.
Barbara Julius, followed by Eric Friedberg and Amy Muldery.
First, let me thank the Landmarks Preservation Commission for this opportunity to present my concerns about and opposition
to the proposed addition to 1143 Fifth Avenue. My name is Barbara Julius. I'm affiliated with the Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter. I've lived in Carnegie Hill for 28 years, and for the last 17 of those years, I've owned an apartment at 1148 Fifth Avenue. My love for the historic beauty and charm of the area goes back even further to the 1970s, when I would come each day to teach in Carnegie Hill while a graduate student at Columbia University. At a time when so much of the landscape of New York City is changing so rapidly, it becomes even more important that we maintain the integrity of historic districts like Carnegie Hill. 1143 Fifth Avenue, as you've heard, is a significant, small-scale J.E.R. Carpenter building in the Carnegie Hill Historic District. It is a rare example of a building constructed by a major Fifth Avenue architect during a period of height-restrictive zoning, and it has remained, fortunately, rather unchanged in its exterior since its construction in 1922. If you stand at the bus stop across the street from 1143 Fifth Avenue, and you can do this 365 days of the year and see this, you can appreciate the charming scale of the building as it is set off from its neighboring buildings, 1140 Fifth to the south and 1148 Fifth to the north. Occupying a rather narrow lot, the building has a sense of proportion and reads similar to a townhouse. Its scale enables you to appreciate the sister buildings that Carpenter designed at 1148 and 1150 Fifth Avenue, with details like the 9 windows each of those buildings has facing on their Fifth Avenue facade. And it lets you appreciate the upper story cornice of the 1148 Fifth Avenue building Carpenter built, where the cornice wraps around and across to the southern side of the building. At a recent community board meeting where the architects presented their plans for the addition to 1143 Fifth, I was surprised to hear the rationalization that the change being proposed was to create a building that, in essence, would be the building Carpenter would have built if he could have. My point here is that preservation in a historic district is about preserving the past, not reimagining it. Adding 6 stories to the existing structure overwhelms the scale of the building and basically destroys its historic integrity. The new owner of 1143 Fifth can certainly restore and update his 1922 building without sacrificing an historic landmark to accommodate a massive, inappropriate addition. I ask the Landmarks Commission to reject the proposal and help to preserve the lovely house at 1143 Fifth that Carpenter did in fact build. Thank you very much.
Eric Friedberg.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Eric Friedberg. I live at 1148 Fifth Avenue. As I sat through the community board hearings and heard the community board on behalf of the Landmark neighborhood appropriately voice concerns and in many cases reject applications where minor changes to window lines and small architectural details departed from the character of the Landmark building at issue, I began to wonder about this application. Here, applicant is purporting to build what is essentially an entirely new building of 6 stories on top of a contributing Landmark building. This is so far beyond many of the minor applications that I've seen denied in my short experience and exposure to this process. We live in a lovely Landmark neighborhood where the up and down nature of the roofline is a key part of its beauty. I would respectfully submit that this is the very kind of case for which we have a Landmark Preservation Committee to help preserve the Landmark community in the face of a massive addition that will not add to, but will significantly detract from the character of our charming neighborhood. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Amy Mulderry, followed by Jim Milne and Pat Hines.
Hello, my name is Amy Mulderry Ryan, and I am a recent resident of 1148 Fifth Avenue. Moving to this neighborhood is an absolute dream come true for me as a girl from Albany, who's New York City is my favorite city, and Carnegie Hill is my favorite neighborhood. 1143 Fifth Avenue is a small, elegant apartment house that was used as a residence until a year or 2 ago. And I don't understand why it can't be renovated into apartments as the small and elegant apartment house that it was meant to be. Many people who live in old buildings, for example, still have exterior fire escapes. They are a historic feature of New York buildings. This proposal tries to make this building into something that it is not. It is the juxtaposition of the grand and the small that is a defining characteristic of this neighborhood, in my opinion, and I believe should be preserved. The considerable resources of the developer and his team, I think, should be able to preserve the character of this building while still turning it into lovely and very livable and safe homes. 1143 should be preserved as a small neo-federal style apartment building it was designed to be, and not doubled in size with a 6-story addition teetering on its head. Thank you.
Pat Hines, Jim Milne.
James Milne, 1140 Fifth Avenue, Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter. Thank you for allowing us to be heard this morning. Carnegie Hill retains its character and history through landmarks protection. The additions that I have seen that were approved by landmarks are generally very modest. They are generally 1 or 2 stories high and set back from the front of the building. There have been no additions that I know of that alter a building this much. This is a handsome, neo-federal style apartment building, nearly unchanged since it was built almost 100 years ago. It deserves the same protections that other buildings in Carnegie Hill have had. A streetscape is made up of its buildings. When significant buildings are sacrificed to create a fantasy streetscape, we won't have many original buildings left. Thank you.
Pat Hines.
Good morning. Still morning. I thank you for your patience and for the opportunity to speak to you. I am here on behalf of the Friends of J.E.R. Carpenter. I'm a resident of 1148 Fifth Avenue, and I speak in opposition to this proposed addition to 1143. 1143 Fifth Avenue is one of 9 out of 27 buildings that are 7 stories and under on Fifth Avenue in Carnegie Hill. Another one is 1160 Fifth Avenue, designed by Fred F. French. Back in 1998, there was a proposal to build an addition on that 6-story building, and it was not approved. Landmarks did a good job of protecting the district then, and I hope you will do the same today. I want to talk about another building on Fifth Avenue, number 815. That was an altered building that was not considered significant. Its replacement with a new taller building was approved 2 years ago. This was a shorter building in between 2 taller buildings, and that gap is now going to be filled. 1143 is entirely different. It's different because it is a significant building in the Carnegie Hill Historic District. It does not deserve this kind of massive addition just so another gap can be filled. We hope that you will protect 1143 Fifth Avenue. It is a very significant part of the historical district, and to put this addition on is simply not appropriate, and it will destroy any significance of this J.R. Carpenter building. And this proposal should be rejected. I just want to say, as I'm listening to all of these wonderful presentations that have been made today, that I just have to say most respectfully that we are here, and the Landmarks Commission important function is to preserve history, not to rewrite it, or as a prior speaker said, reimagine it. We in the community want this building preserved. Thank you.
Megan Magyar, followed by Anita Nillert and Peter Bickford.
Good morning. Thank you so much for listening to all of us this morning, and also for all the work you do for our city. You have done so many good things over the years and developed things so beautifully and in a balanced way, so thank you. I am a new resident of 1148 Fifth Avenue. I've lived in New York my whole life, and I am opposed to the proposed vertical and horizontal expansion of 1143 Fifth Avenue.
I've always been drawn to the Carnegie Hill Historic District because I love the small historic buildings nestled among the larger ones. And I think the peaks and valleys in the skyline are what give it so much character. And I hope that you will reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anita Nillert?
Hi, my name is Anita Nylert. I grew up in the neighborhood at 4 East 95th Street and went to school nearby, K through 12. I currently reside in Stockholm, Sweden, but I'm here staying with family at 1148 Fifth Avenue. I'm a friend of J.E.R. Carpenter, and I'm very thankful for the opportunity to voice my opposition to the proposed doubling in size of this historically significant building. Its proportions seem perfect to me, and I feel it would be a disaster to have basically a sliver building put on top. I lived in the neighborhood when they tore down the historic 1895 Squadron A Armory on Madison Avenue between 94th and 95th, which was home to a police troop and 60 polo horses that I remember from when I was little. When it was too late to stop, with only one facade left to save, Hunter College High School was built there, unsuccessfully, I would say, echoing elements of the old armory and with no windows for the kids. This is what can happen when you try to alter or destroy historic buildings or build something new meant to blend in. I was there when the Sliver building went up at 14 East 96th Street. The community fought for 12 years to have the neighborhood designated a historic district so that this sort of thing could be stopped. We are grateful to the Landmarks Commission for the designation. I love the variety of buildings, short and tall, in Carnegie Hill, creating the quintessential New York skyline in all its diversity, as seen from the park. And I have to say that 1143 has a very cute water tower, which to me is very New York. And the Manhattan skyline is admired and noted all over the world. So please protect the historical integrity of this historic building and this wonderful historic district. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Bickford, followed by Kelly Carroll and Alex Herrera.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name's Peter Bickford. I'm a resident of 1140 Fifth Avenue. I've been a resident of the Carnegie Hill District for 35 years, and I recall with great pleasure when the French consulate purchased this building and lovingly restored it to its current state. I think a great deal has been said about the proposal. I would just add that I believe the canopy, the glass and bronze canopy, is also inappropriate for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the design harmonious but extremely large. Does everything need to be built to bulk? While this building is an anomaly in Carpenter's portfolio, it was purpose-built as a modest upscale apartment building, which is a contributing building in this historic district. This is a major vertical extension to an existing building, and HDC feels that this is an enormous ask in terms of appropriateness, especially considering how controversial 1- and 2-story rooftop additions in certain areas remain. Thank you.
Alex Herrera?
Good morning. Alex Herrera from the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The Conservancy is opposed to this project, I think for many of the reasons that we've heard that, and that I agree with. Carnegie Hill Historic District is composed of a variety of buildings, as are many historic districts, reflecting wave after wave of development. You know, there are the smaller brownstones, and then the 6- and 7-story apartment buildings, and then finally the 12 to 14-story apartment buildings. I think any attempt to try to unify or homogenize the blocks is a mistake. It's anti-historical. And I think this particular building by J.E.R. Carpenter, as has been said many times, is well detailed in the designation report. The designation report goes into every part of the building, the limestone base, the Flemish bond brick, the cornice surmounted by a parapet. And so there's no question that the building is a significant building. And the question is, can a significant building be altered like this, really beyond recognition, especially since it's perfectly intact. It's perfectly intact. There are no alterations that exist today. So, the Conservancy believes that the proposed addition is inappropriate in terms of its scale and massing and placement. And so we would urge the Commission to deny the application, and furthermore, we would urge the Commission to deny similar applications in other historic districts all over the city that were designated with a mix of buildings from the late 19th and early 20th century. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Smeal? Is he here? Okay. Barbara Coffed, followed by Michelle Birnbaum.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Coffey. I've lived in Carnegie Hill for over 40 years, around the corner from 1143, and I've been a member of Carnegie Hill Neighbors for most of that time. The organization Carnegie Hill Neighbors worked for 13 years under the leadership of Elizabeth Ashby to achieve the Carnegie Hill Historic District. At the time, we were overjoyed to have this achievement, but we also recognized that it wasn't going to keep everything perfect, that there would be additions, small additions, modest additions to the contributing significant buildings, and that some insignificant or non-contributing buildings might be changed considerably, maybe for the better. In this case, 1143 is something far more than a small addition. It is a change, and that we are totally opposed to. What is the point of having a historic designation if such a change is allowed? Why do we fight for historic districts if landmarks designation can be ignored? Thank you, and please oppose this.
Thank you. Michelle Birnbaum.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you for letting me testify today. Michelle Birnbaum, Historic Park Avenue. It was with great sadness that I learned of the proposal to build a 6-story addition onto the existing 7-story J.E. Carpenter building at 1143 Fifth Avenue. It was designated a contributing building in the Carnegie Hill Historic Extension and remains essentially the same as it was when it was built in 1922-23, except for the early 1990s addition of a minimally visible 8th-floor penthouse. It is a lovely, well-proportioned luxury residential building in the tradition of the architect and the historic district in which it sits. The developers have tried to make the case that the architect meant for this to be larger. The building is not J.E. Carpenter's best building, that in fact it would be good for the building, the district, and everybody in the world if this upward extension were permitted, but in reality, they would be the only ones who benefit. When we designate a historic district, everyone breathes a little easier because we assume that our architectural history will be protected and preserved. But it has become all too common for developers to look for the wonderful historic buildings in these districts, try to enlarge them, seek approval from community boards and the commission, trying to make the case that the plan is sensitive, in keeping with the history and architecture of the existing building and district. Then, if they are successful and they can build, they make the prime focus of their sales campaign the fact that the building is in a historic district. I'm concerned that being in an historic district does not always offer the protection it should. Drastic changes can be made, but the developer has to ask instead of proceeding as of right. Compromise is not always possible. We all know that oversight is not the same as preservation, and I think it's fine to just say no. There are many smaller buildings in our historic districts, and the districts were designated because the compilation of the high and low buildings made it worthy of being designated historic. If we chisel away at the districts building by building and eliminate the high-low charm of the neighborhoods, what have we accomplished and what have we preserved? Over a third of the buildings along Fifth Avenue in this district are 7 stories or under, with only 2 contiguous blocks of 12 to 15-story apartment buildings. An important and charming element of the neighborhood and the avenue is the varied skyscape. To build on top of 1143 Fifth Avenue is a real violation of the building, the architect, the neighborhood, the community, and all historic districts. Thank you very much.
Stephen Morgan, followed by Brady Allen.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Stephen Morgan. I'm an architect practicing and living in Carnegie Hills for over 36 years. I'm the president of 16 East 96th Street. When clients come to architects, we go by the guidelines, by the Landmark Commission design considerations for rooftop additions. They are, 1, does the addition preserve a sense of the original volume of the building? I think in this case it does not. 2, does the scale of the addition overwhelm the building? Again, in this case, I think it does not. 3, it does violate the scale, pardon me. 3, how visible is the addition from the public thoroughfare? In this case, obviously, it's a visible addition. 4, does it meet the zoning code? Obviously, it meets the zoning code, but that's the heart of the matter. This argument for the wall on Fifth Avenue, what is that gap in that wall presented by 1143 is also daylight and skylight. I've lived there for many years. We cherish that sunlight coming through these very low buildings in Carnegie Hill. It has made living in Carnegie Hill with low-rise, high-rise, and mixes a wonderful, sublime neighborhood. I thank Carnegie Hill neighbors for helping to have landmarks designate the neighborhood, which is, in my opinion, the most sublime neighborhood in New York. And I can assure you, no one visits Carnegie Hill to see the 2 or 3 high-rise buildings that preceded landmarks designation. So I just urge you all to deny this application and do your role in upholding the guidelines to make architects friendly to landmark designation as part of your mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Brady Allen, followed by Stephen Galina.
Hello, my name is Brady Allen. I am presenting this statement on behalf of the Guggenheim Museum on the proposed expansion of 1143 Fifth Avenue, which is our neighbor in the Carnegie Hill Historic District. Lee Saltzman design, elegant in both style and scale, solves a discordant aesthetic that was the result of a Board of Estimate vote in 1923. Fifth Avenue contains various architectural styles, as the designation report highlights, and this proposed expansion is respectful of those diverse streetscape. The Guggenheim supports our neighbor's application. We consider it appropriate to the character of our historic district. We recognize that the Commission has approved sensitive, thoughtful additions to landmark buildings, and we see this as such an addition. We endorse this appropriate addition to the block between 95th and 96th Streets. Lee Saltzman's design is respectful of existing street wall and streetscape, and therefore is supported by the museum. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Galera. Sorry.
Hello, my name is Stephen Galera. I represent the owner of 1143, but I'm here to read into the record a letter received from Robert King, who resides at 1152 Fifth Avenue. Dear Commissioners, my name is Robert King. I reside at 1152 Fifth Avenue. I want to record my support for the proposed project at 1143. I would most like to express to the preservation community that they should join and collaborate in this modest development. It is a small project in the scheme of New York development, yet it can have a very large positive impact, transforming a whole block on Fifth Avenue, improving the view from the park, and providing safe, elegant residences where there haven't been for many years. It is a fact I often tell my daughter to avoid that stretch while walking home at night. In the day,
please continue.
In the day, it simply is a blight. We need our neighborhood to thrive, and thoughtful projects such as this ensures we will have a vibrant neighborhood for generations to come. With respect, Robert King.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Any more speakers? Yeah. All right, thank you. If there are no more speakers, just to note that we received Community Board 8's resolution, which recommends disapproval of this application based on the fact that the building's not designed for vertical addition and the proposal is not contextually appropriate for the district. We also received a letter from various public elected officials, including Manhattan Borough President Brewer, Councilmember Garodnick, Congressman Maloney, State Senator Serrano, and State Senator Kruger. And their letter points out that they're concerned that allowing a modification of this scale to a contributing building would could set a terrible precedent that might be applied to similar contributing buildings in historic districts all over the city. We've also received about 46 emails in opposition, as well as a petition that's been signed by about 500 signatories that was submitted to us today. All right, with the development team want to respond? Yes, thank you. And then if there are questions.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm going to be brief because we'd like to have as much time as possible for questions. I just want to address 2 points. One is the notion of the sort of sense of place and the character of Fifth Avenue, and then second is just appropriateness. The conclusion to the expanded Carnegie Hill Historic District designation report reads, the architectural fabric of the expanded Carnegie Hill Historic District creates a distinct sense of place. Its western boundary, reinforced by the edge of Central Park, retains several notable early 20th century mansions, but otherwise is dominated by tall apartment buildings, primarily dating from the 1920s. There's been a lot of discussion about the variety that exists on Fifth Avenue. I'd say that the greatest variety exists on the side streets throughout the district, and the dominant, as noted in the designation report, the dominant character of Fifth Avenue are these tall apartment buildings that are referenced throughout the designation report. We're not talking about a row house, we're talking about a small apartment building. And I don't think that the proposal here would represent a precedent for additions on row houses. This is a small apartment building of a different type, building type than the row houses. And then secondly, just regarding appropriateness, the discussions of the community board were actually quite interesting, particularly, well, at the committee and at the full board. The vote at the full board was 29 to 14, so a third of the board actually supported this application. I think it's worth the commissioners knowing that. But there's a lot of discussion about appropriateness and sort of what that word allows and the flexibility that comes with it. And I think, as you all know, each application comes to you and you consider it on a case-by-case basis. And so whether this is a precedent for something in the future, I think you recognize you deal with this many times a month. Each application is considered on its own, and the appropriateness of change is something that you all can debate and discuss and consider individually application by application. Thank you.
And thank you. Are there questions for the applicant? Any questions? Yes, Diana?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the penthouse appears to be quite visible. Is that correct? Is it just the rendering or?
The existing penthouse?
The planned. The most upper floor of the.
It's visible, yes.
Thank you.
It's intended as a termination point.
Thank you, yeah.
All right, I just have one question which has to do with, I think, the arguments that you put forward before on appropriateness, and maybe it's just me trying to get my head around this. I think that what I'm finding sort of inconsistent or, I don't know, divergent in terms of the philosophy is whether this period in history is significant or not. And, you know, before we get to the building itself, but is the period, this 2-year period, and important and relevant to the history of Carnegie Hill? Mm-hmm. If that's the case, then how does this respond, or the response, meaning the proposal, speak to that issue? And, you know, in some ways it seems that the argument has been that it is significant and it means something, and therefore we're building on it. It's almost as if it wasn't significant, then I think the change wouldn't be, you know, one would look at it very differently. But, so I'm not sure how to reconcile those the two, the proposal versus this, the narrative of history vis-à-vis zoning and apartment buildings and prototypes.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to respond to that. I think it's important. I think the historical narrative and the historic timeline is all important. But I think looking and returning back to the district itself is, I think, what is most significant to us. And what I mean by that is if you look at the development history, and we've really focused this discussion on Carnegie Hill, and I've tried to make the point that the development, particularly on Fifth Avenue in Carnegie Hill, is very different than the development south of 86th Street in the Upper East Side Historic District, because that district developed with multiple eras of buildings. There were row houses that then were replaced by larger buildings. That didn't really happen in Carnegie Hill. Primarily, it was developed with large-scale apartment buildings on the avenue. So I think if you look at the timeline in the district, perhaps for the first 30 years of the century, the 20th century, what you have is this split between the row house, the single remaining row house, and the mansions on one hand, and the tall apartment buildings on the other. There was apartment building development before the zoning restriction, and then there was tremendous apartment building development after. And that is really the character of this part of the historic district. It is not a low-scale street wall or a low-scale block frontage. It's actually quite a tall frontage with apartment buildings. And I think that was set up earliest in 1917 by the first apartment building, contrasted with the mansions. And so the contrast that you get along the street wall is really set up by that dichotomy between the mansions and that group of people who sort of fought against taller buildings, and then the taller buildings. So I'm not sure how direct an answer I'm providing you, but I think that 2-year period is important because it's part of the narrative. But I think in terms of the way this district evolved and the way it appears today, that is not actually a significant piece of the history of the district. It really is the pressures, the social pressures, the economic pressures that brought about the large-scale apartment building development pre-war and then in the 1920s, and that's what we know of the district today.
Okay, and I just have a follow-up to that. I think, yes, go ahead, Judith.
Sorry. I just wanted to say that the intent is to show that history continues. And we're not trying to wipe out that momentary time. It's certainly not a significant moment in our view, but to acknowledge that and to let it continue to read, and that's part of the design. And I certainly, as a preservation architect, have worked on many buildings that have been significantly large, like the Lambs Club, which was a McKim-Eaton-White building, it doubled in size. And when we did the restoration addition, we respected both the original and the enlargement. There is a history of this scale of enlargement within the city, within certain moments, and I think the question is if it is appropriate here. But I don't want the suggestion that history is being wiped out, and I hope that's not the case.
Right. My follow-up question is then, the commission has, historically, we go back to our commission reports and we look towards the descriptions of the individual buildings, and I think the other issue that sort of compounds this obviously complex project before us is that the historic district designation report also speaks to the issue of that this building is contributing. And the commission's approach to that, I think, recognizes that if it's contributing, it retains its prominence. So even in situations where you have contributing buildings and you have additions to them, I think there's where we have come out and supported a project is that it doesn't take away from the prominence of the contributing building. And I think that this enlargement, I don't know how it doesn't do that. It does take away from it. And, leaving aside some more details, which is this building was designed in a complete form and it has a certain sort of rhythm to it and what does it mean to enlarge it. But I think there's a more fundamental question of just the amount of enlargement that is appropriate for a contributing building. And I think you can make some argument that from its development history that it could take on some more bulk, but I think the amount is very concerning to me. So I think if this building was not contributing, the proposal and its shape and massing would be fine. I think, for me, that it would be totally appropriate. But I think that this layer, or in fact, a very important part of how we look at these historic districts in terms of buildings that contribute and add and support the overall character of the district. I think in this particular case, we have this building and its proposal just consumes. I think many words have been used here. So a different enlargement approach may have been more supportable. I don't know whether you want to respond to that or say, yeah. Sorry, you want to add to that? Yes.
Well, actually, I'd like to add firstly to your first question and the response around the question of whether or not the zoning history is in fact significant. And the response to that was that while it's a narrative that occurred, the real sort of debate here or conflict here was marked by the single house family residences and what would become the taller, the bigger apartment houses. And I think that what's especially interesting about this building is that, in a sense, because it is not a single family residence and it's not what would become the bigger buildings, it embodies that zoning moment, because it comes up to the 75. In other words, it builds out to the envelope, so it becomes the register for this moment in the zoning history, which is a complicated one, I think, because as you note in your own report, you say that the restriction in height came about, quote, because of the fearing of the proliferation of big tenements that would negatively impact the residential character of Fifth Avenue, which is probably a moment of a bit of the elitist kind of sensibility that contributed to sustaining what Fifth Avenue was. So that's interesting too, because we in preservation we hope to preserve a moment in time, but also a moment in time, in other words, not here just the zoning history, the 75-foot limit, but the motivations behind that zoning history, which in this case may have been restrictive, prejudice, lots of other things. And I think that that's an important and significant thing to maintain. And so to the extent to which this building does that, I think contributes further, even beyond its formal quality.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Are there any questions for the? Okay. So why don't we? Do you want to respond to anything that? Okay. All right. So why don't we then close the hearing?
So moved.
Okay, and move to discussion. I just wanted to say, I think what I've already said before about the two issues that I feel I'm grappling with is one is about the relevance of, what does it mean to have this as a part of the narrative, which is the 75-foot limit, and whether there's an argument that is persuasive that the site should have been a 12-story building, but for this restriction. And I think my concern with that kind of argument, even though I recognize that they've said that they don't want to whitewash that period or that time, is that I think that these aspects, and again, both physically, zoning-wise, culturally, which I think is, socio-culturally what it means, has some significance and should be recognized. So for me, then I think the proposal and the enlargement takes away from giving, as I said before, the prominence to its historical significance, leaving aside the architecture itself, but its shape and form and massing. And I think that the issues about J.R. Carpenter, and yes, he's obviously a very prolific architect and has done a significant amount of work, but I think the arguments about his architecture is sometimes the kind of arguments that we apply more so to individual designations. So I think that, for me, is a secondary issue. I do think that, changes that they're making at the back and is fine. But I think that having a 6-story expansion is just not appropriate. Yes.
With all due respect to the chair, I'm not really grappling with anything here. I think one of the speakers said, this is the mother of all rooftop additions. And I'd like to adopt that as my own. And I say that because, as you noted, this is not a no-style building. This is a contributing building. Indeed, in a big way, it's a contributing building that was designed by an architect who created, as even the applicant states, created the sense of place that is this district. So if they had proposed to us a 2-story addition that was visible from Fifth Avenue at the top, we would have been evaluating what the sight lines are that enable us to, do we see this thing at all? All right, that would be, because it is a contributing building, that's the analysis we would have been doing. And here, we're, to quote once again, the applicant, it is, well, they claim to the contrary, it is indeed jarring, and it does indeed catch our sight from, our line of sight from everywhere. It is overwhelming, and it is, to me, the mother of all rooftop additions. I don't know how we reject others of much smaller and more modest scale when we say, for a contributing building by an architect who contributed to the sense, the very sense of place of this neighborhood, we're going to say, that's okay. You can put 6 stories on top of that. I can't see it. I'm not grappling.
Okay. Yes, Kim?
I agree with my fellow commissioner that it is a contributing building, and so the enlargement is overwhelming, but I kind of disagree with this whole idea that a 1.5, 2-year period is somehow an era and something that was ruled to be a mistake by the government in the first place is somehow historically that significant that we have to hold on to that fabric. If this were not, a contributing building otherwise, I wouldn't have a problem with them enlarging it, because I do not believe that's a legitimate historic period. Just to say that they limited you to this height at this particular time and it got overturned 2 years later, that's not an historic era. That's just a mistake. And so why should we perpetuate it? But otherwise, no, I think the enlargement is way oversized for a contributing building.
Okay. Yes, Diana?
Yeah, I was going to say, leaving aside the reason for it, we've ended up with a building which is fairly unique in the architect's, store of designs that he created. And so it is a special building, not only, and its character is really being lost by this very large addition. Is really my problem with it, because it's representing something kind of special in the district perhaps by the fact that it was a historical accident that he ended up having to build a small building, but he created something that was proportionate to what his intent was. And if this addition, while very nice and appropriate if it were a new building, so to speak, doesn't, for me, is really destroying the character of the original building.
Yes, Fred.
I want to, as I always do, reject the idea that this is a precedent. It doesn't rest on a precedent, nor does it set a precedent, in my judgment. I know others think differently about that, but that's the way I approach each and every application. From a streetscape point of view, I think if this were an empty site, there's no question that the massing would be allowable, and that's what you'd build, and we would have a new design that would sort of reflect the context around it, and there wouldn't be much of an argument. but that's not what we have. I also have no doubt, as an architect myself, that, and this is a dangerous slippery slope, I could easily get into the head of J.E.R. Carpenter and say, well, of course I would build, if I could, a 15-story building. He did all over the place. He did on 88th Street, a building that was torn down, a very tall, thin building. But I don't think he would have built the building that's being proposed. I think he would have built the building that actually he built. He would have just literally stretched it. But, you know, this is not what I'm here sitting around this table to do. This is not my right to even think this way. We have a building that he did build. It's a contributing building in the district. And I think without altering it toward the top of it and continuing it up, which I think could be an appropriate building, that's an inappropriate act on a contributing building. So, and I also want to say, I don't view this as a rooftop addition. I'm sorry, this is not a rooftop addition. It's a new building. And I don't have any particular problem with necessarily a new building, but I just don't think this is the right building, and I don't think we can alter this building that does exist enough to allow the thing to continue up. So I must say this is a hard one for me, because in many ways I think the applicant presented a very persuasive and intellectually grounded case. So it was not easy for me to come up with my reasoning, but in the end I finally did. The testimony was long enough. I wasn't swayed only by the testimony. I just had time to study it and think about it enough to get me to where I am.
Other comments? Yes, Michael.
I generally agree with the comments that have been made. I think I'm with Kim on her view of the periodicity of a zoning declaration that was rescinded. So I don't, and I think that what goes with that consideration is the sacrosanctness of the 75-foot height per se. So I don't feel that the zoning resolution change per se made a significant thing that should be memorialized in some very sacred way. However, I think that the fact that the building is contributing is significant. Now, we have approved visible additions to contributing buildings in districts. So the question is, why is this one different than those? And I guess I come to the same place that the consensus seems to be at through a slightly different way, which is to look at it from that point of view. It's like, why is this not okay when other ones are okay? I think the clearly six-story elephant in the room is the proportions of it. Mm-hmm. I think that when we do additions to, or when we have approved additions to contributing buildings, they've left the sense of integrity of the original building intact, either by having a smaller addition that's legible as such, or by having a larger addition that kind of renders the proportionality of the original in some logical, architecturally whole way. And that usually has not been in the Upper East Side districts. That's usually been downtown. And I think that this fails on both counts. You know, what you're left with at the end of the day is a building that struggles to preserve the remnant or the original building in such a way that it both harms the original building and harms the overall building, because the proportionality of the overall building is peculiar relative to the work of Carpenter, relative to the district. So I think that for me, an addition could be appropriate to this building, but not of this size, and its relationship to the original should be one that is supportive of it and deferent to it. And I think that that's virtually impossible with an addition that's virtually the same size as the original.
Okay. Any other comments? Yes, Michael.
Just a minor. I first of all agree with Fred completely. I don't consider anything that comes before this commission as being a precedent-setting issue. I think we look at each one individually, and I'm struggling a little bit with diminishing that moment in history, because I think those anomalous moments in history are some of the things that define the parameters of our timeline. So I'm not really sanguine that I'm agreeing with that one. Carpenter aside, that we have, for me, what we have is the character of this district that was recognized at the moment of designation. And if you agree with that character has this sort of the missing teeth, and it has that articulated streetscape, which is what we're left with. And if we in any way homogenize that in a way that diminishes this character-defining building, it's just not good preservation practice. And so I could not approve this.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, all right. So I think clearly all the commissioners have said that this scale of addition is not appropriate and cannot be supported. I think that if I had to sort of call out some of what the commissioners said, there may be room for a much smaller enlargement. If you want to look at that, you can come back to us with it. I think we've talked about the fact that it's a much more traditional approach to a proposal, which is where you retain, as Commissioner Goldblum said, about the sort of keeping the contributing fabric more intact, and any kind of addition or change sort of respects that. But I think at this point, I don't think the commissions can take any action on this. Okay.
Commissioners, the next item, item number 6 on the agenda, is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 173036, 27A Harrison Street, an individual landmark. This is a federal-style townhouse built in 1829. The application is to legalize the installation of a garden fence without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
In 1976, 27A Harrison Street, along with the other townhouses, were sold to private owners. The terms of the sale of the townhouses required that the buildings be restored and changes be approved by the commission. Various regulatory documents associated with the sale of the row houses refer to specifications for the maintenance of the exterior of these buildings. This application is to legalize work performed at the rear courtyard without LPC permits. And just to orient you guys, you enter Harrison Street here. This is some of the houses. And then you go down this into the rear courtyard here. So we're talking about this area behind 27 Harrison Street. And the application is to legalize the installation of a concrete curb and a planting bed that was installed within the bluestone pavers, metal fence and the applicant installed it around the periphery, delineating their property. Historic photos show that the rear of Harrison Street was pretty empty. They did have some brick planters existing at that time, but otherwise it was completely open. And the commissioners should note that the adjacent row house in this back courtyard installed some large planters that are also in violation. So the architect Charles Wolf of Dean Wolf Architects is here to discuss the proposal.
Okay, good afternoon, and I think what I would like to do is I'll back up here for a moment. The important thing, I think, is when you look at these photographs of, I think I'm on a slide here, that these photos were taken right after the houses were relocated so that they become a kind of historic point in time which documents the way that the public space that is associated with the rear yards of these houses. In the ensuing 40 years, there's been a number of idiosyncratic developments and enhancements, insertion of elements, a definition of boundaries. The occupants of these houses have, I think, had a kind of a quasi-public-private sort of ambition to claim their private space, yet at the same time maintain the kind of openness of the collective space. And I think that the landscape is completely absent in these photographs because it's a freshly completed construction site. So at this point, 40 years later, you can see that the trees and things that have been planted at that original sort of development of this property have now matured into quite large, significant sort of landscape moments, and that there's a kind of I think, humanization of the space that has taken place in the 40 years that have happened from the point when it was first established as a kind of public space. The project that defines this rear yard is operating from the premise that it would be desirable to define the boundary of one's private property, but at the same time allow that private space to contribute to the larger overall public space. And so the way that this was proposed was to use a very delicate open mesh fencing system that effectively becomes a trellis for the growth of plants, contributing to the kind of greenness and landscape character of the rear yard. So I think when you look at these photos, the boundary of this private space is very transparent. It has a kind of minimal presence, and perhaps the only thing that has a kind of solidity or a kind of maybe opacity to it is the actual gate feature. And the gate is, in fact, not a locked gate. It's like a gate that can easily swing inward or outward, and there's no security, there's no attempt to in any way restrict people from entering that private sort of yard zone. So I think that the, I guess the character and spirit of how this installation took place was to effectively offer the owner of the townhouse some definition of their sort of private space, and at the same time allow for the larger public space to enjoy and appreciate both the landscape, the visual access, and literally the physical access of the rear yard. And I think that the character of the construction is, it doesn't in any way alter any of the sort of physical features of the existing houses and or the landscape. So it's a very kind of delicate installation, very small elements that attach to the ground, and a kind of highly transparent sort of device for allowing for things to grow. I think that the discussion that we have had with the Landmark Preservation Commission is possibly could it have been done differently. And I think there's always multiple ways of accomplishing almost anything. I think that the proposal of how it might have been done differently would have been to use impermanent architectural features. And I think the next door neighbor, you can see in these photos here, these sort of yellow wood elements are in fact large planter boxes, and those planter boxes have an incredibly massive presence. They're very kind of, they become barriers in essence. And I think that as soon as you take plants out of the ground and you start making containers for plants, then you suddenly have the very kind of real spatial reality of what it takes to support plant material. They become tubs or barrels or boxes, and then those things are no longer something that's visually minimalized, but they become quite significant in their presence. So I think that by allowing the plants to just grow in the earth, make a very delicate framework for the plants to grow on, and have a very kind of minimal intervention, allows for, I guess, the best of all worlds. End my story.
Okay, are there questions for, yes, just one, Mark?
Yeah, I'd just like to just say a few words, Commissioner. This is an awkward or unusual application, and I think that we have, as you can see from the staff comments, we have a very sort of unusual resolution of this. And the reason for this is this is a unique situation in the sense that this is not publicly accessible, the rear yards. And we took a little while for me to come to that conclusion, looking at the various easements that had been set up by the city when they moved these things. People in the neighboring buildings can come in the back, but basically this is not really, I think the public does go back there, but it's not legally a publicly accessible area. There are access routes that allow you to go adjacent to these buildings and up the stairs to the larger development that surrounds it, but not in the back here. The reason and so normally I would conclude that they could do pretty much what they want to back here in terms of defining their private rear yard, just like we would in a row house district allow someone to put up a fence or to put planters. The issue for us is that there's a fire egress easement that cuts through this area that, according to the easements, was supposed to be kept barrier-free. And I think from our perspective, it put us in the sort of awkward position of not wanting to approve something that the fire department might have an issue with. That said, the fire department, in fairness to the owners, has been largely absent and not sort of responsive to what they want or don't want in this area. So it's put us in this awkward position.
Can you show us on the plan where that is?
Sure, if you want to go back to the... I didn't want us to be in a situation of approving something that... Do you have it looking down?
Yeah, you do. You have
Yeah, it's the first slide.
Okay, so it basically goes from, let me get oriented here. It comes through this, and it goes like this.
Okay.
So this is a publicly accessible easement that allows people to walk here to access these houses, but also to get to here. But the fire easement comes through, there's a gate here, it comes through and around like this. But this is very, very built up since it was first created, and moved. So it's very unclear to us, and the fire department's not been forthcoming how to sort of approach this easement. So that is why the owners wanted to address the situation, wanted to come forward.
Is the easement with the fire department? Who regulates that easement?
It's just a easement that goes with this property that requires these areas to be accessible by the fire department.
But to what extent are these two passageways not public? I mean, in what sense are they not public?
Well, because, for example,
do they come along with the deed?
There's no legal right.
Access.
So that's, I think, a separate issue also as well.
Okay, so they created a public easement when they resited these and sold them. They created easements so that people in these buildings could have access from the street, from Harrison Street. You come down this area to get access to your building, right? But to get back here, you need to come in through here and back this way.
Which is private.
And that's why
Yeah.
the easement is clearly limited, in my view, to walking. And then you get, there's stairs here
Yeah.
to take you to the top of this development here.
Can we go back to the area in question?
And this is the rear yard, and this is the gate that theoretically allows a fire access through this way. And that's why there is an easement that says this area needs to be kept barrier-free, which is why
Can we see on the plan?
I don't think they have a plan. They don't have a site. Do you have a site plan?
Here. Well, they have something there. And where does the easement? Oh, right.
This shows the easement here,
That's what I was asking.
which shows the.
So can I ask a follow-up question?
Trucks.
No, fire,
Running with hoses?
It describes it as an easement, right, for
is,
shows a road, it shows.
Fire access.
It shows a path.
Truck is a whole other issue, yeah.
That's why it puts the commission in an
Where
awkward
is the
position of not,
easement,
I
you
didn't
know,
want us
and
to be in
here
a
is what I'm
situation
saying.
of approving something that may be violative of.
why would our approving it invalidate
I
their
know,
disproving?
that's-
Right.
No, it's
That's
more
what
like
I don't
we'd be-
understand
we'd
either.
be authorizing permanent obstructions in an area that the city.
No,
said-
we're not authorizing construction. We're saying that the construction that other agencies authorize meets LPC standards.
Right.
We don't authorize the construction of buildings or anything.
Right,
Right,
it's
it's
not our,
building
isn't it not our job to enforce the,
This
the
was-
not
Department
our
of
job.
Buildings regulations, Fire Department regulations?
It's a building
All we're saying is
I
that
know,
it's...
it is
it's-
a buildings department
If
issue.
Well, we
it's
usually-
acceptable otherwise, if the applicant can get it through all the other agencies, if they want to do something illegal, that's...
Well, that's not correct. We normally don't
Well,
approve
but our
things that
stand-
we know are not to code, for example.
Well,
But,
but that's
but-
not quite so. I mean, we rely on the applicant and the DOB and the relevant agencies to determine code. We don't, we've had people come here for things that are very different. One guy says you have to have a ladder to your penthouse. One guy says you don't. We don't go policing rooftop additions to townhouses and say you don't have access to your backyard, therefore we're not going to approve it. I think that we let other agencies do that.
Right, we ask
Right,
questions
and
about
isn't
it, but
this-
we don't stop them.
We
Right.
take them at their word that it does or
Well,
doesn't.
they are not, there is no word here from the applicant that
But-
this does or does not meet, because they have been unable to also get a response from the fire department. So that's why.
Okay, but isn't the fire department ultimately, this is their easement, and it's a
Correct.
matter of safety. They've been, there's been outreach to them, they haven't commented, but
Correct.
what are our standards? Isn't this still a
This would be
certificate of
perfectly
appro-
appropriate.
It's an
in that-
appropriateness?
That's right.
Okay.
So if we wanted to find it appropriate, there's nothing in our rules or our approach that prevent us from doing so, but I just wanted to explain why I had felt a little uncomfortable, just because I didn't want us to be in the situation of sort of saying, it's okay for you to put something permanent in this easement that the city
But I
created.
think, again, just, we can't override other regulations or anything that's tied to the land, right? So if there is some other regulation that says, well, you can't plant a tree here or something, whatever we do, they still have to comply with some other kind of regulation or code or requirement. So, since we don't have the authority to override it,
Right.
and our standards for looking at this are appropriateness, which doesn't talk about issues of, code compliance and all these other things, is, ultimately, let's say we support this in some form or manner, wouldn't they still have to, they would have to comply with the easement regardless?
Absolutely. If the fire department comes tomorrow and says you have to comply with it, they'd have to comply, and our approval wouldn't necessarily stand in the way of any compliance.
And we could craft our approval so it doesn't offend the fire department.
I'm sorry?
It's not possible. The property line actually incorporates this easement. It is not possible to have anything built and have passage through these property lines in these backyards. I don't understand how.
Well, I think the question for us is not, I think we're not here to enforce the easement.
I understand.
Right, so that's the issue. Now, the easement and its relevance now is something that, I don't know what the answer is to that, and...
Could we, in conjunction with an action here, have in our comments notation of the fact that this does not constitute our endorsement, A, and B, could we, as an agency, ask for FDNY to look into it, or DOB to look into it? I don't know if FDNY
we
has...
could we table this till we find some response from the fire department?
The applicants have tried to get
Well,
some
look,
sort of response.
you know, all you
yeah.
can, I mean,
Well, this is a legalization, so I'm just wondering whether we could get them to, meet with the fire department and respond back to us.
Right, or we could, if people feel, I guess we could take another step. If people feel like this is approvable, we could approve it, and then we could work with the applicants to sort of help them move on from the situation. And in the event that the fire department says it's no good, then they'll have to.
Well, then they can't do it, they'll have to remove it, right?
Okay.
Can we have a resolution that says we find it appropriate from a landmarks, perspective?
Yes.
But it's contingent upon
But we
something?
want to, draw attention to the fact that there is this, whatever
Yes.
you would recommend as language, so that at least it's acknowledged it was the, yeah, of course, to help the guys
Yes,
that can.
yes, that would be, I think, would work as well.
So we need the language from.
I think the language would simply be that a motion that this is not visible, it doesn't detract from the special architectural features of the building or the buildings, and that the approval is not intended to, it recognizes there's an easement for the fire department in the event that the fire department decides that this area must be kept free and clear of any permanent intrusions, that the owners would have to come back and apply for something that is compliant with the fire department code. Do I have a second? No.
Yeah, okay, let me just say, are there any speakers on this item? We should take public testimony. Is there any speakers? And anything from the community board? Okay, and we've got community board 1 that supports this project. So, so the commission comfortable with doing that? Yes. Okay, good. So we can.
So why don't you make a motion that incorporates what I just said, and then
Yes.
we'll just
Okay,
write
so,
it out.
Okay, so we'll close the hearing, and I make a motion to incorporate our council's resolution and take a vote on that. Okay, great. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Next item, Commissioners, is number 7, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 17-4904, 39 West 10th Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District, Block 574, Lot 64, a Greek Revival-style townhouse built in 1838 to 39. The application is to modify the entrance and areaway and excavate at the rear yard. This was read into the record on October 27th, 2015.
We
Good
ran very
afternoon,
late.
Commissioners. Abby Hurlbut, Preservation staff. The application is for modifications at 39 West 10th Street, which is a 3-story townhouse located in the middle of West 10th between 5th and 6th Avenues in the Greenwich Village Historic District. So there are 2 parts to this proposal. The first includes modifications to the basement entryway right here, namely installing classically inspired surrounds, and modifying the front areaway. So here's what our areaway looks like right now. And they're proposing to include replacing fencing, paving, and steps with adjustments relating to the entrance to the areaway. I think that's easiest to see here in plan. So here's our existing, and this is how you enter in the middle of the areaway, and then you come down and come in this way. So their proposal is to retain these steps, but to include steps here to go straight into your entryway at the basement level. So the second portion, and here are their examples. Within the district, they found lots of basement level entrances. Second portion includes excavation at the rear yard, which will not extend the rear lot line. This is our existing condition. And this is what they're proposing. They're proposing this excavation here. This is about 26.5 feet from the lot line. Last year, the commission approved an addition and excavation beneath it. So this will extend that excavation beneath the approved rear yard addition. So that is the proposal. I can go through more of this, but if you have additional questions, the architect is here to answer them. That's pretty much it.
Are there questions? Yes, Diana?
Just what's the difference in feet or whatever between the previously approved excavation and the current one?
That's a good question.
6 feet. Thank you.
down and 6 feet back.
Okay. Any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval of the modifications to the entryway and area fence. And the approval is, but they recommend denial of the cellar excavation unless a suitable angle of repose remains to ensure that the integrity of adjoining historic properties is not compromised.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so that's really about the adjacent properties. All right. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right. Comments? I think just in terms of the excavation, I mean, in my opinion, the front piece in the areaway seems very straightforward and in keeping with the character. In terms of the excavation, I think this amount of excavation we have approved many times, and in fact, it sets back significantly from the rear lot line. And I think any support and approval would include the conditions that we do related to the buildings department.
Due diligence that the professional engineer, and that's included, and that's, I think, what the board is looking for.
Okay. Are there any concerns? Okay, we can go to decision. Diana, do you want to read that?
In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, 39 West 10th Street, Greenwich Village Historic District. Application is to modify the front entrance and areaway and excavate at the rear yard. I recommend approval, finding that none of the work will result in the loss of or damage to any significant architectural features of the building or site, or preclude the restoration of the parlor floor entrance and stoop in the future. That the design of the entrance surround and infill will be consistent with a common early 20th century alteration to row houses of this age and style when a stoop was removed, including replicating typical parlor floor entrance surrounds and infill, oftentimes with a more simplified design. That the surround and wood infill will be well scaled to the entrance and feature materials and finishes in keeping with the historic material and finish palette of the facade, and profiles and details consistent with the design of the building. That the organization of the areaway with a new stair, aligning in width and placement with the entrance, will help support the prominence of the entrance in keeping with the historical hierarchy of the facade. That the existing areaway fencing, which matches the historic areaway fencing design and may include portions of the original fence, will be retained in the locations which historically had fencing, with a new section of fencing matching the historic design. That the proposed trash enclosure, which will be simply designed, well scaled to the areaway, typical in placement, finished in color, which will help it blend with its context, and partially screened by the areaway fence, helping it to remain a discrete presence. That the existing small bluestone pavers were likely cut down from the original pavers or replacement units, therefore the replacement with a rectilinear pattern of pavers of equivalent size, reusing the existing pavers where feasible, and new bluestone steps will not eliminate any significant paving material or pattern. That the excavation beneath the rear yard will not affect the grade level of the yard, therefore the work will not affect the relationship of the rear yard to the house or surrounding yards. That the excavation will not extend to the rear lot line and will provide an area for significant plantings in the rear yard. The excavation and related underpinning will be done in compliance with Department of Buildings regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer or registered architect to protect the building's facades and the adjacent buildings, and that none of the proposed work will overwhelm the building or detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building site or historic district.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, the next item is item number 8, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 175090. It's 398 West Broadway, located within the Soho Cast Iron Historic District extension. This is a dwelling built in circa 1829 with later alterations. The application is to install awnings and metalwork.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sandy Chung, Preservation staff. 398 West Broadway is located mid-block between Drew and Spring Streets in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District extension. The existing storefront and the painting of the facade was actually brought at a previous, was heard and approved at a previous public hearing, and the applicant has returned for additional work. The proposed work includes the installation of awning at the windows, at the floor windows, an awning at the storefront, and the installation of metal windows at the upper floors. Please note the awnings at the windows and the storefront are being shown because they actually don't reflect back local rules. The window awnings are not retractable, and the storefront awning actually exceeds the width of the storefront openings. So if there are any questions, the applicant is here.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? Okay. Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? Okay, Community Board 2 recommends approval of the retractable awnings, but they recommend denial of the flower boxes and fixed awnings at the upper floors. So the flower boxes have already been removed, is that correct?
Wait, just to clarify, there was a previous proposal that had flower boxes here. The owner of the property decided to change it to just metalwork. So in the section you can see it's just grill work. There are no furniture boxes. And I think the community board voted on that previous application for the furniture box and not this is
Right, not the current one.
So
Although I
basically,
think
those
Honda
wire,
boxes would have been fine.
those metal things
I
are
don't know,
basically
they're
like just pieces of grating that are floating in front of the windowsill?
Yes.
There you
Would
go.
you like to hear from the applicant?
But no plants, there's no,
Not yet.
Airborne.
Okay, are there questions? All right. So if there are no questions for the applicant, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes, Mike.
I think that the awnings are okay, but the grates look unusual to me. I don't really understand why they would be okay.
The grates,
Yeah.
the metalwork.
Either as a historical element in the district, or as a historical element that's relevant to this kind of building, or as a new element that's kind of complementing the building.
Okay, so that's fine. We can ask them to remove the grates. I don't know why they didn't continue with the flower boxes, but anyway.
Window boxes make sense.
That seems to, I don't know, I've always found it very attractive. Okay, so, oh, that's a good, Kim, do you want to read that?
Yes. In the matter of 398 West Broadway, the application is to install awnings. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the building has already been altered and stripped of any decorative elements. Therefore, the proposed work will not damage any significant architectural features, that the proposed fixed awnings on the upper floors will be installed with the lintel and will conform to the size and shape of the window openings, that the proposed retractable storefront awning to be installed above the sign band will not hide or obscure any significant features. And although the proposed storefront awning does not align with the principal piers of the storefront, its proposed location will be centered above the sign band and below the windows, and the proposed work is reversible.
Wait, and,
That's it?
yes, next page, yes.
That's the metalwork that we're not doing.
Oh, okay, so when she read it into the record, she only talked about the install awnings and didn't say network, but I think just to complete it, why don't we just read these two?
Okay.
Because the proposal, the application includes the metalwork, so we have to act on
Okay.
it.
However, the decorative metalwork beneath the windows has no purpose and is extraneous. Therefore, I recommend that the metalwork below the windows be eliminated.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item number 9, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 165597. This is 139 Perry Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a utilitarian garage building constructed in 1937. The application is to install storefront infill and security gate. This was read into the record on October 27th, 2015. It's being presented for the first time today, as is the case with the previous item, 398 West Broadway.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michelle Shabani of the Preservation staff. The application before you is 139 Perry Street, which is located between Greenwich Street and Washington Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. The application is for the removal of a roll-down gate with a door and the installation of a metal and glass storefront system featuring bifold doors, and they will be in a white finish. And also a roll-down gate that will be open in front of that, but housed internally. The application is also for signage, which will be located within the existing sign band. And Jiang Li of FSI Architecture is here to discuss the proposal.
So it's currently, right now, its building is empty, and there's a roll-down gate in front of it, and then we're proposing to remove the existing paint coating from the existing building facade, and proposing like storefront, aluminum finished storefront with two bifold interiors to open. It allows the cars in and out, and then and new security roll-down gate. The stairs, the finishes are aluminum finishes. So. It showed the subsystems. It's bifolding door. It's open this portion to the street level, and this is the showing the roll-down gate. And we proposing the 3 downlight, the inside of the building. I mean, that actually is outside, but it's like the top of this storefront. It's just highlighting the proposing the storefront. And it shows the streetscape, and then it shows the perspective view to the street. And these photos are showing the garage doors on neighboring buildings. So pretty much like typical gate.
Okay. Are there any questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? All right, Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. Okay, do we have any questions? We can close the hearing. All right, comments? It's good, right? Okay. All right, so Michael, you want to read that?
Okay. Regarding 139 Perry Street, the Greenwich Village Historic District, the utilitarian garage, constructed in 1937, the application is to install storefront infill and security gate. I recommend approval. Finding that the removal of the modern roll-down security gate will not result in damage to or demolition of significant architectural features of the building, that the proposed aluminum and glass infill and new security gate will fit within the storefront opening established by the brick piers, that the configuration, proportions, material, and articulation of the glass and aluminum storefront will reflect the character of a paneled garage door while creating a transparent commercial show window for the adaptive reuse of this garage structure, that the proposed security gate and housing will be set within the opening and will be an open mesh to allow transparency of the storefront, and that the design and scale of the proposed pin-mounted signage will harmonize with the storefront and the building, that the proposed light fixtures will be recessed and have no exposed conduit, and that the proposed alterations will enhance the special architectural character of the building and historic district.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, this application's approved. And we will take a 20-minute lunch break. We'll come back reconvene at 1:30. Okay, great. Thanks.
That's 17 minutes.
Okay.
They get food after we finish.
Okay.
Where's that food?
People, yes, we need sustenance.
An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan. This is 190 Grand Street. the 190 Grand Street house, an individual landmark. This is docket number 166400. This is a late federal-style row house built in 1833 and altered circa 1930 with a ground floor storefront and residential entry. The application is to replace and enlarge the rear dormer. This was read into the record on October 27, 2015, is being presented for the first time today.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Catherine Redd, Preservation Department staff. The application, as you heard, is for modifications at the rear facade of 190 Grand Street, an individual landmark. Leslie Barnett is here to discuss the proposal, and also Frank Angelino, Esquire, is here.
Sure. Great. What is it? I remember. Yes. So as Catherine said, our application is for modifications to the rear facade. Here's, this is 190 Grand. You can see they were doing work next door. So basically, the entire proposal is to enlarge an existing rear dormer. Let me show you what the proposal is. So here's the existing, and we're proposing to enlarge the rear dormer. Aside from that, the only work on the exterior is repairs.
And is that visible from anywhere?
It is only visible from roofs of adjacent buildings.
Okay, but not from the public thoroughfare?
No, so here you can see, this is the front of the building, so adjacent on this side, this is the one that you saw work on next door. There's a large new building that's gone up here. And then around the corner, this building, oh, sorry, is this one. So you can't see it from anywhere except for the roof. So originally our plan was just to restore the existing rear dormer in kind while we were doing repairs to the roof. The roof is in really bad shape and in serious need of repair and restoration. You can't even really appreciate the full extent of it here because it's leaking on the inside. It was clear there was a previous repair to framing over here that was done, I don't know if I would say wrong exactly, but poorly. So during our site visits throughout the design process, there was a roof beam that cracked. Here. So in discussing this with the client, rather than putting skylights in the roof, which we were going to use for the light and air requirements that we need for the building department, we discussed the idea of enlarging this dormer to get our required light and air because, well, for many reasons, it seemed to be a better solution. First of all, from a maintenance perspective, it's better than the skylights. From an operational standpoint, it's better, and it also gives us the opportunity to have more headroom, so therefore more usable space in this level. So considering that it's not visible from anywhere, we felt this was really a more appropriate solution.
Okay, are there any questions? Yes, Michael?
It's actually sort of technical. On page 8, that queen post system, is that original?
This or the?
This system with the two purlins and the... Is that original?
Yes, but these partitions are actually, these were partitions that are not load bearing.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Right, we'll take testimony. Kelly Carroll. Is Kelly Carroll here?
Yeah, we're not speaking on the same.
Okay. All right, are there any more speakers on this item? All right, Community Board 2 recommends, well, they recommend that we postpone the hearing on this item and that the applicant be asked to return to Community Board 2 in November with the full documentation pertaining to the past occurrences, violations, current conditions, and proposed remediations. Okay. I hope this is the right one. Let's see. This is 230. This is not. I'm sorry. This has got nothing to do with this.
I was wondering.
Okay, in fact, no, this is the wrong, maybe.
Seemed very straightforward when we were there.
I was like, what is that about? Okay, doesn't matter, our mistake. All right, so we didn't get any community board's resolution on this. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes, John?
Perfect there. Can't see this fine.
Any concerns?
No.
Okay.
It looks like the work that's taken place on that original dormer is so bad that anything there would be a reconstruction in any case, so.
Okay, good. Michael, do you want to read that
Sure.
for the record?
In the matter of 190 Grand Street, the 190 Grand Street house, an individual landmark, an application to replace and enlarge the rear dormer, I recommend approval, finding that the existing historic single gabled rear dormer is simple in design, has been altered by the installation of modern roofing and siding poorly, contains modern replacement window sash, and is not visible from a public thoroughfare, and therefore its removal will not eliminate significant historic fabric from this individual landmark building. That the proposed enlargement of an opening at the rear portion of the building's roof is necessary in order to meet code requirements of the DOB for light and air at the related interior attic space. That the proposed width of the new shed dormer will be the minimum required to satisfy these requirements. That the proposed location, height, wood shingle siding, and painted wood trim of the new shed dormer will be consistent with those features of the historic dormer. That the proposed installation of the dormer will maintain the surrounding historic slope of the building's steep gable roof and will not be visible from a public thoroughfare, and therefore will not detract from the federal style character of the roof. That the proposed shed-type roof and multi-part fenestration of the new dormer will be in keeping with those features of dormers found traditionally at sloped roofs and rooftop additions of buildings of this type and scale. That the proposed 1/1 double-hung aluminum sash at the new dormer will match the predominant configuration and operation of existing windows at the rear facade and will not be seen in conjunction with sash at the front facade. And that therefore the proposed work will not detract from the significant architectural features of the building and will maintain the significant architectural and historic character of this individual landmark.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item, item number 12, is an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 174896. This is 158 Mercer Street, located within the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. This is a neoclassical style store and loft building designed by Cleverton and Putzel and built in 1897. The application is to alter lot line windows. This was read into the record on October 27th, 2015, and is being presented today for the first time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Caroline King, Levy from the Preservation Department. This is an application to enlarge lot line windows. And at the 9th floor. 8th and 9th, I'm sorry. And it's going from this condition to this condition. And the reason you're seeing that these windows are not visible from a public thoroughfare, but the size of the enlargement exceeds the amount allowed by our rules. In terms of height, you're allowed to combine window openings, but once you're enlarging the height of the window openings, there's a certain requirement, I believe it's 10% in our rules. So this is the proposed condition. And again, it's not visible from a public thoroughfare. The applicant is here. If you'd like to add anything to that.
Okay, are there any questions for the applicant?
Just on the drawing, what is it at the bottom that's shaded? Oh, the handouts.
That's an adjacent
That's an adjacent building.
No.
No. I think it's like a Juliet.
It's a Juliet balcony.
All right, any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. All right, if we don't have any other questions for the applicant, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Any comments? I don't have any issues with it. Okay, and you know, the way the staff rules is written is about just how much if the enlargement of combining of windows that are non-visible are beyond a certain percentage, it comes to us. And I think, you know, in this case, it seems that all still falls within sort of the fenestration patterns, but we may say other cases that we can't predict, and so that's the reason why they come to us. So, but I think this one seems pretty straightforward. Any concerns? Okay, great. Fred, you want to read that? Thanks.
In the matter of 158 Mercer Street in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District, the application is to alter lot line windows. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not be visible from any public thoroughfare, that the windows to be removed are not special windows, that the window enlargements and sliding door installations will be in an area of plain masonry and will not cause the removal of significant historic fabric, and that the proposed work will not diminish the special architectural or historic character of the building or the historic district.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item 13. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 176679. The property is 340 West 12th Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is an Italianate style row house built in 1859-60. The application is to excavate the rear yard. This was read into the record on October 27, 2015. It's being presented today for the first time.
Between Greenwich and Washington Streets. The property has a historic carriage house back building that was later converted to a studio building at the rear of the lot, as you can see in the site plan here. So here's the back building. The application is to excavate a cellar level beneath the rear yard and the studio back building to the rear lot line. And Allison Frischman will walk you through the proposal. So I'm presenting on 340 West 12th Street. You can see here. Okay. So we want to show in this diagram that, so this is the rear carriage house right here. This is amending a previous certificate of appropriateness where we got approval to excavate underneath the existing house and about 1 foot below the carriage house. So this diagram is showing that there's existing green space everywhere surrounding our proposal. There is no structure that touches the carriage house. These are a few photos showing the rear carriage house. There's about a 14.5 foot wide rear terrace here. This is from above showing the carriage house. And also the property next door, their rear yard. And there's a breezeway here that's about 5 or 6 feet. This is the previous section that's already been approved back in 2014, showing 4'2" excavation here and about 1'11" excavation in the rear carriage house and rear yard already. So we're proposing to go down further, which will go about 12'6" total. And this is another section just showing through the carriage house and that it doesn't touch any adjacent properties here. Same through the carriage house. And just some plans to show in the back house. More plans and structural plans as well to include if you have any structural questions.
Okay, yes, Fred?
So I think you're eliminating all possibility of a naturally planted plant, right? Like a tree or something like that.
No, we're proposing landscaping. Right now, there isn't any landscaping, but we're proposing to have trees in here and have it all landscaped.
But in pots or something like that.
No, we're.
Am I missing something?
We're hoping to include something more than that.
Could you, maybe in the section, show if there's a depth of plantings or some sort of a tray or something, if that's what you're describing?
No, that's a stairway. So what are those trees planted?
Well, that's a stairway.
Where's the
Wait, hold on.
Right.
Okay, so where this stairway is cut, we're also thinking of having a tree pit there, but it's
Does that coordinate with your floor plans?
not yet, it's just a.
So there's a tree pit on
Right,
this
so
side.
this area here, right,
Yeah.
that area there is dirt.
Well, we're not, right now it's just proposed, it would have to be excavated, so that's why we just showed the excavation for the tree pit. Like if we do decide to have a tree pit.
Right, but you wouldn't be able to walk there.
Right.
It would be something that would be in your way, and you would not be able to walk there because there'd be roots or
Yes.
foundation around roots.
But we don't know if that's feasible yet, structurally wise. It's not included in this.
There's something, am I missing something, or is there?
No, you're not missing something. It's, so you are, but you're excavating below the, okay. Even though at the curb level or at the ground floor level, your patio, you're planning to put some kind of street bed there, right? Yeah, that's what they're planning to do. But it's not.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding you, because
But
what she was just saying is that an area of the new cellar would not be accessible to humans. It would be carved out as a well that would be filled with dirt, and then the tree would grow in it. So that's not quite shown yet.
Well, that's not in this presentation
Right.
now, because we don't know if it's possible. Like a light
What would make it
Couldn't
not
you just reduce the amount of excavation?
Okay. Sorry.
Yes,
Can I just make an effort here? Sorry, Cass Stackelberg, Human Space. I'm sorry I was late. I think, and you may have already gone over this, but I think this is actually a fairly simple application. The work really that we're here to discuss is the additional excavation here in this rear yard, and then under the one-story building. What was approved last year, and Allison probably has described this, was the excavation under the house itself.
Okay.
And I think you saw on the site plan, and perhaps we can go back to that for just a second, what is adjacent to the yard and the house is just open space. So there are no structures adjacent to where the...
We got all that.
You got all that.
We're just looking for a tree pit. Which is
Well, I think, as Allison said, I think that the landscape design for the rear yard hasn't been figured out yet. I think that's sort of shown as a rear yard with trees, but I don't think, and obviously, we're not going to sink a partial height ceiling for a tree pit. I think there may be something at the level of the rear yard that would hold trees. But the idea is to have continuity.
So you're saying that the intention of the design would be that if there is any landscaping, it would not impinge on the cellar level new space? It would be done as an above-ground box?
That's the idea. I don't think that's been determined, but the idea is to have continuity.
Well, by the way, we can have the discussion about, how much excavation is appropriate, and but why don't we just in terms of clarifying the proposal, the commissioners understand it? Yeah.
What is that, is that a stair, or is that, I was thinking that was a pit, so that's not a pit, is that stair?
No, that's not a pit.
Can I just?
Yes.
One thing?
Yes.
The commission has in, I don't know how many instances, but certainly instances, I have a C of A here, where they have approved a full depth of the lot excavation. And I think one of the things that's sort of particular about this, obviously, is that there are no extensions off the back of these buildings that the excavation would abut. So what is surrounding that additional area is open space and not 19th century fabric.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? Right, Community Board 2 recommends, let's see, approval of the excavation beneath the carriage house, and the approval is denied for the rear yard excavation unless suitable angle of repose remains, that the integrity of adjoining historic properties is not compromised. Okay, so it's very similar to the one before.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Yes.
I guess Mark.
Wait, let's take testimony from Christabel first, and then we'll go back to your question. Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't fully understand this application. I just want to say that we totally support leaving some natural earth for planting in all cases. I can't imagine how they can show trees in pots as if they weren't. I think that's most unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Michael.
I guess this would be a question for Mark or John. In a situation where we are digging in a yard like that, it's very likely to be an artifact-rich archaeological site. Do we have the opportunity to require that there be at least monitoring? The state does. I don't know if we do.
Right.
In times past, we've, maybe
yeah.
with religious properties, but we haven't been.
We've never done it for residential properties. Right? And, so, I mean, we haven't in the past done that.
For the last 50 years.
Not something
For the
that
last
we've.
50 years, we haven't. And I don't know if we want to start.
Might as well cause more problems. Sure.
Right. Okay, are there any other questions for the applicant? All right, just on, yes. Yeah.
About whether we have a requirement of some percentage of the lot to remain green or ground.
No, look,
Because this is the entire lot.
Right, there is no requirement. The commission has, I think traditionally or in many ways, they have asked for 5 feet or 3 feet at the rear. But just remember what it is. It's all about the donut and allowing it in the rear. So it's not so much about...
Building in the rear.
Here we have a building in the rear. I think the commission has also looked at full excavation, which is as well under certain circumstances, and those circumstances very often have to do with the existing context around it. So if you have a lot of built-up area, you don't have a pure donut, you have other intrusions at the rear.
But the reason I'm asking is it's true that we have a building in the rear here, but there is space between the building in the rear and the main building that is currently ground. And so I'm wondering if there's 5 feet inside of that dimension that we either traditionally or otherwise.
Right. I think, I mean, we saw one case, I believe, a couple of weeks ago, where they put 5 feet on the side. I think for us, you know, if we look at this and we think about where that 5 feet should go, if we should in fact retain some 5 feet here, then we can, you know, that's within our purview to set back on one side. Right, okay, so that's, I mean, I don't feel strongly about it in this particular case because this is a very different donut from any other donut. So, but I think, well, particularly because on one side you have a bunch of buildings that are very deep, so they don't have traditionally the 60 feet on either side. Sorry, the 30 feet on either side. Oh, should I stop speaking? Stop. So, all right, but any more questions for Cass? So those we'll close the hearing, and we can talk about whether we want to put a planting strip. Okay, so we can close the hearing. All right, but I mean, I don't feel strongly about it. The commission feels that we want to retain some area for the green space. We can ask them to do that, but it seems that shouldn't it be on the side? Shouldn't it be on that side?
Yeah, I don't think we should. Looking at this thing, I no longer support it. I mean, I think, again, a precedent is not a precedent, so in this case, I don't think it's necessary. In most cases, it should be.
And we're saying it's not necessary, it wouldn't be necessary because of the surrounding...
The surrounding, but also because of the fact of a historic building in the space where you would normally...
That's, I think, where you really want to see it, which is at the rear. And
this is where you want the green, and there's a building there, a
right.
historic building.
So, yes, they could put it in the side yard if it's... You can't?
There will be plantings in this yard. It's just, I mean, it's hardscape now, and there are above ground.
Right. I think the concern is that when it comes to, you know, it's the issue of excavation, that when you excavate, then you don't have the depth of soil which would allow for natural real trees or significant plantings to take place. I mean, that's, I think, the concern. But otherwise, of course, you can build a bed and put some trees there. I mean, I don't feel, I think that's.
But all of
yes.
that is done to protect or contribute to the prolongation of the donut. In this case, the only place you could provide it without tearing down the existing historic back building is on the side, and that doesn't contribute to the donut. So that's why I retracted.
This is not a great place for a tree in this depth because you end up with it actually quite close to the structures. So a major tree with its own root structure and a canopy up against this one-story structure and then the row house is not an ideal place for a tree. In the back of the lot it would be, but
okay.
I think that's...
Thank you.
They suggest 86 the tree.
Okay, so I think, I would go back to what Fred said about precedents, that this doesn't set a precedent. I think that there can be policies that the commission follows, and there may be instances where we depart from that. And I think that we've taken that position for the excavation at the rear, and we've also taken that position sometimes in cases where we have enlargements at the rear and to what height they attain and whether you have to maintain the existing cornice or not. So I think those situations we will always come up against. So, but I think in this particular case, are the commissioners okay with voting as is? Okay. All right. Adi, are you aware? Because you're going to read this.
It's fine.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Okay. In the matter of 340 West 12th Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District, I note that the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District, and I recommend approval, finding that only a small courtyard at the center of the rear yard remains unbuilt, that the existing courtyard is paved over, and therefore the proposed excavation and repaving will not result in the loss of green space, sort of, that the proposed work will not cause the removal of any significant historic fabric or architectural features of the building or the rear yard, and that the proposed excavation and underpinning will be done in compliance with the Department of Building regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer or registered architect to protect the building's facades and the adjacent buildings.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, the next item is item number 14. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 142666, 327 Bleecker Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a 4-story building originally constructed as a 2-story house in 1832-33 and altered in the 19th and 20th centuries. The application is to demolish the building and construct a new building. This was read into the record October 27, 2015, is being presented today for the first time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Hillary Paget, Preservation Department staff. This property is located in the Greenwich Village Historic District at the northwest corner of Bleecker Street and Christopher Street. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing building, retain salvageable elements, including granite storefront piers and historic face brick, and construct a new 4-story building. Commissioners, please note that a previous certificate of appropriateness was issued in 2012 to partially restore and stabilize the building. However, structural issues were encountered during the course of construction, which will be explained in full by the project team.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Georgopoulos from FSI Architecture. So as Hillary presented, or gave us a background, is 327 Bleecker Street. Currently, this building is on the corner of Bleecker and Christopher Street. It's a 4-story building. It's a brick building with a Flemish bond. Our initial involvement in this building began in about 2010, where we began a restoration project. There were some existing conditions that you can see here in these photographs. There were step cracks. There was a window restoration, a lintel replacement project, parapet repair work. There was some bulges in the facade, and one of the main issues was that the north facade was approximately 9 inches out of plumb. So our original restoration of this building had involved you can see the photographs here. a repair of the ground floor, a reconstruction of the ground floor while shoring the upper floor levels. You can see the structural issues that had existed at that time. So this is brick. What we were proposing was to install a beam to support the upper floors, reconstruct this lower portion, and install a cover to cover up that beam. This was part of our previously approved restoration project where there was a beam here, so it was, I guess, in essence, protruding beyond the building line, whereas this would become a plumb wall and support that. We had proposed to install shoring in this building to hold up that floor, hold up these upper floors while doing this work. And as the contractor who was hired began to do his shoring documents, he prepared a plan and started to do further probing of this wall to expose further the structural of the joists. When he did that, he expressed concern because there was a lot of, I guess the joists had pulled out of the beam pockets, and there was a lot more structural damage than initially was visible. I can have our structural engineer just give us a little bit of history on that briefly. This is David Reynolds from Murray Engineering.
Good afternoon. The history on the choice points?
No, I think just quickly.
Summary, yeah, summary is fine.
I guess I'll approach it from a standpoint of our involvement, which was, we were called in to look at an existing building that required emergency stabilization in I think it was 2011, and we installed shoring to tie the second floor level and stop that leaning and make sure the building was well tied to the floor diaphragms. Following that, we did extensive survey and through the probes that Julie just showed you.
I'm not sure this is necessary. Do we need this? I'm not sure.
It's all just it's in support. If you have, the engineer is here if you have real questions for him, but it's just it's going through the sort of the history of why it needs to be demolished. So that's.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Short of disassembling this building, what are the structural possibilities for supplementing what's there and not knocking it down?
Yeah. We looked at saving, trying to save just the Bleecker Street facade and the rear facades. And we also considered an option where we would save everything but the Christopher Street facade. The Christopher Street facade, as Julie said, leans 9 inches, and we originally designed and got permits for a scheme that would save everything but the first floor level on Christopher Street. Following further probes, we decided that was not smart at all.
Yeah, Commissioners, we asked the Department of Buildings engineers to make site visits to this site. They made 4 site visits, and the consensus of the Department of Building structural engineers is while it's possible that portions of the building could be salvaged, they feel there's a very strong risk that if once you start taking down part of the building, there'd be an uncontrolled event and the entire building would come down. So the engineers from the Department of Buildings feel it is prudent for the entire building to be demolished at this point, taken down.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
We share the same viewpoint.
Okay.
Any others?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah,
It's pretty.
So again, this was our previously approved restoration, shoring plans, preliminary construction.
Okay. So the question is, where do we go?
When we met with the Department of Buildings and Landmarks and discussed options for restoration of this building, and we discovered that this would have to be systematically disassembled starting from the top down, the question became of what would we put back? Because this building had been significantly modified, we looked at kind of the evolution of this building. Originally, this was a 2-story federal house. We don't have photographs of that, but we did do probes to discover, and we found the old roof lines. So it was built in the early or mid 1830s. In the late 1800s, a mansard roof was installed. And so you can see the evolution here of this building. Originally, it was built 1 of 3. So these were originally built for the same owner. Then there was an addition made to the top where you have the mansard. And lastly, the 2 of the 3 triplets was demolished and this larger building was installed. So this was one of the contributing factors to this leaning. Lastly, the mansard was removed and the facade was made flush with the lower floors. This is just the ghost lines. We did some probes, so we found lines of the old federal roof on the chimneys. And again, this is the existing conditions. So we talked about bringing back some of these historical elements. There was elements of the facade that obviously had been added on over the history of the building. There was a small bay window. The storefronts were modified and changed. Some of the openings were closed. This secondary facade always had that reminiscent federal configuration. There was the Flemish bond pattern that sort of ended at this level. The windows here had been obviously added because the roof line had been changed. This, was added later on. So we kind of looked at the history of the building and determined that throughout this lifespan of this building, it had sort of been mostly mansard. And looking at the evolution of the neighborhood, it slowly was growing and changing with the surrounding buildings. So we decided to go back to this look of a mansard and taking it maybe a step further. Did it become a wraparound mansard with a metal roof? Did it have stone finish? Was it a modern mansard? Was there a larger opening at the storefront? Looking at historical mansards in the neighborhood. So this is some of the evolutionary diagrams and how did this secondary facade get treated, because it wasn't really a primary facade, but it was always something that was secondary. So these are some bays in the neighborhood. Again, this was a small bay that was at some point on the side facade. So we looked at corner mansard buildings that are in the neighborhood. So this is at the corner of Dougal and 3rd Street. This is one on Spring and Lafayette. And what was interesting about these mansards, typically they were always on a splayed corner. So you have this one at the corner of Canal Street. And they were always of the same scale, this sort of smallish scale, but sort of trying to give prominence to the corner. What was interesting is at the corner of Christopher and Bleecker Street, we have this little bit of a splay, so that gives this corner a sort of grander prominence than the tiny site allows for. So we took advantage of that. Again, looking at the mansards. These are some other small mansards. And these are some other precedents that we looked at in terms of blind window bays. Some more elaborate than others. This is a simpler blind window bay. There was the bay windows. It's another type of bay. This is a blind bay window in some way. So looking at our new building proposal, this building is this is slightly taller than the existing building. We brought the storefront up to align with the adjacent buildings. I'm trying to keep the height and the scale of the upper floors the same, but adding this mansard level. So we have now a full height parapet in order to hide mechanical equipment, which is required. And looking at the storefront, has this sort of eclectic rhythm which had been modified through the history of the building. We tried to replicate some of the blind bays at the ground floor, keeping this the storefront the same, but also having part of the commercial space here. Again, this is a finished elevation of what's proposed. We're proposing to have a Flemish bond pattern building with bluestone lintels, slate roof, and reclaiming this stone storefront, but adding a small plinth on the bottom to make up for the height to match this adjacent building. Again, this is the floor plan, just so you can understand how tight this site is. We have serious constraints here. This is about 3 feet, so the commercial space wraps around it, and it's sort of an illusion when you look at it from across the street because it's so small. So this is the entryway to the residential spaces above, and the staircase is doubled back here to go to the apartments on the upper levels. And again, reclaiming brick if we can. This is the rear elevation, which again is tiny. This is at the stairwell. We have done a survey as best as we can of the existing conditions of the brick. Currently, it's got a red coating on it, but just from looking at what's salvageable, the areas around the windows obviously have seen a lot of damage, but we believe that these areas of brick, once cleaned, may be salvageable and reused in the facade. So we'd like to work with the contractor to disassemble this facade and try and reclaim some of this. And again, on the front facade. So we anticipate trying to either use all of the brick on one facade or maybe disperse it throughout the other facades just to kind of mix it in to match the historical fabric. And again, just to show the evolution, this is where we were with the triplets and the addition change out of 7th Avenue and our building. Again, this is from across that splayed plaza. The proposed building.
Questions for the applicant? Any questions? All right, why don't we take testimony and we may have questions for you later. Let's see, speakers on this item are Kelly Carroll.
I'm Kelly Carroll, and I'm speaking from the Historic Districts Council, and I'll also be reading from John Gerage, who's an advisor. I didn't review this proposal, and I didn't write the testimony, and I think my colleague who did wasn't aware of the DOB issues with this building falling over, so before I read the statement, I just want you to know that this was written prior to that knowledge. We would, of course, prefer to see this building restored as previously approved, and wonder if the building could be braced in steel and the original material preserved. If not, the second best alternative would be to rebuild to match the original condition, which obviously it had a lot of original conditions that are historic. This is from John Gerage, same issue, he's not aware of the current. Dear Commissioners, regularly the Commission has approved reconstruction of failing buildings within historic districts with the requirement that be rebuilt in kind using as much historic fabric as possible. In fact, often the Commission asks that the building only be reconstructed as necessary as opposed to completely. This is happening with LPC consent at the front facades of 2 federal houses on Canal Street in the Soho Historic District. Within the past 5 to 10 years, the Commission approved the successful reconstruction of 324 Bleecker Street, a 4-story Greek Revival house directly across the street from this property. Why treat this important and highly visible structure differently? Its evolution is a direct result of the history of the village. Why falsify it? Please note that the applicant does not show but proposes to destroy one of the most intact and possible last art moderne black glass streamlined storefronts in the village. It is located on the Christopher Street 1-story frontage of this property. There is no reason for this, and it would be a great loss. The prior proposal restored this little gem. Sincerely, John Gerage. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Bean Appman.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Bean Attman of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. 327 Bleecker is a rare link to the early history of the village. It is one of the oldest commercial buildings in the area, dating to 1827 or earlier. It was built for a prominent village resident, Samuel Whitmore, whose residence was on a large piece of land across Bleecker. His once freestanding mansion still stands at 45 Grove Street, altered with additional floors. We believe that every effort should be made to reuse and reconstruct the historic fabric from the existing building. If the LPC is to entertain the idea of adding a mansard and a historical-based building vocabulary, then there should be more historical accuracy to the reconstruction. As an altered federal building, the Christopher Street wall should extend full height with windows patterned as they were and not include a full-height bay window which has little historic reference. Any mansard would need to have more of a slope than is shown in the drawings. Dormer windows should be single and not triple or double as seen in the current proposal. The Greenwich Village Historic District Designation Report points out that the original Flemish Bond brick survives to the top of the second floor windows. The owner who allowed 327 Bleecker to deteriorate to the point of demolition should not be rewarded with a free pass to replace it with a sorry pastiche of early 20th century tenement and apartment house parts. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Any more speakers? All right, Community Board 2 recommends, well, they had a couple of recommendations. They proposed oversized dormers should be replaced by a pair of dormers resembling those depicted in the 1940s tax photograph. They recommend denial of the entire design on Christopher Street and the roof, and recommends a revised design reflecting the secondary character of the facade as depicted in the tax photographs. And then they finally recommend that any changes to the application should come before the Land Use Committee again, which is their Land Use Committee. All right, do we have any additional questions for the applicant? All right, I just have one question, just in terms of the location of your staircase. Is there a reason why you've put it on Christopher Street and not on the side where it's adjacent to the adjacent building?
Meeting here?
Yeah.
So this is the existing location of the current staircase in the building. So this is how you enter the building. But the problem of the upper floors, which we don't have existing plans, is you come up the staircase and then there's a secondary staircase that dog legs back and forth in here, but it's not legal because it separates, it's like sort of penetrates the apartment. In the middle of the apartment, it's not a fire rated stair. So what we're proposing is to bring the stair up, you come up to this level, and then on the upper floors, it comes up this way, so you enter the apartment this way.
But what is the floor plan for the floors above? It seems like, doesn't it get, I'm looking at your drawing over here, I mean, the elevation, it doesn't match the plan. Does it go into the rear?
You come up to here, and then your staircase is in here. So actually...
Right, and that's the reason I'm asking, because that big portion of the building above, at the third floor level, that kind of tower...
This portion?
...is the staircase, correct?
The staircase goes to the roof, correct.
Right, and it's an element that is just very large, and seems like if you put it on the other side, at least it gets hidden, and it's not along Christopher Street. You can't do that?
Well,
it doesn't work?
It doesn't work, because the way you come up the stairs, this is the full footprint of the stair. So it's a really compact stair. Here you only have about 3 feet, so you have only room for one switchback. If you do a full run stair, then it takes over the entire floor plate.
Okay, all right. Any other questions for the applicant?
So are all the floor plans like?
I don't know. Do you have floor plans?
We don't have the floor plans of the upper floors. This is just the commercial floor plate. When you come up the stairs on the upper floors, essentially this is the usable area of
Right, so I'm just looking at your elevation. The floor stops at the second, third, and fourth floor at that edge, correct? Like over there? No.
It's about here.
Everything to the left of the bed.
No, everything.
You're coming up here, so your stair sort of does this.
Right.
Okay, and what does that footprint look like on the plan? It's just a...
It's a stair that you kind of come up here and
Oh, okay.
go this way.
Got it. Roberta, did you get it?
No. So that stair that you were asking about before, so that big bulk.
The stair tower.
So the stair goes across and then it goes back?
Right, the footprint of the stair is this area here on the upper floors.
So are we just looking at it to determine if we can demolish, or we're supposed to actually?
No. We're looking at it's the whole project.
Then that's not,
Right, in other words, that they should have provided the floor plan so we can understand it. I agree.
So
You would, okay.
Is there just one stair? That's okay?
There's one stair.
Like there's a room in the back and a room in the front?
No, this portion.
All right, great. That helps a lot.
One person understands it? Okay, that's great.
That's what you got, right?
Okay,
This is one story. And that's the stair.
understood. Okay. Are there other questions for the applicant or the architect? Okay, so why don't we close the hearing then? All right, move to comments. Yes, Fred.
I have some questions of staff and some comments.
Okay.
It was suggested, I think, in testimony that in cases like this, these rare cases where demolition is approved because of structural issues, almost always, I think, that the reconstruction is pretty much a facsimile of what was there. Is that right?
You know, I don't think that, we could do a survey on that, but I don't think that it's the case that it always needs to be a reconstruction of what was there.
I can think of a couple in Brooklyn Heights, actually, where it was, and that's what I'm thinking of. They always that way, but.
But it seems that it is either that or something completely new and modern.
That's what I can't.
And this, I think they were saying, is sort of like in between where they put things, it's not in between, they just put things.
Right, it's not contemporary architecture, it's not
Well, no, I understand that.
And this is,
That's stylistically, but I mean, when we demolish, which is very rare, don't we put back pretty much what was there? We don't say, whoa, it's a new day, and,
If we're, I think.
No? Okay. All right, I wanted clarity on that. So
We've had cases where people come and say, look, how much the building is a wreck, right? They'll come with the diagrams that show that 90% of the building is red and a little bit's left over, therefore let me demolish it and do something new.
right, I mean, this is, right, it started out life as a federal style, and it's been glommed on so much.
Okay, that's a brand new
that you-
day, so I mean, we could be looking
Yeah.
at a very contemporary building here.
Right,
you know.
it just needs
We
to be-
could, but let's, but the
we're
app,
not.
right, we're not,
But we're
right.
not.
The
I understand.
proposal is, but I don't think it's hard and fast. But I understand what you're saying, that if it's a contributing building, if it's taken down, does the commission want to see something that recreates that contributing building? And there may be an argument for that, but that's not the only argument.
But there's not a precedent for it.
Yeah, right, okay.
Okay, all right. So let me comment then on what we have. I heard from the testimony the word that I was going to use, which is pastiche. I think that's what we have, and I think that's why it's inappropriate. It's an amalgam of all sorts of things that some make kind of sense because of the history, the incredible history of this building and on its site. I mean, it's quite a history here. But also things that have nothing to do with this building. In fact, have things to do with other aspects of the other kinds of buildings, tenement buildings in the district perhaps, but not on this kind of a building. And I'm looking right at two of those things that I think are misguided, which is the big bay window. I mean, where does that come from? And then the large structure above the stair. And does the stair really have to go to the roof now, even on a mansard? On such a small building, I'm just wondering, this is a kind of a detailed question, but in any event, it looks very peculiar and wrong. That said, about this elevation, I thought the front elevation, although we don't have it up there now, looked reasonably okay, as I recall. So let's let others talk.
I just want to add to that. I agree with you completely. I think that, but I would say that there's something seems awkward in this mansard and its proportions.
It's overscaled.
Right, and in some ways, if you want to have the third floor, maybe it's okay to just have the third floor and not have mansard at all, and that would also fit in with the district. But it just seems that they have a mansard which is not actually replicative of what the type of mansards are historically. Yes.
There also seems to be every type of window in the catalog in this new building, and I don't think that's really...
It's just that they're arranged in a weird way.
There's a little too much variety in general, and the answer is yes, the new building in effect, and they could do mansard or not, but the proportions are... Yeah.
Proportions just seem very odd.
And I agree with the bay issue. Yeah.
I mean, I think that the funny thing is that they had the building had so many iterations, and so many
Yeah.
versions, that if they were choosing to replicate or
Take pieces
call
of it.
upon elements of the historical building, they could have done so in a way that didn't impose upon themselves the need for the articulation of the tower, which I think is very heavy. I mean, I think it shows you how doing historical architecture is in some ways harder than doing, contemporary architecture. You got to kind of know what you're doing, and the proportions, the details, make this building one that would look like a poor replica of what it's referring to, as opposed to a background example of the kind of building that it's indicating that it wants to be. So I think that they should really, I view this as a new building. It is a new building. It's not replicative of anything, and therefore, as a new building, is it appropriate? I don't think so. I think that even though it picks out elements from the neighborhood, I don't think it puts them together in a way that is coherent in and of itself, and either recalls a specific aspect of the history of the district, or is appropriate as a representative from today.
Okay, yes.
The small window is, it seems inappropriate for this elevation. Reach over, or the second window from the right.
Given the rest of it.
Yeah, just saying, it's a little thing. Seems underscaled for the rest of the building.
Right. I think that, you can have many responses or many proposals for this. I think the idea of having a 4-story building at this location is appropriate. I think so. How you mass it and what kind of roof line you have is another thing. I think there is something to be said about the secondary facade and the primary facade, and I think that it's too, I don't know, too embellished, or there are too many, unfortunately, fussy features in this that have detracted from the building. It's almost, I would encourage the applicants to go back and just sort of simplify their proposal into proportions of windows and the treatment of that in the material, which is more akin to the district, and not pick and choose styles for this location. Yes.
So in terms of...
I think they need to come back, obviously, right? And rethink their approach to the proposal. Yeah, yes, Roberta?
In terms of the structural condition of the building, we've heard reports. So just based on that, then...
Well, I know that our staff has also been privy to those discussions, and so, John, are you read about the ability to...
Yes, the Department of Buildings agrees with the applicant that it is unsafe and it should come down.
Right, that we've gone on for inspections as well. Oh, we accepted that, okay. All right, that's good. All right, so we're not going to take any action, and, I think you need to go back and rethink the design of this building. Yes?
I was just wondering do we need to take action to indicate that they can demolish in the meantime? So that in case
Not-
there's
not at this-
Because of an emergency? No.
I don't think there's an emergency condition on it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Just want to make sure that...
Thank you.
We don't
Okay, Commissioners, I'm going to just flip 2 items. We're going to do item 17 next, which is 151 Grand Street, located within the Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension. It's docket number 174163. This is a Queen Anne-style loft building designed by F. and W.E. Bloodgood and John B. Snook and Sons, and built in 1889 to 1990. The application is to construct a rooftop addition, install storefront infill, and a barrier-free access ramp.
Which item is this?
Grand Street, number 17.
Oh. What about James Street? What's next? Jared, we don't want to do...
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Egbert Slob Preservation Staff. I present you an application for 151 Grand Street, which is an L-shaped pre-installed loft and store building located on the southwest corner of Lafayette Street and Grand Street in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District extension. The application is to construct a rooftop addition. The proposal also includes mechanical equipment at the roof of the proposed addition at the western section of the building. The rooftop addition is clad in glass and perforated metal panels, as you can see, the metal panels, that are operable at the Lafayette Street elevation. The proposed addition is visible in conjunction with the primary and secondary facades from both Grand Street and Lafayette Street. Additionally, at the primary facades, the proposal includes the removal of non-historic storefront infill and installation of glass and metal storefront infill. It also includes a barrier-free access ramp at the Lafayette Street entrance here. Cas Steckelberg will present the application on behalf of the owner.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Cas Steckelberg, Phoenix Grace Martin Partners. I'm here with Ole Sanderson. Ole Sanderson Architects. He will actually present the design proposal, and our client David King from Princeton Holdings. As Egbert noted, the property is at 151 Grand Street in the Soho extension. It's located down here in the southeast corner of the district. You can see it on the site plan here. It is located, it's a 5-story commercial building located directly adjacent to the 2010 Mondrian Hotel. The context of this then is primarily a historic context, but also directly to its south, it has this setback tower rising up from the southern part of the lot line. There are 3 primary components to the application. The first is a program of rehabilitation and restoration across the base of the building for new storefront infill. There is a visible rooftop addition that's being proposed that has been designed to draw on the commercial and also the cultural history of the district. And then in between the two is an extensive program of facade restoration, which we're not going to detail today, but we're installing new wood windows, cleaning the masonry, repairing the sandstone, and restoring all the cast iron and cornices. So it's an extensive program that we'll work with the staff on. So there are those 3 components that are part of the project. Some detail images of the building. Across the base of the building, you can see that the cast iron piers remain, and that there is non-historic infill that's been set within each of the piers across the base of the building. In some cases, it's been actually applied on top of the cast iron. So all of that will be peeled off, and the infill will be removed for the installation of new metal and glass infills. You can see the upper floors of the building with primarily aluminum replacement windows. There are some historic windows, which we're using as models and guides for our new wood windows. On the Grand Street side, obviously this banner, which was installed prior to designation, will be coming off. There's an elevator shaft that is non-historic in this bay that will be taken out. And that bay, the ground floor and the floors above will be restored back to storefronts and windows on the upper floors. And then 2 images on the far right, you can just see the accretions that have been added across the base of the building, all of which will be removed, and the underlying fabric will be restored. The roof, as Egbert noted, the building is an L-shaped building. While it has a strong presence on Lafayette Street, it actually is quite narrow. And we'll talk about that in greater detail in the proposal. But this is the frontage on Lafayette, and then the L as it turns to the left, to the west. This is the Grand Street elevation, and this is the Lafayette Street side. So the roof photographs, this is the view here. Top left is looking north in this direction. There's a bulkhead of mechanical equipment down at this end. This is where that elevator bulkhead is that will be removed. This is looking back in the opposite direction to the tall hotel building. And then this photograph here is looking west in this direction. One thing to point out is this sort of strange patch, which is almost sort of presupposes an addition on top of this building. It's unfenestrated as compared with the floors directly above at the hotel. looking at the historical record, this building actually has an interesting history of change. Originally, it was constructed in 1889, 1890. It was designed actually by two different architects, according to the designation report, F. and W.E. Bloodgood and John B. Snook and Sons. It was completed in 1889, 1890. In 1897, when the city decided to run Elm Street or Lafayette and extend Lafayette Street through this portion of the city, this building, similar to what happened to the Puck building, this building actually had its whole front facade shaved off. So I'm not sure how clearly you can see it here. You might be able to see more clearly here, but in the drawings, this actually notes the line of the existing building. So this is the original facade line of the building, and it was cut back almost 5 feet on the south side and almost 2 feet on the north side. So the whole facade, the upper portion of the facade is a sort of second generation of the building. So where we had 90-degree angles here historically, now they are not. And this section illustrates the same. This silhouette here represents the line of the historic facade, or the original facade, and this is the line of the existing facade. So it's sort of unusual history of change here. This is the earliest photograph we could find of the building. It's from 1913. The upper floors are largely as they appear today, minus the historic windows for the most part. The ground floor, historically, or at least in 1913, had mostly masonry infill across the base of the building between the cast iron piers. It's also interesting to note that the masonry here was almost coplanar with the face of the cast iron piers, which is a somewhat unusual detail. You see it in these bays, less so in these. Sort of more traditional storefronts down here at the corner near Grand Street. Also just point out the steps here. Because of the grade change, you enter here at grade, but by the time you get here, you're elevated quite high above the sidewalk, and that precipitates the need for an accessible ramp as part of our proposal. The 1940s tax photo shows a tremendous degree of change to the building yet again. So again, now we're looking at the corner of Grand Street here and Lafayette, and you can see almost all of the masonry infill has been removed for what is an entirely glazed storefront. So this base of the building has gone from a fairly closed storefront to one that's almost entirely transparent with a low bulkhead, perhaps easier to see in some of these, a low bulkhead and very large glazed windows with a large transom bar and storefront. These two bays seem to have been left out of that campaign, and they're sort of in isolation in this, you can see in the detailed photograph. In thinking about the design for the proposal, and in particular for the rooftop, one of the things that the team were really captivated by is the presence of shutters throughout the district, and in particular, very nearby the project site. So we have shutters, as you know, sort of on the Jersey Street side of the Puck building on the secondary elevation, but interestingly here, on the primary facades of this building on the corner of Grand, and it actually fronts onto Broadway, Grand, and Crosby Street, there are operable shutters on the primary facades of this building as well. That was sort of an interesting feature that we were captivated by. And then, of course, there are sort of shutter-like features at the base of the buildings as well. The sort of elevated first floor along Mercer, the back of a Broadway building, and then these shutter-like structures that really serve as elevator doors elsewhere on Crosby Street. As well, sort of characteristic of the district, both the original Soho district and the extension that was designated in 2010, is the presence of vault lighting, both at the horizontal plane but also at the steps. And what we were sort of taken by, of course, is this sort of idea of transmission of daylight and the integration of daylighting into spaces that were either subterranean or even the first floor, but sort of introducing daylighting as a sort of an active element to design. So here you see the vault lights on the horizontal plane, but you also see these bulkhead lights, historic on the vertical plane, and then these which are more contemporary. This, of course, is also a compelling image for us. This is at 101 Spring Street. I think everybody loves to refer to the Judd House now as some sort of precedent or some sort of launching off point for the design. But I think for us, the way natural light is used in that building and was inspirational for Donald Judd is something that we've been thinking about. And the district itself is also, I think, significant, both the extension and, of course, the original district, is significant for its 19th century history of commercial and manufacturing uses, but also this sort of second tier significance from late 20th century cultural significance and the introduction of, or the use of these buildings for galleries and artist studios and artist homes as well as being a sort of a second layer of significance. And all those things, both the daylighting notion and the shutters and all those sort of historical, sort of cultural components of the district sort of came to play as this design came together. Okay, so we skip to this image. So this is a rendering of our proposed work, and with this I'll have Willie take you through the design presentation.
Thank you, Cass. Good evening or good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Bolas Anderson from Bolas Anderson Architect, and I will try my best to explain the scope building on what Cass just presented to us. This rendering here is across the street, looking at it from the corner, and as Cass pointed out, there's three kind of tiers of renovations. The base, where we're creating accessibility. We are cleaning up what used to be elevator shafts that were toward the facade on both corners of the building, and we're also proposing the rooftop addition. I think I want to start talking about the rooftop addition first, and then we can, as we go through the plans, I can explain what we're doing internally at the lower levels. We have try to come up with a concept for the rooftop addition or the sixth floor of the building where there's something ephemeral about it, where it's in the sky and it belongs to the district, but it's not mirroring the architecture of the building. It's clearly its own element, taking cues from other historic elements like the shutters. So we really envision it as a singular gesture, a shutter box inhabited, by workers. The height of it is, the interior dimensions of it is similar to the other floors, so the work environment inside is similar loft style as the building itself. The building was manufacturing, and now it's all going to be commercial. There's no residential proposed. We have pulled this addition back from Grand Street, and we're proposing an outdoor terrace at that level. What you don't see here are the extended bulkheads for the elevator and stair overruns, which we are using the exact same design to enclose all new mechanical elements. So there's nothing visible in terms of air conditioning units or any stairs or anything like that. It's a singular gesture. The difference going around the building would be that along Lafayette Street, these are operable panels. On the rest of the elevations, which are all actual lot line elevations, they are fixed panels, and they do have windows behind them, so there will be daylight transmitting through them, but they are not operable as it's required along lot lines.
What are they doing?
Cass talked about the need for a handicap ramp, and this is the best place to show that. It's in this location right here. It's actually where the old stoop used to be. We've tried to minimize the height of it by actually internally on the ground floor, we've actually created a separation where we're going down to this, what is the lobby for all the upper floors. So this handicap ramp brings you into a lobby for all the upper floors, and then obviously there's access on the corner for the actual store. This bay here along the end was the old elevator. We're removing that and installing new windows to match the rest. This bay was the bay that Cass pointed out was a new elevator. We're also removing that along with the override on the roof and installing windows in that. These are the plans. I want to go through them fast because we have a lot of slides to look at. Existing and new plans side by side. This is the cellar level, and not much to talk about there that is significant for this discussion, I believe. We are reworking the staircases and the elevators of the building. So essentially what we've done is we've consolidated to one elevator, which is in the middle of the building, which is in this location here. And that's the handicap ramp that brings you into the elevator lobby and the stair lobby for that. That's where the old elevator was removed, which you see in this image here, and that was the other elevator. Basically, this old configuration of stairs and elevators created a lot of gnarly situations and a lot of weird entrances and exits. So the goal is to clean this up for a very nice store on the corner. This is actually a slope floor, it's not a ramp. That brings the elevation of the exterior ramp down on the outside. This is floors 2 through 4. You see there is the reorganizing the staircases in the core of the building here. And here, these are actually not up to code, these old staircases. So they will be removed and replaced by these new, to meet egress in terms of distances and fire code and whatnot. Again, here you can see that this was a closed-up opening with masonry, which will now be a window. And again, over here, this was the old freight elevator, which is now moving glazed opening. On this level, actually, there are no other windows on the secondary and tertiary facades because there are buildings up against us. But as you go up, you will see that we're also proposing on the secondary facade here and here, we're proposing some new openings for more daylight as you go up the building. Otherwise, the floor plate on this floor is exactly the same. This is the 6th floor, which is the old roof level. This is the bulkhead and mechanical system that was removed, and this is the overrun for the old elevator that was removed. This over here is the proposed rooftop outdoor area, and this footprint here, which is an L, going back to where the current roof is the proposed 6th floor addition. It is pulled back from the Lafayette Street facade 6 feet. And here you see the operable panels versus the fixed panels and the rest. And there are panels all along all elevations. And we can look at the material itself there in a second. Although those are not operable as its lot line.
I have a question just on the floor plans. And I understand and sort of appreciate your intent and probably your desire to capitalize on the square footage that you're allocated. Did you ever consider expanding each floor and getting some space back at the rear of the building?
Expanding this floor?
Right, at each floor, the rear wall, expanding it to its full length.
I'll have to back up to answer that question, right? You were talking about this area?
Yeah, this,
here,
right.
the lower floors?
Right. I mean, I say that because these floor plates are obviously very unique and, not the best office floor plates. And the areas that you've expanded, which is on the 6th floor, especially the portion along, I guess it's Lafayette Street, which is very visible, is itself somewhat of a compromised space because of its depth. But yes.
I'll answer that real quickly.
Yes,
The
okay.
zoning study actually stipulates what it actually is. And you would see this little corner cut out here.
Yes.
There are setback requirements for what you can build. The lower floors are actually grandfathered in. They're non-conforming existing conditions on the lower floors, on the very lower floors. They go all the way to the lot line in the back. As the upper floors come up, there is a setback for daylight. So when we come...
It's setback for daylight. Is it a zoning requirement or a building code requirement?
Actually, for both. You would not have operable windows along this facade if you pushed it to the back of the building. If you go further
Even
up,
for commercial use?
Right, exactly.
But okay, leaving aside the light and air building code issue, does the zoning require you to do a setback?
We actually have been through zoning, and this has been approved, and the only thing we had to change is this little corner here. Because of this is a corner lot, so there's 100-foot setback requirement.
Oh, is this deeper than 100 feet? Okay. I can't tell.
We actually looked
Okay.
into this a lot.
Okay. You've answered my question.
If we could have done that to get more square footage, that would have obviously been another
Right,
way to
understood.
go about it. This is the rooftop existing, showing the slopes, old slope roofs with all of the mechanical systems
Yeah.
up there. And this is the new rooftop, the very top roof, where this stair is required to go up to the roof. Incidentally, this stair with its enclosure for all the mechanical systems is in front of that white area on the top. So we're sort of coming in front of that and screening that. And then there's more mechanical system in this lower rooftop bulkhead here, and this is the overrun for the actual elevator itself. And they are actually one volume up. You also see there's a couple of skylights to gain a little bit more daylight. This is the existing Lafayette Street elevation. As Cass pointed out, there's a lot of non-historic infill in a lot of the base, but we do have all of the cast iron columns, although some of them are currently covered. We're removing all of the non-historic fabric on that ground floor and proposing new infill. On the top, we're proposing to remove the old elevator overrun for the original elevator, along with all of the other elevator overrun and mechanical systems along Grand Street, which you see over here. One element that we're keeping is this element over here, which is historic. It actually is in the original section that Cass showed us before. And it's a Corbold flue for the old boiler. So we want to keep that. We'll get to that in a bit, but I thought it's worthwhile pointing it out. So this is the new proposed elevation where you see the ramp, handicap ramp entering the lobby on the bottom. New door that we feel is more appropriate than what's there now. Now it's a steel door with a roll down metal shutter. And new infill in all of the bays of glass and steel. Reorganizing the entrance to this commercial space on the corner, which it actually was at some point. This shows 2-over-2 replacement windows, which is a program we're working with staff on the 3 top floors of the original structure, and 1-over-1 on the second floor. This is, we've pulled from the historic photographs as we believe is the most appropriate. And then this is the 6th floor addition, and here you see the bulkhead for the elevator overrun and mechanicals, and then the larger one, the taller one up against the one around the back, which has the access to the roof, as well as actually the majority of the mechanical systems that are up there, condensing units, fans, and that kind of thing. And that pretty much aligns with the white, big, blank section. Okay. So that's how that was planned. Here is an initial little idea, sort of sketch, I would say, elevation sketch of what we're proposing, these panels that cover everything. The panels vary from panel to panel, but the system is the same. We are proposing to use stainless steel for zero maintenance, and we're pre-patinaing them in a tone which what we're trying to achieve is a tone that is reflective and not too reflective. So it picks up the colors of the sky and the surrounding, but not being too reflective as it's shiny. So that's the kind of the idea we have. Here's another little snippet of zoomed in at the top of the building. I can backtrack on some of the slides.
Okay. Okay, all right. Are there questions for the applicant? Yes, Michael.
On the previous slide?
Yeah, why don't you go back to the elevation, that one right there. Yep. It looks like the floor-to-floor height on your top floor is around 13 feet. Am I mistaken on that?
Can't tell.
The floor-to-floor is about 13 feet, yes, sir.
And obviously, the issue we'll be discussing, probably an issue we'll be discussing is visibility.
Yes.
Is there any reason why you couldn't reduce that somewhat to reduce the visibility?
In his office.
Certainly, the lower the addition is, the less visible it is. We have studied this from every angle and from 3 blocks away and 5 blocks away in each direction. That addition that we're proposing is visible. Very visible, in fact, from everywhere. So rather than trying to propose a low-scale, small, sort of compressed, it's also because we're actually tucking down as far down as we can behind the parapet. or the cornice building. So the cornice, well, it's cornice on two facades and parapet on the others. If we tuck down any further, we get into problems with the lintel of the windows below. So we're actually lowering, from what was the roof, we're actually lowering that slightly to get as low as we can as a baseline. If you go lower, then your visibility out is obviously, we're actually at 42 inches right now. So that was the first move to get as little as possible. In this district and in this type of building and in this, for what we believe is the user for this area, we wanted the top floor also to have the feeling of a loft, like the floors below. So the real question is the glazing from the cornice or parapet up, how tall does that become before it's just the clerestory basically, right? So we tried not to create the clerestory, and also I think that we all felt this is an addition, let's scale it so that it feels in scale with the building, although it's not of the building, right? It's clearly an addition, it's clearly a new modern statement, it's ephemeral, it's modern, it has a lot of ideas behind it, but they're all one singular idea. So I felt, and I think my team felt this as well, is if we're going to go through this, let's make it a beautiful addition, not something that we're trying to hide, because it's impossible. You see, even if we were to push back all the way back to the rear of the building, right, and build a wall, you would still see it. Right. So that I think that the proportions and the daylighting and this interior space is sort of driving that poetry.
Okay. Yes, Diana?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, so is the rooftop addition, you envision it being in similar use as other space in the building, or?
It is, yes.
Okay.
Same
It's
use.
the same program as the rest of the building. Actually,
Thanks.
there's some variation in the floor to ceiling height of the building, and this is, sort of the average of it. And clearly, we could, lower the roof, but.
And just in terms of the mechanicals and its visibility, because that adds further height to it, is that the best location to put your mechanicals and core where it's least visible? Could you turn it around? Because it's an L-shaped building. Could you tuck it on this, I guess, southern side?
We chose to put the majority of the mechanicals, all the fresh air intakes, most of the condensers, as well as the one staircase that is required to go to the roof, up against the
tall building.
30 stories, whatever, tall glass wall.
Huge.
And cover up that white area, and really capitalize on how ugly that is, and try to make something nice in front of it. The elevator
Right.
is where it is in the dogleg of the building. We worked closely with the owner to try to find the best fit for how you could organize the floor plates, and also capture more daylight on both the Grand Street and Lafayette Street facades, because we have two whole bays that were captured by the elevators there. As well as there is an existing condition where actually the dogleg of the building going into the block is actually inhabited, and is a separate section of the building than the leg of the building going northbound along Lafayette.
Oh, and there are actual tenants there that
Well, it's
would be...
not just that there are tenants there, it's just that there's that space of the building, it's clearly two sections of the building. So we chose to enter the center of the building for egress, for most daylight into the building. If we were to set the elevator further back into the building, we would just wind up with a lot of circulation on the ground floor, which is obviously commercial. So I think we set it back as far as we could.
Okay.
We're also working with a very narrow building that is even narrower because of the cutback that passed. So if you look at the top floor plan, actually there's not much clearance between what the required particular stairs for fire egress and the structure elevator is between here and the face of the building. So pulling this back much further just means that you can't do it. With an elevator in this, then you would have to move the elevators to the facade of the building and move back to, bricked up facades. So that was essentially how we got to that point.
All right.
So we were very...
Are there other questions? Yes. Thank you. Are there other questions for the applicant?
I hope I answered all the questions.
There may be more, but for
I'm
now.
sure.
Okay, are there any other questions? All right, we'll take testimony. Kelly Carroll?
I'm not done, there's a lot more to look at, but...
Right, we understand. Okay, there may be follow-up, but why don't we take testimony first? Kelly Carroll? Yes.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. Historic-inspired storefronts on old buildings just look better, and this prominent corner building will gain certain curb appeal from this renovation. Since this is a corner building, though, the shiny rooftop addition is very much in your face. Since this building is L-shaped, there is the advantage of adding the majority of the bulk on the rear portion of the roof, and HDC suggests pursuing this rather than cramming glass right up against the cornice along the Lafayette Street facade. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, Community Board 2 recommends approval of the facade work, including the retail space, infill, access ramp, and addition of windows. And they also approve the bulkheads, elevator overrun, and mechanical equipment on the roof, but they recommend denial of the proposed penthouse and terrace. Okay. All right, do we have other questions for the applicant? Okay, no other questions, and I think all the commissioners can look through the drawings. All right, we can close the hearing. All right, so move to discussion, comments? Comments? Okay, sure, go ahead.
I think what's happening at the base of the building is great. And I think the controversy is up at the top, as I guess testimony as well as the community board has said. You know, I sort of like some of it, but I think it's just too prominent. It's too close. It's too tall. It's too something. But I sympathize because I don't think there's much you can do about that. It's so little. I'm sort of wondering why it's even worth it. You know, I mean, 2 staircases, an elevator override. There's a whole lot of infrastructure to get very few rentable square feet up there. I just wonder if it's worth it. But who knows? With real estate values these days, I guess it is worth it, or you wouldn't be here. But I'm just voicing some discomfort. You know, I haven't heard from other commissioners, so maybe I'm alone. But I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the rooftop addition. I mean, it's not way out of scale or anything. It's just a little too prominent, a little too shiny, a little too something or other.
Okay, other comments? Yes, Diana.
I guess I share a little bit Fred's issues about really, why bother with, this addition, because it is very visible. The reason I could approve it, I think, is that it is up against a very tall building. It's at the end. If it were in some other location, I think it would really not be acceptable. Here, it could be acceptable. I do like the way they're handling the treatment of the facade and of the rooftop.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's probably not going to be that shiny. It's going to be more of a matte-ish look from what we see. But yeah, we'd have to look at it and see what it looks like in daylight, I guess. Anyway, that's kind of my reaction at this point.
Okay. Other commissioners?
Yeah. Oh, no, your hand was before me. Go.
Go ahead, Rebecca.
So I think that, yes, when I think back, we've approved some additions on tops of buildings, which were very, very obvious, and they were intentionally obvious. And I think it's because somehow the applicant sold us on the penthouse maybe being its own statement. And so there's some examples over the last couple of years where we've approved some things that are very different from what's down below, but we were brought into it as this is its own statement. And we didn't care about it being visible. We knew it was going to be, and that was part of what it was that we approved. But I think in other cases, we look at the rooftop addition as something that is an addition and that we really don't want there, and we're trying to figure out how to make it disappear.
So I think that in this case, the applicant doesn't want it to disappear, but I don't think that yet, at least in my case, I haven't been convinced that it's so special, it's special enough that I should approve it as this very visible addition. So I'm still looking at how it can disappear. And I'm not saying to take it up, but I'm just saying it needs to be that those, the comments before about ways to possibly lower it really should be looked at. And the height, I mean, I think it is high for what it is. And so I don't think that is a terribly appropriate addition, and that the visibility is worth it for this thing.
Okay, Adi?
Yeah, I agree with the applicant's interest in making it be something interesting, and rather than trying to pretend it's not there or minimize it, to allow for it, whatever it is, to show and to read. And as much as I like this perforated material in the abstract, I just don't know that it achieves what you want to achieve, 6, 7 stories up in the sky. If you can actually, read that perforation, what it means to read it as a facade, I'm not 100% convinced by it, but I think it potentially could be interesting. I actually think that something that more resembles the cornice in its opacity might just for this building might be a better and a kind of a clearer expansion in height of the building rather than this one. I mean, I'm not opposed to it, in any other building, but in this case, it's funny because it reads as though from the street and wherever you're going to read it, it reads as though it's much bigger than it is, because you think from the elevation that it's a full rectangle. You don't understand that it's that skinny L. So it reads almost as though it's the entire dimension of the rectangle. I don't know. I just think in this case it might be better if it was opaque.
Yes, Mike.
I think it's a really interesting proposal, and I think part of the problem is that the choice of material, the opacity and monolithic quality or the potentially monolithic quality of the volume, combined with its height, I think will give it the sense of being a very, very posh mechanical enclosure. It doesn't. I don't think it reads. Whether even in some of the renderings where the shutters are shown in the open position, I think that doesn't help that reading that much. I think that it's a very elegant, simple material. I personally think that if it were, if the panels were all open, if there were some relationship between the geometry of the building below to above, I think there would be potentials for having this. If there were, like Adi was saying, maybe there's a rhythm in the cornice that could be picked up in the blades. I think there's something about this particular. I mean, if it were a building sitting on the ground, I think it'd be a beautiful, beautiful building, and I'd love to go visit it. I think that it doesn't really relate too well to the building below it, nor does it really sit apart from it like this object resting on the roof. So I think that it could use some work, and I certainly think that unless it kind of really gets an image of its own that can sit well with the building, lowering it would be an easy way to minimize it.
Other comments? Michael?
Well, I'm just, it is so prominent. And did we not establish that it could be reduced in height by 3 feet without really affecting much?
We didn't establish it, but we talked about
Right.
the fact that it does have a very high top floor, and he said that that was because they want a loft feel.
Right, but they could
It's
reduce
clearly,
it.
code would allow for a significant reduction.
Right, I think it's 13 feet, it could probably go down to 10.
I think I would like to see it reduced in
Right.
height.
If they want it, they don't want it.
So I think that, for me, it seems, again, I think, like Fred said, the stuff that they're doing at the lower levels all seems fine and appropriate and really quite nice. I think that the aspect of visibility here, for me, I think the approach, which is not to hide it, is the right way to go. I think you can keep pushing it back, but it'll always be visible. And so in terms of the appropriateness of having an addition that's visible, I think that this location, given its surrounding sort of jumble of buildings that are outside, I don't know if they're in the district, but they clearly don't contribute to the district. And as it sits with tall buildings, setbacks, and then you have a lower building, and then you have another tall building, I think creates an environment where an addition may be appropriate. I think reducing the height is an easy thing for them to do. I think if they had the space to set back further, it would allow it to read separately. But since at some point, if you keep setting back the building, you have basically unworkable floor plates or a floor plate at the 6th floor, then I think the idea, which is what Commissioner what Adi and what Michael said, which is then let that, even if you want to distinguish it by a different material, but still make it relate somewhat to the building below. And I also agree with the fact that it may read as one monolithic sort of surface, and actually breaking that up in some way and allowing some of the delicacy, I think, which you intend, the lightness to come out more, would be helpful. And so for me, I think there's something I can approve at this level. I think it just needs to be designed and maybe lowered a little bit. I actually think the material looks very fascinating to me, and the idea of coming back to the shutters is actually, I think, a very nice idea. Mm-hmm. All right, other commissioners? Okay, so I think we can give them direction that they should come back and sort of refine this design, see how much you can lower the height, and see how you can sort of make some sort of finer connection with the building below, or just at least give it a finer grain than what it appears like right now. Yes, and
I would say
yes.
even the material itself, the perforation is very interesting, but is it too shiny? Is it the right color? Should it be another color? I mean, I think all of these things need to be
Yes.
in the plan.
Okay, so you could respond when you come back, so we can close the hearing then. Okay, we'll take no action today, and we'll look forward to seeing your next iteration.
Thank you.
No worries. If she's not here, we'll do the garden. That's actually better. Let's do that. So let's do the community garden. Okay, sorry. Commissioners, we are going to move to item 16. This is an application for a binding report in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 176914. This is located at Jane Street and 8th Avenue, the Jane Street Garden in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a community garden established in 1973, formerly occupied by a Greek Revival-style row house built in 1845. The application is to install fencing.
Did we do Washington?
No.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Karina Bishop, Preservation staff. The application before you is the Jane Street Garden, located at the southwest corner at the intersection of Jane Street and 8th Avenue in the Greenwich Village Historic District. The property is currently used as a community garden. The proposal is to remove the existing chain link fence and to install an iron fence around the perimeter of the garden, as well as to move the entrance gate from Jane Street to the northern apex of the triangular shaped lot. Here to present the proposal are representatives from the Parks Department, the landscape architects George Volonikis and Laura Drabo, and John Kroshuk, Director of Historic Preservation.
I was just at the Jane Street Tavern the other day. So it's right around the corner from, we were absolutely right there.
This is the Jane Street Garden in the West Village, and I think many of you know this garden. It's a very special garden, and it's a green thumb garden, and it's Parks property, And it was once a townhouse that burnt down, I believe, in the early 1970s, and actually maintained by the community at large. The Jane Street and the West Village Housing Committee groups have taken charge of the garden for a couple of decades and maintained it privately. The city councilman gave us money to put a new fence around the garden. As we all know, it's in the West Village, it's on 8th Avenue, Jane Street, in the Historic District. It's mostly residential, with some commercial on the spine of 8th Avenue. It's within the Greenwich Village Historic District. The garden is very quaint. Many people don't know of the garden. That was one of its fallbacks, is that it's typically locked. The Green Thumb has certain hours and the park can be opened. And we've been working very closely with the Community Board 2 group and the Jane Street Block Association and West Village Housing to make this more of a welcoming park when it's open to the public. These are existing conditions. This is the existing condition of the chain link fence. It's 6 feet high, and the entrance is on Jane Street, and so it's not very visible when you kind of pass by this garden. This is the view looking south. It's kind of very pinched at that corner with the chain link. The interior has some kind of garden artifacts with nice teak benches and bird baths and urns. This is the historic houses of the row homes, and that's the entrance, a small chain link fence entryway. The intent here is to make this more welcoming, and we met with the community groups, and we kind of felt that this is a garden that should be used by everyone in the neighborhood, not just the Jane Street Block Association, and we felt that a welcoming entrance would be best on the corner. And what it also does, it takes that pinch point away, which is kind of very difficult as one is turning from Jane Street to 8th Avenue. The interior of the park would be ADA compliant, so when the new gate is opened, we can allow wheelchairs into it. And as you know, we're about 2 feet lower than the current fence, which is 6 feet. This is the detail. It's taking more of looking at what's around the historic parks of Greenwich Village. The image to the left is on Christopher Park, and that's a little gate entryway, which is at the Christopher Street Garden to the east. We're looking at a picket through the park, and our whole goal here is to kind of look at details around the historic district and try to capture the flavor of our historic parks that are within Greenwich Village. And we also want to make it more kind of welcoming, and our whole goal is to keep the picket small. And so the picket is actually even smaller than what we have in the historic districts, mostly around Sheridan Square, which is a bigger picket, in the Christopher Street Park. So the whole intent is kind of look at the ironwork and the fabric around to kind of create some cohesive element to kind of create this new park periphery. What we have here is the existing conditions with the kind of pinched point corner, with the entrance gate, and now with the curved entrance gate.
Good.
Just go back to the
Is
detail.
that it, George?
That's it.
Okay, all right. Any questions? Yes, Michael?
What's the thinking behind projectile points rather than just straight pickets on the fence?
There really isn't any straight picket on a fence in Greenwich Village in our historic districts. They all have some type of detail or element. Like Washington Square has kind of a vase kind of element point. Jackson Square is kind of the horseshoe hoops that are around it. Abington Square has a pinpoint element to it. And Sheridan Square has like the kind of almost like the spheres that are around it. And of course, all the parks on 6th Avenue have an element on top. So it's very typical in our historic parks to have that sphere. And that was kind of the intent here also, is to kind of create a park that felt like it belonged to the historic district.
No, I understand the need to have an ornament there, but there's something forbidding about a spearhead.
Right. Well, they're not that pointed. They're kind of chamfered on top. If I can show you the detail, it's not like it's a sphere. That's not our goal here. The spheres are typically at Sheridan Square, but if you look at the detail here, it's chamfered and cornered. It's not like a pointed edge to it. And it's actually very three-dimensional. It's not a flat element. It's very much like the lower image of the finial to the bottom, but it's a much smaller detail than what we have.
Just wanted to ask what the benches there are. Are there benches in the park?
There are benches currently in the park that are maintained by the community group.
So they're just going to be?
They will remain in the park. There is some future money to redo the interior of the park with maybe making the bluestone more gravel and more seating, but primarily it's very small, so there are about 4 or 5 benches currently in it.
So they're not changing?
No, not changing at all.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we'll take testimony. Are there any speakers on this item? Okay, no speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval, unanimous approval of this project. Any other questions for George and the Parks Department? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments?
Chain link isn't protected.
The chain link is not protected. Non-contributing,
Nice.
no style. Okay, so
It's a radical improvement.
I think that it looks very nice. We all support it? Okay, great. Do you want to read that? Sorry, Roberta, would you like to read that? Just, we may have to revise a little bit the resolution as written.
It's 8th and James now, I see.
Matter of James Street and 8th Avenue, James Street Garden.
Greenwich Village Historic District. Application is to install fencing. I recommend approval, finding that the removal of the existing chain link fencing will eliminate a feature that detracts from the streetscape and district. That design of the iron fencing is reminiscent of the fencing found at the perimeter of adjacent small squares, including Aberdeen Square Park, Jackson Square, Christopher Park, and Sheridan Square, that the proposed fence design will improve the garden's street presence along 8th Avenue and James Street, that changing the location of the garden entrance from James Street to the intersection of James Street and 8th Avenue will enhance pedestrian circulation into the green space, that the proposed site improvements will formalize the overall design of the garden, thus enhancing the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved. That's nice.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item 15 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan. It's docket number 176288. This is 812 Washington Street, located within the Gansevoort Market Historic District. This is a neoclassical style warehouse building designed by John B. Snook and Sons and built in 1931 to 35. The application is to install a barrier-free access ramp.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ann Jennings, Preservation Staff. This application is for 812 Washington Street, the southwest corner of Washington Street and Gansevoort Street in the Gansevoort Market Historic District. And it's to install a barrier-free access at this entrance here. It's going to be a ramp and railings at that entrance. The applicant, Johan Kleeman, is here to discuss the proposal.
Okay, let's have that.
Thank you, Ann. Johan Kleeman from Higgins Creek Parks and Partners. I'll take you through this proposal as quickly as possible. I'm here today with Cass Stackenberg from my office and Drew Johnson from Chipman Design Architecture. As Ann stated, the proposal is to install a wheelchair ramp here at the entrance on Gansevoort Street. Originally, the High Line actually extended through this building here. When the tracks were removed, this area was infilled and glazed. That was 1990 to 93. If we look at some of the existing conditions here on the left, this is the Intermix store at the corner. This proposal is currently being proposed because the store is the subject of a lawsuit for not providing barrier-free access. The proposal today is to provide the barrier-free access, the wheelchair ramp, in a way that has a minimal impact on the existing fabric at the building and brings it into compliance with the code. I'll run through the presentation as quickly as I can, and Drew can take you through some of the more complex compliance or code issues if you have any questions. This entrance here is the entrance on Gansevoort where the ramp is proposed. And this detailed photo here shows the approximately 6-inch stone curb that the ramp is being installed to get over. This is the storefront on Gansevoort, or I'm sorry, on Washington Street. There actually is an existing at-grade entrance on Washington, and we looked at the possibility of installing the wheelchair ramp here. But unfortunately, the sidewalk actually ramps up at too steep of an angle for this to be in compliance with the code. Furthermore, the sidewalk, as you can see, is actually extremely narrow here. From the face of the piers to the curb, it's about 4 feet 5 inches. And then in addition to that, there is a city bike dock right here. So all these things create some sort of pinched circulation issues that would make a ramp in this location somewhat unfeasible. Looking throughout the district and throughout the area, we do find that there are a lot of different ramps and docks and different things that are attached to buildings at the storefront level. This is due in part to the fact that this was and is a warehouse and manufacturing district that had a lot of truck bays and whatnot. This one here at 94 to 98 Gansevoort Street is actually just is on the same larger building complex just down the block from where our wheelchair ramp is proposed. This is an existing plan here of the store. This is Washington Street, this is Gansevoort, and this is the entrance here where the wheelchair ramp is proposed. If you look just over here to Washington, you can see this very narrow sidewalk, and this is the city bike dock right here that created problems for any potential ramp at that location. And this is the proposed plan. As you can see, this is the ramp right here. It's approximately 16 feet 3 inches long and 6 feet wide. An existing elevation. You can see this is the 6-inch, plus or minus 6-inch step up here, and proposed elevation. We're not changing any of the existing storefront fabric. That's one of the things that's shaping the proposal. The ramp is concrete with black painted posts and stainless steel handrails. This is a section through the ramp showing the second handrail that's actually closer to the store. And then details, again, 16 feet 3 inches long and 6 feet wide off the face of the glass, an elevation and section. Details showing the black powder coated posts and the stainless steel handrails. Additional details of the same. And then finally, we have an existing photo of the corner here and a proposed showing the proposed wheelchair ramp.
Isn't there at some point, based on, I guess, the difference in grade, that triggers the need for railings, etc.? So if it's less than a certain amount of height, you don't have to provide railings. Isn't that correct?
This is something that we looked into. As I understand it, if it is less than 6 inches,
okay,
you would not be required to have a railing here.
Right.
However, the owner in this case is for liability reasons would like to install the railing anyway. And in this case, it is slightly higher than 6 inches.
Okay.
But even if it were slightly under 6 inches, they would still want to install the handrail at that location.
Okay, I'm just wondering because the amount of difference is so little, and to have this big sort of, I mean, it's not that big, but an intrusion like that, isn't there any other way you can address the negotiating between the sidewalk and the entrance? You can't actually ramp up the sidewalk, can you?
I mean,
it's something that's currently being, Drew Johnson from Chipman Design Architecture. It's something that we are currently pursuing, but anything that is a modification more than 44 inches off of the property line of the building requires approval from the Department of Transportation.
So are you exploring that, and is this sort of a contingency in case you don't get approval?
Yes, it's part of something that we're exploring, but I mean, it basically required reworking the entire
Sidewalk.
scope of the entire scope of the sidewalk immediately around it, and then we have to get back down to the point where we're at the proper elevation for the curb cuts at the perimeter, because we'll basically have to ramp in both directions or all three directions.
I see,
Provide
okay.
the 5-foot turning and the correct access.
Yeah, let me just ask about that, because just following your question,
sure.
it takes up a lot of the sidewalk, right? I mean, I'm just wondering if you've explored, or if it's at all possible to explore, the space behind the corner column. In other words, actually using the full dimension interior of the interior space behind the column.
I'm sorry, do you mean on the inside of the building?
I mean on the inside of the building, which would mean giving up some of that inside of the building to the outside. What do I mean? Something around the corner that allows you to enter in on Washington and use that full dimension of the turn to get behind the corner. I'm actually not sure what it would be, but I'm, as an alternative to using up as much of the sidewalk as you do currently.
Right.
It would mean giving up some of that interior corner.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big problem with the access off of the Washington side is that since we're already above the 1 to 12 allowable for compliance, we'd have to find a way to lower that portion back down to
that's very
difficult
on that side.
On that side. Because, I mean, theoretically, if it
also
warranted
got
speed and we could
this
provide
bike racks
the
over
flat
there.
area directly outside of the door, then we would be in
That's all mess.
compliance already. But because there's such a narrow sidewalk and it ramps up at a rate that's excessive to what's allowable for.
But if the storefront pulled in, then it wouldn't have to ramp up at such a level, right?
On that, I mean, it would involve, I mean.
The storefront pulling in.
Yeah, we have to modify the
Exactly.
storefront.
That's what I'm pointing out.
That would be the question, is what would be allowable as a modification to the storefront in any regard.
Right, it seems to me that a modification to the storefront might be preferable to a modification to the public street.
Okay.
Right, I mean, I don't know, I don't find the ramp that offensive. It's, it's fairly small, and I think it's, the sidewalk is 12 feet, and I believe so, and your ramp is 6 feet. Is that the minimum that you have to provide?
Without modifying the storefront, yes.
Yeah. It's per code, is that correct?
It's based around the pair of doors. If you have a door that swings into the path of the ramp, because we're actually not allowed to, once again, under code, have a single step down for it to be a compliant means of egress, so it has to go down a ramp for it to be a compliant means of egress, and because of the way that the door impedes into the path of the ramp, we're not allowed to obstruct the 42 inches, or basically 3/4 of the clear width of the ramp to get down for a means of egress. So with the pair of bi-swinging doors, we have to have at least that amount of space to utilize the ramp in that way for egress.
Got it, because it has to be, whatever that dimension is, it has to be clear of the opening of the door.
That way there's nothing obstructing it, exactly.
Okay.
I also think their point about the bike racks being over there, it's kind of getting that use in this. Well, I mean, it's kind of messy for having to have the handicap access be with the bike racks. It sounds like you're putting it away, so to speak, but I think.
Where are the bike racks?
Right there.
In other words, I'd rather not, I think it's better not to put it over with the
there.
bike rack,
I mean,
on that
Washington
side.
Street, the sidewalk is much narrower than it is on.
Yes, it is, because of those piers there, too.
Which is what's
It's
the
a
cross street, West
combination of
12th? No, Gansevoort, sorry, Gansevoort, of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
All right, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? You're here to speak on this item?
I have a son, may I speak for community board too?
I'm sorry, you'll speak for
I
community?
have not signed up, may I speak for community board too?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm Chenault Spence, co-chair of the Landmarks Committee for Community Board 2. Were troubled a great deal by the amount of space taken up on the sidewalk, and we reckon, though we don't make a habit of redesigning projects, that with careful reworking of the entranceway on Washington Street, the ramp could be nestled in between the two piers of the building. Thank you.
Which two piers?
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Okay, do we have other questions for the applicant?
Oh, just one. So does it help if the ramp part itself is narrower and closer back towards the building, and just the platform part is sticking out that far? Because I don't think that the leg of the ramp has to be the 6 feet, right? It's the turnaround and the door clearance. Does that make any difference? I mean, it would give the appearance of more space on the sidewalk, except for the part where the ramp is, but, I mean, where the platform is.
Yeah, I mean, so the part that we're talking about,
Modify the storefront.
so what we're talking about is the part that's actually important for the egress pathway
Mhm.
is where this door ends relative to the amount of space that we're leaving over.
Okay.
So it's really, it's all about this door leaf, and if somebody is coming through and happens to turn down the ramp to go this way, if we narrow out the ramp, then we cut down this effective width. And that's what serves to impede us from an egress point of view. So, because, logically it would say that you're okay going down a step, but that's just, the concern is they want at least 2 in there, or else it once again causes a tripping hazard.
Do you know what's happening across the street? That's the entrance into the High Line, is that correct?
It is.
Okay, so I'm just curious about, because this issue is more, there are 2 issues here. One is about, is it appropriate to have ramps in this district? And I think they've shown some other areas, and I've been to some of these blocks between West Street and Washington, and there are quite a few that have ramps. So I think the idea of having a ramp in the district is not, at least to me, doesn't seem inappropriate. I think the issue is about taking away from the sidewalk. And one of the questions to ask is whether, why are we concerned about this sidewalk in particular? Because we've seen other sidewalks in Soho, and maybe not in the Village, where you have ramps all the time on fairly narrow sidewalks. So they're telling me to shut up again, so anyway. So that's, one thing we can discuss, but and that's why I asked about what's happening on the other side of the street and whether, it has a different sort of pedestrian ability and capacity because it has the High Line, it's set back. So, okay, so that's just some context to what we were talking about. Yes,
But
Roberta.
most of the other ramps that I remember are like less than 6 feet onto.
Right, the depth you're talking about, right?
That depth, yes.
The depth, not the length.
Not the length, I'm just saying, I think I remember 3 clear or 4 feet, and then sometimes there's a 5-foot turnaround at the platform, but the ramp itself, so they're explaining that can't happen because they have double doors that swing out, so 6 feet is more than what we often.
Well, the ramp has to clear.
No, I know, I understand.
Okay. All right, so let's first talk about whether we think that as proposed is appropriate or not, and then we can think if the commission...
If it can't get better...
It can get better.
Well, okay.
I think it's...
What's unusual
this
here is
kind
that
of district.
the distance between the corner and the first pier on Gansevoort is very wide. And I think that what the testimony proposed, that this nestling up, as they said, if there's a way for us to use that dimension, that the length of that dimension to actually, again, modify the storefront so that the ramp itself, the depth of the ramp can kind of tuck further into the face of the actual interior. But it would mean modification of storefront.
I'm not understanding where the storefront is supposed to go. Are you saying that the storefront has to set back further? Remove the whole glass and set it back further? To the extent that you gain how many inches or how many feet? Because you still have to have this outside. So you can't, I don't know if you have the length to nestle it completely.
Angle it.
I don't know, it seems...
Building by destroying structural floor slab, probably got a basement below.
The thing I can see is that, is there a way to recess if you recess the doors and your doors went inside, then your clearance wouldn't be 6 feet. It'd be, right? So it's just the door that gets inset as opposed to the whole storefront moving. Okay. But I'm sorry.
There might also be a solution where they could just lock one door, perhaps, and use one leaf, which would then, I don't want to speak out of turn on this, but I think...
I think the solution the chair was just noting about recessing the doors that may allow them to keep double doors operable and shorten the depth of the...
Right, because then it would be limited to what would be required by code, which is what we've seen elsewhere. So in this particular case, it's wider or deeper because you have to clear the leaves of the doors, right? And so if they if they recess it, you could basically reduce the width. Good. That makes sense?
You'd have to redo the whole...
You don't have to redo the whole facade. I think you really have to...
It's going from pier to pier, and there...
No, you could inset your door.
I know, but there's like 2 columns behind that. If you look at thing A2...
I just didn't, yeah.
It's like, you got it working between 2 separate structural things.
All right, let me find out how many commissioners are willing to accept this as is. Okay, we're going to move to decision then. Okay, so we're closing the hearing and as is. Okay.
In the matter of docket number 17-6288, 812 Washington Street in the Gansevoort Market Historic District, the application is to install a barrier-free access ramp. I note the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the historic district. I recommend approval, finding that due to the steep slope and narrow width of the sidewalk at Washington Street, barrier-free access at this entrance cannot be provided without significant changes to the sidewalk, that the proposed barrier-free access ramp will be installed at a modern storefront will neither obscure or result in damage to any significant architectural features of the building, that the modest size and simple design of the concrete ramp and metal railings will harmonize with the historic material and finished palette of the building and will not overwhelm or detract from the facade, that the ramp is easily reversible and allows for barrier-free access into the storefront, and that the presence of the ramp will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the streetscape.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved. You're opposed? Okay. Application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, I'm going to read the next 3 items into the record. This is the last items of the day. The first one is item 18, an application for certificate of appropriateness of Borough of Manhattan, docket number 176619, 46-50 Gansevoort Street, located within the Gansevoort Market Historic District. This is an altered modern-style market building designed by Charles H. Stadler and built in 1938-39. The application is to demolish the western portion of the building and construct a new building, alter the facades, replace windows and doors, install storefront infill, install marquees and signage, and reconstruct a skylight. The next is item 19, docket number 176620, 52-58 Gansevoort Street, located within the Gansevoort Market Historic District, a vernacular-style market building originally built circa 1850-54 and altered in 1937 by S. Walter Katz. The application is to alter the facade, replace windows and doors, install signage and lighting, construct a rear addition, install rooftop mechanical equipment, and perform excavation. And item 20 is an application for certificate of appropriateness of the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 176621, 60-74 Gansevoort Street, located within the Gansevoort Market Historic District. This is a market building built in 1940-42 and altered in 1949-50. And 5 neo-Greek-style tenement buildings designed by George B. Pelham and built in 1880-81 and altered as a market building in 1940 by Voorhees, Walker, Foley, and Smith. The application is to demolish the western building and construct a new building and to construct rooftop additions, replace windows, install storefront infill, install lighting and signage, and perform excavation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Gabrielle Gutowski, Preservation Staff. This application is for 46 through 74 Gansevoort Street. It's an entire city block located in the Gansevoort Market Historic District, bounded by Washington Street and 9th Avenue, where 9th Avenue dead ends and Gansevoort Street starts, Greenwich Street starts. The project consists of 3 lots.
Can you use the microphone? We can't hear you. Thank you.
Okay, she is using the microphone, but she'll speak a little bit louder. Okay, go ahead.
Is this on? Is this better? Okay, the project consists of 3 lots.
Okay, if I know.
It doesn't really matter because it will be repeated, but it consists of 3 lots, but will be presented at one time as one project. The land use attorney, Karen Vinden, is here to present. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Karen Binder. I'm from the firm of Fox Rothschild. I am here for the land use applicant to really talk about...
I'm sorry, can the Members of the public, just settle down. Carrie, just give us 1 minute. It's just not very good. Okay, we're going to switch microphones.
Do you hear me? How's this?
Go ahead.
So I am here really to talk about the use restrictions that have burdened this lot really for the past 30 years. I didn't need my glasses then, but I do now. So in 1984, in connection with an application to rezone to a C6-2A, a two-block area bounded by Gansevoort, Washington, West 12th and West, the environmental review disclosed a potential adverse impact on industrial meat production-related businesses occupying properties owned by the rezoning applicant at the time, but located outside the rezoning area. To mitigate these potential impacts, a restrictive deck was placed on the property. The deck limited the uses to the property to certain commercial and light manufacturing uses, basically known in the restrictive deck as permitted uses. These were essentially the 1558 uses, similar to the 1560 uses in the zoning resolution today. So it permitted use groups 11, 16, 17, and 18, things like clothing manufacturers, woodworking, food production, breweries. In 1998, the restrictive deck was modified to allow lot 54, so that's the eastern portion of the site, to permit use group 6 on the site. In 2003, City Planning again approved a modification to the deck to allow use groups 6 and 9 retail and commercial uses on lots 49 and 43, and to allow use group 9 on lot 54. In addition, the council added a prohibition that there be no use group 6B office on the site. In 2013, the deck was actually modified to reflect these changes, and the deck also included a prohibition on eating and drinking establishments with entertainment, eating and drinking establishments in the rear yard or on the roof. So all the uses that are being considered for the development herein must be in accord with the use restrictions on the deck.
Okay, thank you.
And now I think I probably will turn this over to the man who's going to talk about the project itself.
Thank you, Karen.
Sure.
Right. Hello, commissioners, and public, everyone. My name is Harry Kendall with BKSK Architects. We're the architects for the three zoning lots in this project. For the block on Gansevoort that runs from, as Gabriella said, from Greenwich Street to Washington Street. Greenwich Street on the east, Washington Street on the west. This is, I guess, seeing the large amount of people assembled, I guess this is in the category of careful what you wish for, but it's an extraordinary opportunity as an architect to engage with some very worthy pieces of the city fabric in a very exciting district. So we really appreciate being here. We're honored to have been asked to look at this block, and we've done a great deal of work, and I hope it shows. As Gabrielle has also said, this is 3 tax lots. It's 5 buildings, but it originally was 13 buildings. They've been consolidated over time, but our team's approach has been to engage quite deeply with the history of each one of these individual buildings, either existing or to engage with each of these existing buildings, either surviving or past, and to really learn from that and to let the history of each site and the history of the larger district guide us as we consider urbanistically what this block wants to be. So we'll get into the architecture, of course, in great detail, but the history precedes it, obviously, literally. And I'm going to bring Cass Stackelberg up to go through the characteristics of the district that we think are relevant to this and the history of the sites.
Thank you, Harry. Cass Stackelberg, Higgins Quays Brockton Partners. As Harry said, what we'd like to do is sort of introduce...
We cannot hear you.
Introduce the buildings on the block front. Because this is an unusual series of applications where it isn't just a single building, but actually a group of buildings, we want to sort of take you through each of these buildings. And the way the presentation is organized, it takes you sort of east to west across the block front as part of the design proposal. But I do want to sort of basically introduce each of these buildings, tell you what the designation report says about them, but also talk more generally about the district, its history of change, and all the variety and vitality that has existed over the years. I'll talk louder. You can't hear me? No, even if I stand under here under the microphone? It's good with the mic. Okay, I'll use the mic. Yes. All right. Right, that's not here to shout. Yeah. Well, I'll use the microphone and try and do both. So, as I said, the idea is to discuss the history of the district, the block itself, and then talk about the degree of change that has occurred historically, but also more recently since designation. So, working east to west, so beginning with 4648 Gansevoort Street, and this title sheet on your handout may serve as a sort of guide as we go through the presentation. This building was constructed in 1939 as a market building. It is called out as a modern style building. It retains a very high degree of its architectural integrity. One of the things you'll see as we go through the design presentation is that we have a combination of sort of a grouping of treatments. There are straight preservation of some of these buildings. There is demolition of no-style building and reconstruction of that site. And then there's a hybrid of the new construction and restoration work that occurs on some other sites. So we'll go sort of lot by lot. The corner site, as I said, maintains a high degree of architectural integrity and is being preserved largely as it is with modifications at the storefront. That's this buff brick building to the east at the corner of Greenwich Street. The building, the two-story building directly to its west, was constructed at the same time as a sort of ancillary to the corner building. In the designation report, it's called out as having a no-style cladding. We see it as a lesser building in the streetscape and really one that doesn't contribute in its current state to the block front or really to the district. Moving to the west, what is now known as the Gansevoort Market Building. This building actually historically was three buildings, three individual row houses. That's this block. As Harry said, this block front really is evocative of the degree of change that occurs throughout the district, this sort of repurposing and combining of buildings. The market building, the Gansevoort Market Building, was historically three buildings, and in 1937 was cut down and given an actual architectural expression. So this middle portion here with this sort of raised parapet is a composed element here in this grouping of three buildings. That building will be preserved largely in its current condition. Moving to the west, this group of buildings, which reads as a sort of unified facade, is actually comprised of five individual old law tenements that were designed by George Pelham in the third quarter of the 19th century. And in 1939, those buildings were cut down from 5 stories to 2 stories. There's sort of a clear-cut line here with some infill brick at the existing parapet. So these were historically 5-story tenement buildings that speak to the sort of other uses that did occur in this district, the sort of residential component and layer that exists throughout the district. And then finally, at the corner, this is a 1-story building. It was constructed as a truck depot, and it is called out in the designation report as a no-style building. In this district and in other districts, the commissioners have found no-style designations in designation reports as indicating that if a building that is an improvement to the district is being proposed, that the demolition of that no-style building could be found appropriate. Our proposal is to demolish the 1-story no-style building and construct a 6-story building in its place. Looking at the historic district, some existing condition photographs, one of the things that you see as you walk around the district is the tremendous variety that exists in this district. From the top left, working across, this is a two-story, purpose-built two-story market building, neo-Grec building from the 1880s, next to a three-story stable, next to a six-story building that was soon turned into a garage. You have variety of scales, you have varieties of building types, you have variety of ages of construction. In this next slide, you have 1840s row houses that were converted into commercial uses next to a 1900, 1910 warehouse building. It's a typical sort of layering of ages and types that one sees throughout the streetscapes of the district. This building, and this is the same building here, this is actually a five-story warehouse building that was constructed, it looks a lot like a tenement building with cast iron storefronts at the base, but actually was constructed as a commercial building on the corner of 13th and Washington, sort of layered over the four-story addition to 837 Washington Street that was approved a few years ago by the commissioners. And then you can see in the distance the tallest buildings in the district, the Manhattan Refrigerating Company buildings down on Gansevoort and Washington Street. Those buildings at 9-story, as I said, are the tallest buildings in the district. There are other warehouse buildings. This 6-story warehouse building here on the corner of Horatio and Washington Street. And then directly next to it at a more diminutive scale is a converted row houses that were altered in the 1920s to be converted to tenements. The block front on 14th Street, again, a sort of mix of buildings that are really meant to read like residences, but are actually, this was built as a carpentry shop, breweries and warehouse buildings throughout. These photos here show again the sort of layering of scale and building type, the row houses, infill buildings, additions, 5-story store and loft buildings, and then the block front on 13th Street where there's a different scale and a different density with 5- and 6-story buildings, some historic and some added. This map is a map that illustrates the degree of change in the historic district. And what we attempted to do by looking through the designation report was to look at both historic and commission-approved changes in height, both in terms of decrease in height and increase in height throughout the historic district. And one of the things that we found, obviously, is that there has been a tremendous amount of change in this district. In fact, the designation report refers to the sort of eras of change and the alterations to residential buildings to convert them into commercial buildings, the development of commercial buildings, the shortening of residential buildings to change them into commercial buildings. So this notion of adaptive reuse and change is really sort of inherent in the DNA of this district. And I think this map, in terms of its breadth of change, illustrates both the historic changes and also the commission-approved changes that have occurred throughout the district. We then break that down into a few different things. One thing we were interested in understanding was how many buildings in the historic district, as you walk around, there are a lot of 2-story market buildings. How many of those are actually buildings that have been cut down similar to 60 to 68 Gansevoort, those 5 tenements on our project site, and the 2 buildings, or the 3 buildings to the east. And what we find is, other than our block front, which you can see here, we've oriented the maps with north down, just to confuse you, really just to align with the elevations. But the north is here, and Gansevoort Street to the south is up here. So this is our project site. So other than these 2 buildings that we're talking about here today, there are really only 3 other buildings that have been cut down. The largest and sort of most associative to our buildings on the site is this 3-story building here that was historically a 5-story tenement. You can see a historic photo here. This is the 5-story building at the corner, as it was historically, at the corner of Washington and Gansevoort Street. That building, like 60 to 68, was cut down, but to 3 stories, not 2 stories. There are only 2 other examples. This building on Gansevoort Street, where Florent used to be, and then this building on Little West 12th Street. We have photographs of these here to show you the buildings that have been cut down. One of the concerns or thoughts that we had was by proposing an increase or a reestablishment of the height of 60 to 68 back to 5 stories, does that then sort of open the door for many other buildings of its kind to be increased in height? And I think the only location where that really is associated would be at this corner of Washington and Gansevoort Street. We also looked at historical and pre-designation additions. So that previous slide talks about how the district went down in height, but it has also gone up in height. From the bottom to the top, this building here on 14th Street in the 1920s gained an additional, at the street wall, an additional floor. And then more recently, but prior to designation, the district has changed with additions of sort of more modest scale. There's one-story addition on the opposite side of 14th Street here, and as well this very large 3 to 4-story addition to this building on 13th Street. Right here as well. The refrigerating company building has had a 2-story addition added in the 1980s over a portion of that. That's over in this. So there are changes that have occurred historically and pre-designation. And then finally, looking at the commission-approved changes and additions in particular, there have been additions added to the district, and there have also been new buildings constructed in the district. This is all to sort of point out again the way the district has evolved, both historically, but also under commission regulation. So this is the new building on the corner of Gansevoort and Greenwich Street here, 40 Gansevoort. It was a 5-story building that took the place of a 3-story warehouse building. The addition here at 9 and 19 9th Avenue at this corner, and the 1-story addition here at 21 to 27 9th Avenue. This whole block front historically was 2 and 3 stories, and under commission approval it has gained sort of a 1-story addition on the row house buildings and a 2-story addition on the 2-story building here at the corner. This is an infill building, a new building on 13th Street that has been approved. And then finally, 837 Washington, a 4-story addition on the top of this 2-story market building. So this block, I do want to point out that this block front here, which runs from Little West 12th Street, 13th Street down to Little West 12th Street, that entire block front historically was 2-story market buildings, purpose-built 2-story market buildings, and this one has gained a 4-story addition. And then on the opposite side of that block, this was a 2 and 3-story stretch of buildings historically, which have also been added to significantly. And then finally, pre- and post-designation additions, back to the idea of increases in height to illustrate how the district has continued to evolve and how it has been regulated by the commission as a sort of a living, breathing district, sort of differently perhaps than other districts throughout the city. Turning back to the existing conditions, so this is our block front here. This is the 5-story building at 40 Gansevoort, and then the larger Manhattan Refrigerating Company building here on Washington and Gansevoort Street. And then on the opposite side of the street, just to give you context, again, variety in scales from 1 to 3 to 5-story buildings directly opposite. The Whitney Museum is diagonally across from this corner site at Washington and Greenwich. And then the district boundary to the east. Looking at the history of the block front now, so we've talked sort of a bit about the macro, and now we're going to talk about the micro on a block front scale. Historically, this block had from the third quarter of the 19th century up through the middle of the 20th century was actually a very densely built, relatively tall block. There were row houses converted to tenements here. This is looking down to the block front on Gansevoort Street. The 9th Avenue elevated, the city's first elevated actually ran right alongside the blocks. The street line as well. There was a trolley that ran along along Gansevoort Street. But looking at the block front, you see this converted row house building and as well the tail of that building, and then as you continue down, this is the site of where the current wood-clad building is, and then further down the block you see 4- and 5-story residential buildings. This photograph here on the right shows the beginning of the decrease in height of the block. So this is the current Gansevoort Market building in the middle of the block, which is basically begins with this building. These buildings were cut down to create that building. And that was really the beginning of this lessening and decrease in density that occurred really at this moment during the Depression in the late 1930s. This photograph, you can also see the five-story tenements here from 60 to 68 Gansevoort, and then the five-story tenements that were at the corner of Gansevoort and Washington Street historically. So there was much greater density here with these tenement structures, and then converted row houses further to the east. Pulling back, this is a photograph from 1930 and then 1940. The 1938 photograph obviously illustrates the taller context, the converted row house to tenement structures on the corner and the elevated, and the demolition of those buildings for the two-story market building that exists on the corner. And as well, further down the block, the demolition of the five-story tenement buildings on the western half of the block, cut down for the market building and the truck depot at the far end at Washington Street. So you can see this sort of dynamic quality that was occurring in the middle of the 20th century. Then, of course, there are a number of forces that shaped the district: transportation, the introduction of the High Line, the presence of the piers on the Hudson, which prompted the need for refrigeration and supplying the steamships, and eventually the hotel industry, all of which sort of came out of the Gansevoort Market District. But there are many forces that sort of shape that district, and the designation report speaks to the way that these different historical events shaped the physical fabric, obviously, of the district, and led to these waves of adaptive reuse throughout the district. And at this point, I'll hand it over to Harry to take you through the changes on the block front.
Thank you, Cass. So this is a summary sheet of the changes of the building, many of them mentioned by Cass, some of them just passed by. But we call this the rise and fall and collapse of the south side of Gansevoort Street. And it's a fascinating history that you see buildings of a certain scale that you've seen in the historic photograph. Those increased, and the adjacent scale of the Manhattan Refrigeration Building was a significant increase. Then, toward the second half of the Great Depression, a combination of forces combined to begin a reduction in height. And we see it, as Cass said, the Gansevoort Market Building was the one composed into that new sort of purpose-changed two-story market building. And then the collapse. Again, a combination of forces, and the entire block became this two-story and one-story combination. Now, I want to pause for a second. We don't suggest that because some of these buildings were taller, we have an inherent right to bring them back up to their original height. Rather, we look at the history and say, which of these were purpose-built, how much care was taken in their transformation, if any, and what is the story of the district that this block tells, and could tell a bit more eloquently if you approach it with care and thought. So,
if the audience can please hold any noises over there, thank you.
A little diversion, just housekeeping, sort of. Here we are looking at a bird's eye view at the existing bulk of the site, just to get an overview. This is Greenwich, and this is Washington. The maximum allowable bulk envelope, as per the underlying zoning, is what we show. It includes a street wall height, required setback, and a sky exposure plane. If you, just as a for instance, if you took the allowable FAR and spread it out roughly evenly, a little higher in the western corner over this whole site, the 155,000 square feet that is the so-called as of right, it would look like this. Actually, not a lot higher than the block had been historically, but very uniform, which we don't feel is the characteristic of the district. It's not the characteristic of the north side of Gansevoort Street, and it's not the characteristic of the surrounding blocks. So this is the first further orientation device. This is what we are proposing in bulk form. It is, Karen began by talking about the allowable uses. Everything about this project is as of right in terms of use and bulk. We're not proposing any uses that are contrary to the restrictive deck nor the underlying zoning, and we're not proposing any bulk that lies above the maximum allowable bulk envelope. So now we'll start to orient you further with real photographs and then giving rise to what I described as the building-by-building approach, renderings of what we propose and more detailed illustrations of what had been there previously. So pause for a second and take it in, looking from east to west toward the already much referenced larger scale of the Manhattan refrigerating building. And this is what we're proposing. I'll summarize it because it's a cast of characters to keep in mind, and it takes a little while to digest. Took us a little while. The two-story purpose-built 1938 Market building, the new building next to it, which retains a kind of material linkage that it always had, but reverts to a height that it was on that site before. The two-story Gansevoort Market building, purpose renovated, that we retain as is with renovations to the base. The two-story existing base of the George Pelham tenement building, 3 additional stories, slightly higher than, but roughly similar to the existing, to the historic height, and 1 setback 6-story. And then lastly, on the no-style former truck depot site, a new building that rises 6 stories to an 83-foot height, and then sets back with 2 more stories in a kind of rooftop appendage. So now building by building, because there's a tale to tell. And Todd Poisson, my partner, will walk us through the first 4, and then we'll tag team. I'll bring home the last description.
Thanks, Harry. Todd Poisson, partner at BKSK. So the first of the 3 zoning lots is 46 to 50 Gansevoort Street. Thank you. The 1939 configuration of the 2-story market building, we're proposing to keep a large visible skylight that exists, and the ancillary secondary building that exists today with the no-style cladding. The drawing on the upper right of this page shows the configuration in 1939 with a stepped pediment that the smaller ancillary building received. The drawing on the right, sorry. The drawing on the lower right, or the photograph on the lower right, is a text photo from 1980 that shows the step pediment still existing. It was removed in 2000. The dotted red lines are to reflect the inherent asymmetry that this kind of offhandedly composed secondary building received because of the nature of the pre-existing buildings. The lot line between 48 and 50 was retained and was reflected in this kind of offhanded composition as it inherited the cellar, the foundation of 50. It has an off-center pediment and, to this day, a marquee. So 50 is actually the 2-story tail and where the 5-story tenement was. It was 4 stories, which became 5 stories. In 2000, by 2000, the step pediment is gone. We're proposing to restore the brick, as you see in here, that the cleats that hold the 3 marquees, the cleats are still there, but the tie rods and marquees are gone on the corner building. We're proposing to replace those. Earlier this year, we probed the no-style cladding and did discover uncovered the pockmarked and painted brick that still exists beneath the no-style cladding.
Let me go back for a second. Sorry to interrupt. When you're in the course of doing historic research and then design, certain photographs emerge that are kind of inspirational in a quiet way. The one on the left is ask you to take a look for a minute at the shadows on the street and what Cass described as Manhattan's first elevated rail line above it. This block is very much characterized by being sandwiched between, only for a very short period of years, between the High Line and this elevated line before the elevator came down, and trolley lines running between. It was a fascinating moment, and the sort of ghost of the transportation networks, both the trolley lines and the elevated railway, are to us seem part of the story.
Our design for the replacement building at 50 draws clues from the utilitarian buildings that are around the district, including the one Cass mentioned earlier at 405 West 14th Street, which was a 4-story carpentry shop. Other utilitarian buildings in the district were tenements, townhouses converted, and on our very own site was a 4-story tenement. So our proposed building at 50 is an interpretation of these utilitarian buildings that one sees within the district, yoking itself to the corner building to reflect its long-term relationship with the corner building in its use of steel casement windows that are similar to the existing windows that we are replacing in kind of the corner building. Also, a similar masonry material, in this case, vertically laid up, soldier course, 16-inch tall brick, an interpretation of the neighboring brick in a similar color, complementary color. And the 3 marquees that once were on the site reappear using existing historic cleats on the facade. This facade is cleaned up. The 2 windows on the ground floor here are made larger by lowering their sill height to the ground. Otherwise, this facade is generally restored, and signage and piping and conduits removed. Other things that yoke it to the corner building to reflect its long-term relationship is the marquees. The marquees are inspired by the transportation network that Harry remarked on earlier, these great shadows that were on the streets in the 1930s. We feel we're bringing them back with a lacework of a double layer of laser-cut aluminum with a plane of glass on top that drains the water back towards the building, inside the building. These marquees are inspired by the raised trestle, the historic trains. We took inspiration from historic photographs and composed the marquees to reanimate the great shadows. The lacework also appears on the western-facing facade to both express the modernity of our proposal of a masonry wall, thick masonry wall. Distinct characteristic of this district is planes of masonry. We reflect this historic photograph when the 3 buildings that created a market were cut down in 1938 to reveal this great western-facing wall of chimneys and scars. This was the 4-story building that became a 5-story building. We add a quasi-cornice coping with 2 layers of checkerboard corbelled brick, the same kind, in and out with cast stone coping to relate to the coping of the Art Moderne building on the corner, but also make a nod to the cornices of the earlier building. The lacework also appears on the eastern-facing wall to, again, disjoint the modern plane of masonry street front. And so lacework is parallel to where the elevated rail on 9th Avenue once ran. So the street wall is utilitarian in nature, kind of a supporting player in the composition, an interpretation of the utilitarian buildings in the district. Existing condition drawing proposal rising to 42 feet 5 inches, elevator bulkhead in the distance beyond rising to 5211. Rebuilding the skylight in kind where it is today. Greenwich Street elevation existing, proposed, replacing the windows in kind with new thermally insulated steel and glass windows. This is the 50 beyond, the lacework, the aluminum lacework beyond. So that's the first of 3 zoning lots. The second of 3 zoning lots is known as the Gansevoort Market Building, 2-story existing building. The drawing on the up of the page is the existing conditions. The proposed condition does not raise the building vertically. We are restoring, we're opening up one of the windows that have been infilled. We're proposing to remove concrete that was plugged up to pre-existing height at this entrance, and we're proposing one additional masonry opening here in this brick pier. We are removing the canvas awning that is on the fourth bay and removing the grill work and security bars and otherwise restoring the facade, and removing the Gansevoort Market lettering that was added about 10 years ago. These buildings, as Cass and Harry have talked about, have a great history and a really beautiful result. Previously, there were a series of 3 tenement buildings. Actually, the middle one was actually a 4-story wood shop that added a 5th story in 1893. They were built in 1853, and the 2 straddlers were tenements. In 1938, they were cut down by a single owner in a really beautiful surgical manner, following the 2nd floor line, the 3rd floor line. And that's why the center of the market building is raised, the parapet is raised, because they simply followed that line and created this really quite beautiful, almost symmetrical composition. This is the window that we're reopening, and this is the pier that we're proposing a cut in. We are proposing to horizontally enlarge the market building on the 2nd floor to within the 30-foot required setback. The ground floor is fully built existing condition. The red dotted line is the existing condition. We're proposing to lower that roof and lengthen or deepen the 2nd floor. We're also proposing to deepen and lengthen its cellar. This is the existing rear wall, not original on either side. Proposed condition on the storefront, showing just in a straightforward elevation, the new proposed masonry opening and the larger masonry opening here with steel, insulated steel and glass, bifold doors and transoms. And
Want to mention Pastis?
sure. So a local restaurant, Pastis, has signed a lease to happily re-enter the district from around the corner, and they are going to occupy, or they plan to occupy this, the eastern 3/4 of the ground floor. Those are the first 2 zoning lots, and the last zoning lot, Harry will come back.
No, you're doing...
Oh, I'm sorry, I have one more. So the first part of the 3rd zoning lot is 60 to 68 Gansevoort. So unlike the market building, which was here and surgically composed, in 1939, the 5-story George Pelham tenements built in 1880 were cut down violently. So here we have, as opposed to the market building, which is an example of careful surgery, this is an example of butchery, and we'd like to propose to reinstate the 5-story street wall, much like that exists around the corner and elsewhere in the district. These beautiful detailed brick and cast stone and cast iron storefront buildings that dot the district, as Cass showed you earlier. We're proposing to remove the parapet, which is new, but keep some of the new old kind of pastiches has accrued over time. Right about where the level of the historic 2nd floor windows were. There's these wonderful existing entries at the 5 historic tenements that still exist with these pairs of narrow and wide pilasters, which we're restoring, and the entrances have been plugged up over time. We're proposing to keep those plugged up as they've found now, but restore and recover cast iron columns that we've discovered behind the infill, restore the 2nd floor, and then add 3-story street wall. The cornice is proposed to break at the historic 5 bearing walls. Some of the details, especially here at the connection between old and new. The historic level of the second floor stone sills are recalled with a little bit of cutting into the a little more cutting into the existing facade with limestone registering the historic length and a little smooth limestone registering the extension, the horizontal extension of each window. So in other words, the tenement window was the large rectangle pattern. We've widened it with a side light and heightened it with a transom to reflect modern use, modern commercial use. Each of the bearing walls also is registered with cast stone that also dips back in, stapling new to old to hold the support, the hanger for the marquee, the existing marquee, very characteristic of the district. The marquee is proposed to remain. Straightforward construction drawings showing the corbelling at the windows and the marquee. We've discovered during last year that the infill, the masonry and metal infill at the 5 tenement ground floor storefronts have still historic cast iron columns behind them. This is the existing condition on top. In the middle is the proposed condition. These are the cast iron columns that we've discovered behind the infill. Existing condition, same bay, 66 Gansevoort, for example, same bay proposed and in a view, street view. These are the original entrances of these 2 particular townhouses, tenements that have been bricked up. We're keeping the ones that have been bricked up. The ones that were not received glass, granite.
In the interest of time, can we focus on sort of the broader issues and then?
That's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay.
So, one last site.
Yes.
And
Thank
and
you.
then we can give you you'll have the whole picture. So the last is the no style former truck depot. That's it. In 1940, this is it now. It's been adapted from its truck depot-ness to have a marquee and stores. But and as I've said, we're proposing to demolish it. This is it in 1931 and earlier, of course. And it was 3 tenements that faced onto Washington Street, breaking the pattern of the other buildings facing onto Gansevoort. So we have a cleaner slate with this site. No fragment of the original tenement buildings remain. So we look to larger district patterns. And there's a part of the advantage I described at the beginning of being able to approach this as a block-long project is that we can leave buildings low when they deserve it or it suits the narrative of the district. And we can make buildings a little higher when it suits a larger urbanistic goal or a larger district pattern. So we look to the some of the corner and even some of the mid-block, but sort of designed as mid-block corner buildings in the district, and we see a pattern, a recognizable Gansevoort warehouse pattern of closed corners less open than the middle, and center bays that are framed by piers or pilasters and arches. And it's a beautiful kind of simple brick industrial box that we think characterizes the district and could characterize our very important site. The context of the site, which changed scale-wise with the building of the Manhattan refrigerating building, and changed in more recent times, also scale-wise, through the Whitney, the opening of the High Line as a public park, and development lacing up Washington Street. So it's become urbanistically quite an important corner, and I think worth marking with the kind of typology of the district initiative. And the Manhattan refrigerating building is an anomaly scale-wise and detail-wise, but as it became fenestrated, it acquired some of the characteristics I described in the industrial warehouses: attic stories, sub-cornice line and top cornice, and this one yet another floor added later. It's a fascinating composite of industrial buildings within eyeshot of our site. There's also, of course, a great variety of materials, not just the simple brick masonry But within this corner, there's the gnarly wood of the High Line railroad ties. There's the wonderful riveted metal of the High Line itself, and of course, a range of metalwork on fire escapes and marquees within our block. And lastly, this district, uniquely, the Gansevoort district is characterized by some truly interesting architecturally and formally or utilitarianly rooftop appendages, from the Diane von Furstenberg edition, revealing the kind of jewel rising from the simple building, to upper floor additions, to fairly heroic sized water towers and interesting elevator bulkheads throughout. This is just a compendium of some of them, and just a sort of mood shot there. So we're looking at Washington, northeast on Washington Street now. This is our site. This is one of the corner buildings I showed you as a kind of industrial language. This scale, it remained, all of these buildings remain the loss of that part of the pediment. And this building, as Cass said, was cut down. So here's our corner building. It's a tall arched building with an attic story and a rooftop appendage. You compare it from a slightly different point of view from the historic condition, but it's not outside of that pattern. Looking at it more from the corner and sort of from just below or just next to the High Line, you see a building that is, at first glance, a simple brick box, as I described some of its antecedents. At second glance, the facades of the avenue, which is presented more as a front facade, and the street begin to acquire characteristics of that avenue or street condition. And the detailing throughout is, obviously the typology is one of close to literal reference toward a historic typology, obviously with compositional flair. And the detailing, though, is kind of overtly modern and something that makes you say, well, someone's been thinking, someone's ingested the details, the sort of industrial strength details of the district, and interpreting them in a way that honors its setting. In the center of each of the large arched bays is a sort of harkening back even further, a large wood timber, serving a structural purpose, but also serving a decorative purpose of hinting at the mostly hidden large timber elements throughout this district, and also beginning to prepare you for the sort of an architectural flourish on the roof, which is a setback two-story space to take advantage of that position. And here we see it seen from the High Line. So the rules in the Gansevoort district in terms of minimal visibility of rooftop things, I think are very different from some other districts. You have public areas like the High Line which raise you up, and you begin to say, oh, what is the architecture of the utilitarian but visible things above that? And then from higher up, and our sort of trestle interpretation that began with the marquees on the eastern end of the site form the front facadeness of the Washington Street side of the building. And so rising higher up from the Whitney, you see from a piece of significant architecture across this district, the combination of new referring to old, new referring to new, and a bit of architectural flourish at the top that uses materials, wood slats, indicative of water towers, but does it in a way that is more like an alto-esque screen on the space to both hint at the utilitarian quality and transcend it at the same time. So here we're
I'm sorry, can the crowd please, yes, please don't disturb the commission.
So lastly, this is
Okay.
the last slide, and we can show you slides of the proposed materials and stuff, but the last summary slide is, here we're looking east again. The block is clearly stepping up in scale toward the refrigerating building, but it also is incorporating close observations of both its history and how that history can remain new again. So there's a fascinating underlying question, which has obviously garnished a lot of interest of, is it a historic district to preserve something as it is, or is it in fact a managed evolution, as I would say, truly characterizes this district, maybe even more than some others?
Thank you. I know the commissioners may have questions, but a lot of people are here to speak on this item, so why don't we take testimony first? David Moss from Councilmember Corey Johnson's office. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is David Moss. I am here on behalf of Councilmember Corey Johnson. I'd like to start by thanking Chair Srinivasan and the Landmarks Preservation Commission for holding this hearing and for giving me the opportunity to speak today. On November 2nd, the council member, along with United States Congressman Gerald Nadler, State Assembly Member Deborah Glick, State Senator Brad Hoylman, and Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer wrote a letter to the Landmarks Preservation Commission that gives our position on this application, and I would like to read it here today. As elected officials representing the Gansevoort Market Historic District, we are writing to urge the Landmarks Preservation Commission to reject the proposed redevelopment of 46 through 74 Gansevoort Street. As currently proposed, this project would transform a historic block that embodies the character of the Gansevoort Market District into a shadowed block of out-of-scale buildings. Such a development would be inconsistent with this neighborhood's designation as a historic district, which was enacted just 12 years ago. Residents, preservationists, and elected officials fought hard for the creation of the Gansevoort Market Historic District in 2003. The Landmarks Preservation Commission granted this status largely because of the unique low-rise buildings that have characterized this neighborhood for many years. While we recognize that this neighborhood has changed and evolved over time, we do not believe that this proposal reflects the architectural and contextual qualities that are referenced so frequently throughout the LPC's 2003 designation report. In particular, we are troubled by the significant building height increases proposed by this plan. We are not alone in our disapproval. Manhattan Community Board 2 unanimously approved a resolution to recommend denial of this application. At its Landmarks Committee meeting on October 15, 2015, hundreds of community members attended to voice their strong opposition to the proposal. These are individuals who care deeply about maintaining the historic integrity of their neighborhood and wish to preserve the distinct qualities that make Gansevoort Street a unique and historic destination. They believe, rightly so, that this development is in conflict with the historic low-rise character that spurred its landmark designation in the first place. Other points of concern include the fact that this proposal calls for the demolition of existing structures rather than their adaptive reuse, and that the fact that the Landmarks Preservation Commission is simultaneously considering multiple structures and multiple tax lots at one time. For these reasons, among others, we urge you to reject the proposed redevelopment of 46 through 74 Gansevoort Street. Thank you for your time and consideration. Please feel free to contact our offices to discuss this important decision further. And of course, that offer stands. Sincerely, Councilmember Corey Johnson, United States Congressman Gerald Nadler, Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer, New York State Senator Brad Hoylman, and New York State Assembly Member Deborah Glick. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Erica Baptiste. Erica Baptiste? Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Erica Baptiste, urban planner at the Manhattan Borough, here on behalf of Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer to express our concerns with the Certificate of Appropriateness applications to demolish, alter, and construct new buildings at 46 to 74 Gansevoort Street. Borough President Brewer does not feel that this proposal will contribute to the mixed architectural history and contextual qualities that are distinctive to Gansevoort Historic District. We have received letters of opposition of this proposal from Manhattan Community Board 2, the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation, Save Gansevoort, and at least 1,300 members of the community. These individuals care deeply about maintaining the historic integrity of their neighborhood and wish to preserve the distinct qualities that spurred landmark designation in 2003. While we recognize the neighborhood has changed and buildings have been adapted for new uses over time, this role of low-scale, gritty buildings are unique and historically significant. For this reason, we urge you to reject the proposed redevelopment of 46 to 74 Gansevoort Street. Given the important nature of this block, if the LPC proposes changes to the proposal in light of concerns from the community, I ask that the applicant must go back to present to the community and an additional LPC hearing be held. Thank you for your time and consideration for this matter.
Thank you. The next speaker is Assemblymember Deborah Glick. I believe she's here.
For the record, this is joint testimony by myself and Senator Brad Hoylman, who could not be here today. And we thank you for the opportunity to testify today for this proposed redevelopment of the southern side of Gansevoort Street in the Gansevoort Market Historic District. This proposal, submitted by Aurora Capital Associates and William Gottlieb Real Estate, seeks to redevelop an entire block from 46 to 74 Gansevoort Street. The proposed project within the Gansevoort Market Historic District would bring more luxury retail and commercial space to the block, as well as drastically increasing the height of buildings at 60 to 74 Gansevoort Street by more than 80 feet. We have deep reservations regarding this project and the negative impact it will have on the cityscape of the historic Gansevoort Market Historic District, which we have fought hard to create and preserve. That there have been intrusions in the past should not grant additional intrusions. Our city is bombarded with new development and views change every day without warning. We understand that. However, historic districts exist to preserve a neighborhood's makeup and ensure that the development which occurs is carefully considered. Architects for Aurora Capital argue that proposed heights of the new buildings would be more in line with the original building heights of the 19th century. This is a hollow argument that does not account for the scores of decades of history since then that have resulted in the buildings which currently stand. Historic districts are established to preserve what currently exists rather than encourage new construction. The 2003 designation of the Gansevoort Market Historic District recognized the unique history of the meatpacking industry and then advances in manufacturing technology that had on this section of the city. Welcoming more luxury retail, creating a greater number of destination shopping districts, encouraging development that push out local and small businesses by inflating property values will be detrimental to a community that has such an important past. Furthermore, much like what has happened to Soho, the development of large retail chains and a successive chain of boutique shops concentrated in a small area bring crowds that erode the quality of life for local residents. Additionally, there is some confusion associated with the particular plan and why LPC has allowed a review of an entire block comprising 5 separate building sites to be reviewed as a single project. LPC and Community Board process of reviewing development in historic districts is intentionally set up to be a measured and thorough process, allowing for ample consideration of individual requests and proposals. The situation at hand leaves residents with only a single opportunity to comment on 5 separate building sites as one project. We hope that LPC will recognize the value of that process and not change protocol in a way that makes it easier for developers to push through unpopular and inappropriate projects. We understand that change can be part of historic districts and we seek to ensure that responsible, community-driven, and sustainable long-term growth is encouraged as part of changes to historic neighborhoods. Whenever possible, adaptive reuse should be considered and encouraged in historic districts. However, we find this proposal, in particular the increase in height at 60 to 74 Gansevoort, to be contradictory to the initial purpose of the historic district. It is a distinct assault on historic districts established slightly more than a decade ago, and we think that there are few instances where a project would be more undermining to the very nature of a historic district. We urge the Commission to deny this proposal, uphold the commitment to preservation. These dramatic unwarranted changes would be detrimental to the surrounding communities and continue to degrade the unique character of the meatpacking district. We support historic preservation rather than pushing an urbanistic goal, whatever that may be. So I urge you to protect our history, and we thank you for the time to present to you.
Thank you. Christabel Guth.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City, and this is about 60 to 74 Gansevoort Street particularly. Interpreting law and precedent is what makes the work of this commission so interesting. We know historic districts are distinct areas designated for protection to avoid loss, because without protection, quote, distinct areas may be uprooted or have their distinctiveness destroyed. The commission is charged with the district's, quote, perpetuation. Here we have the tiny Gansevoort Market Historic District, 104 buildings, conservatively mapped, not including the West Street area near the docks where the Gansevoort Market was in the 19th century. This led to free development on blocks that now house the Standard Hotel and the new Whitney Museum. After decades as a backwater, now, with designation, the whole area has become a live wire, activated by this tiny, funky remembrance of things past, a district which adds to the cutting-edge character of the tall buildings that overlook it, fueling the rhetoric of architectural critics, nostalgic for a time when they saw blood on the cobblestones. In 1906, the refrigeration infrastructure was complete. Access grew, the Miller Highway, the Holland Tunnel, the new piers, and by 1940, with the growing inland meat market zoned for manufacturing, residential use above meatpacking floors disappeared, and extant tenements were frugally cut down to market height. Smaller, low-rise, no-style buildings were built, old lofts cut down, creating the physical plant that now exists, characteristic for this district. A market is a string of independent small suppliers, each with his booth, and the success of our farmers' markets points to a general longing for that older form of commerce. It is, I think, a mistaken preservation rationale to revert to the higher street wall of 1880, because the distinctive market character of this site is a 20th century thing. Perhaps it is impossible to merge that 20th century market into a 21st century superblock development without destroying the district's distinctiveness. And may I say in the last seconds, if anyone could do it, it's these architects for whom I have the greatest admiration. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll, be followed by Andrew Berman and Sarah Bean Appman.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council, and I'll also be reading a statement from one of our advisors. I'm reading on 60 to 74 Gansevoort Street. The Gansevoort Market Historic District is a small district comprised of 4 east to west streets: West 14th, West 13th, Little West 12th, and Gansevoort. Of these small blocks, Gansevoort Street is the only remaining intact street of market buildings, of which this district is aptly named. HDC is pleased with the work proposed for 2/3 of the block, for addresses 46 to 58, as the restoration of the historic buildings is laudable and the new construction is quite thoughtful. However, this street's low scale is integral to the sense of place, and the heights proposed for numbers 60 to 74 effectively destroy the character-defining element of scale in this historic district. While the new construction is elegantly designed and historically polite, it is not reflective of the period of significance for which this district was designated. These buildings were intentionally reduced to 2 stories at the height of market commerce, and HDC asks that if these buildings are permitted to expand, that they expand in a manner which is different both in style and in plane from the historic buildings. And now I'll be reading off on behalf of HDC Advisor John Gerage on number 46 through 50 Gansevoort. Dear Commissioners, to treat 50 Gansevoort Street, the historic extension to 46 Gansevoort, as a throwaway is misguided. As the scoping photos clearly show, these structures are remarkably intact with brick facades covered by a simple wood face. It is, as the designation report states, a contributing building with a non-contributing applied facade, which we all now see can be easily removed. The historic openings and canopy have not changed, only some wooden planks and graffiti have covered the yellow brick facade. Is this really enough to warrant demolition? This would make a horrible precedent for the preservation of future structures that have reversible alterations. The structure should be restored, the wooden planks removed, and the matching stepped parapet that can be found on the taller portion of the structure reconstructed. If the applicant wants to expand vertically, they should consider something set back using the tectonics of the north-facing skylight structure on 46 Gansevoort. At the front facades of 46, a real restoration is due. Why not reintroduce the historic windows at the second floor, given that they exist on the east facade? Thank you.
Andrew Berman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Andrew Berman, Executive Director of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation, the largest membership organization in Greenwich Village, the East Village, and NoHo. On behalf of our membership, we strongly urge you to reject this proposal, which is wrong for Gansevoort Street, wrong for the Gansevoort Market Historic District, and in principle, wrong for any historic district in New York City. As the group which first proposed and fought for designation of this district, we're frankly deeply disturbed that such a proposal would even be considered. Change can and should be an appropriate and vital element of historic districts. This is not change. This is obliteration of the scale, sense of place, history, and identity of the defining street of the Gansevoort Market Historic District, a street which serves as a gateway to the High Line, the Whitney Museum, the Hudson River Park, and the West Village. If you have not already, and hopefully you have, I strongly urge you to walk this district and this street. The south side of Gansevoort Street is unique, not only in this historic district, but in New York, for maintaining an intact ensemble of 1- and 2-story meat market buildings which capture this important facet of New York's development. It was these market buildings and their low-rise character which were specifically and most frequently cited by members of this very commission when they voted unanimously to designate this district in 2003. The proposed new buildings, including the 120-foot-tall 70 to 74 Gansevoort Street, will not be complementary additions to this unique streetscape. They will overwhelm, overshadow, and fundamentally transform this charming cobblestone street. And the proposed additions to 60 to 68 Gansevoort, slicing off the parapet and extruding straight up from the existing buildings, will not serve as a thoughtful or delicate counterpoint. They will entomb the 2-story historic market buildings under the weight of the ponderous and ungainly addition above, tripling the height and mass of the existing buildings. GVSHP does not oppose thoughtful, modest additions to buildings in the Gansevoort Market Historic District, which defer to and maintain the character of the historic buildings for which this area was landmarked. This is not what these proposed additions and new construction are. I thus join the over 1,000 GVSHP members who have already written to the Commission about this application and urge you in the strongest of terms not to approve it or to adjust it, but to send it back to the drawing board. Thank you. And I will also be submitting a letter from the New York Landmarks Conservancy, which could not be here today, but also sent a statement in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Bean Appner, then Richard Blodgett, and Catherine Schooner.
Good evening. Sarah B. Natman, Director of Research and Preservation for GVSHP. I would like to share with you some of the comments made about this district and why it was worthy of designation by the commissioners when they voted to approve it in 2003. Former Chair Sharita Paulson said, "The Gansevoort Market is important, not just for its streetscapes, but for its buildings. This wonderful collection of survivors that represents the best of preservation over time. And these buildings need to be designated, protected, and preserved to continue to allow us to understand this story and our children to understand this story." Commissioner Roberta Gratz said, "The fact that the district reflects several eras of our history is very significant. It has taken us a while to get to the point of being able to recognize the historic, architectural, economic, and sociological value of our very mixed-use districts, and this is clearly the most interesting of that kind of variety that we have seen designated." Vice Chair Pablo Vangochea said, "A lot of these have low-rise buildings with very wide open spaces. There's a sense of airiness in the district which is very unique, unlike any other parts of Manhattan, and certainly it is definitely worth preserving. This is a district that in many ways the architecture has subtle relationships. One can say that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts themselves." Commissioner Richard Alcott said, It all hangs together because of the market, because of the way it has been used and transformed and adaptively reused for the last 100 and some years. I think there are 3 or 4 moments in this district that there is nowhere else like them in the city of New York. And I think for that reason alone, it merits designation. Commissioner Thomas Pike said, "I am very enthusiastic about the Gansevoort Market designation because I think it is really an expression of the vitality of New York City. Some people think preservation is about pretty things and picturesque things. But for me, it's really about honesty and telling the human story accurately, and this market district really expresses a part of New York City that people often forget." Commissioner Meredith Kane said, "In the case of the market, it's a very different kind of mundane. It's the real workaday mundane, and yet it's one that here has built up over time, representing probably 140 years of history. We hope you will keep these comments in mind in your consideration of this application." Thank you.
Richard Blodgett. Catherine Schooner, and then Justine Leguzama.
My name is Richard Blodgett. I'm a longtime resident of the community and a trustee of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. I would like to speak specifically to 2 buildings, 50 Gansevoort and 7074 Gansevoort. Both are recognizable market buildings, and both contribute to the sense of place, history, and character that make Gansevoort Street and the district so distinctive. The Society strongly opposes their demolition. 50 Gansevoort was erected in 1938-39 as a wholesale market building. The designation report says the facade says it has a no-style wood covering, which is true. But that covering was slapped on without Landmark's approval just days before designation. Beneath the covering is the original brick structure. That brick structure, which, as I said, still exists, is an essential part of the history of the district and of the unique group of buildings that form the south side of Gansevoort. The slapped-on wood facade should not provide an excuse for demolition. The original brick structure can and should be revealed rather than destroyed. The market buildings constructed in the late 1930s represent an important period in the history of the neighborhood and the evolution of New York City. It was a period when the High Line had been constructed and trucks were replacing ships and trains as the primary means of moving products in and out of the meatpacking district. The shape, form, and awnings of the market buildings all speak to that history and are, of course, one reason why the district was designated in the first place. Let me speak to 7074 Gansevoort, which is also a very important part of the history and character of the district. It was erected in 1930, as the applicant says, as a truck depot. Although simple and utilitarian, it has a superb architectural pedigree. It was designed by Voorhees, Walker, Foley, and Smith, the successor firm to Voorhees, Gemelin, I don't know how you pronounce that, Gemelin, and Walker, which was responsible for many iconic landmark New York buildings, including One Wall Street and Bell Telephone Labs, today's West Beth, among many others. The shed at 7074 Gansevoort was added in 1949 when the building was converted to a wholesale meat market. As with 50, 7074 adds immeasurably to the fabric and scale of Gansevoort Street and tells the story of how this block and so much of the neighborhood were transformed to serve the meatpacking industry. We urge you that these two buildings be preserved. Thank you.
Catherine Schooner.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Schoonover, and I am a trustee of GVSHP and live on Washington Street, 4 blocks south of the proposed development. I am continuing GVSHP's testimony, as was Mr. Blodgett, and specifically in my case testifying about the proposal for 50 Gansevoort Street and the awning proposed for 46 Gansevoort Street. Aside from our objection to the demolition of 50 Gansevoort Street, GVSHP has several issues with the design of the proposed new building on the site. First, the long, narrow bricks on the facade of the proposed new building, oriented vertically rather than horizontally, make an inharmonious and strident contrast with the surrounding structures. The striated pattern, reminiscent of corduroy concrete, seems entirely out of place for this street and district, more evocative of 1970s institutional architecture than anything typical of this area. Second, the open slice on the building's western face behind the street facade, as well as the trellis work on the roof, also seem like odd choices with no real relationship to the architecture and character of Gansevoort Street or the market memorialized by the creation of the Gansevoort Market Historic District. Third, the proposed awning for this and the neighboring 46 Gansevoort Street look overly fussy and lack the simple, basic functionality that are typical of the architectural character that distinguishes the meatpacking district. We do not believe that the current proposed designs would make an appropriate addition to the district. Thank you.
Justine Leguizamo, and be followed by Trevor Stewart and Judith Stonehill.
Good evening. I'm Justine Leguizamo. I'm a trustee of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. I'm also a lifelong resident of New York City, and I'm currently raising my family in Greenwich Village. I'm here to talk about 60 to 68 Gansevoort. The proposed additions to 60 to 68 Gansevoort Street would not only destroy the integrity and any sense of the scale or history of this row of buildings, but destroy the overall ensemble of the street as well. We strongly urge these planned additions be rejected. The 4 stories proposed to be built atop the existing buildings will subsume the existing historic structures, rising straight up from the historic row and chopping off parts of their parapets. The proposed new structure does not set back from, defer to, or in any way create any sort of interplay or dialogue with the existing buildings. Instead, it fundamentally transforms the buildings into something they are not, erasing their 75-year history as quintessential 2-story meat market buildings and turning them instead into the base of a bland office building. The design also includes the odd element on its east side, mirroring that proposed for the west side of the new building of 50 Gansevoort Street, of a slice in the wall of the building. This appears to add nothing more than a feeling of artificiality to the building, which, while perhaps appropriate for this proposal, is not an appropriate addition to Gansevoort Street. Here, as elsewhere on the street, the existing 2-story market buildings create a sense of place and allow the history of the Gansevoort Market Historic District to be legible in a way that the proposed changes would erase. The old buildings would more or less cease to exist. Their story as functional buildings where meat was stored and moved in and out would be eliminated. Their transformation into 2-story buildings, because such a form was the most efficient and functional for the time and the purpose, would be lost forever. There are so few such buildings left anywhere in New York, even here in the meatpacking district. To destroy the very buildings around which the entire neighborhood's visual identity and history is based would run counter to the entire purpose of this area having been landmarked in the first place. We strongly urge you not to approve the proposed additions.
Trevor Stewart.
Chair Srinivasan, Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Trevor Stewart, and I'm a trustee of GVSHP. I also happen to be president of my co-op in the West Village, not very far from the Meatpacking District, where I've lived for over 30 years, and I believe that most, if not all, of our residents, that's over 200 people, would support GVSHP's position in this. I want to specifically talk about 70 to 74 Gansevoort on the corner of Washington. Leaving aside our objection to the demolition, GVSHP strongly objects to the design and scale of the proposed new building, and we urge you to reject it. The scale of the building, massive and 120 feet to the top of the mechanicals, is on its face absolutely inappropriate for the site and for a block front currently composed of 1- and 2-story buildings. When combined with the proposed additions to 60 to 68 Gansevoort Street, with which it will share floor heights, it will create a giant, hulking, monotonous mass. The multi-story rooftop element, intended to be light and fanciful, is instead jarringly out of place, obviously so. The design of this large grey brick building is uncharacteristically institutional and inert and out of place in the district. 70 to 74 Gansevoort Street is part of a rare and compelling ensemble of market buildings. We do not believe it's appropriate to attempt to recreate one of the district's warehouse buildings on this site. But even if it were, the proposed design does not accomplish that goal either. Rather than conveying the solidity of those historic warehouse buildings, the large windowless and metal framing of the proposed design makes the new building seem intrusively large and yet at the same time thin and weak. Please help preserve this area, this district that we love, that you landmarked in 2003, and reject this application. Thank you.
Judith Stonehill will be followed by Betsy Eli and Jeff Holmes and Penelope Barlow.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Judith Stonehill. I live on Charles Street, a few blocks from Gansevoort, and my children and grandson went to the Ratio Street West Village Nursery School. I'm a GVS board member and am continuing the testimony from GVSHP. In closing, we would like to stress to the Commissioners that there is so much that could be done with these buildings that would be appropriate as defined by the landmarks law. They would truly revitalize the street, as the applicant claims their proposal will. We believe that some of the proposed restorations of 46 and 52 to 58 Gansevoort Street are acceptable and appropriate. And of course, this ever more highly trafficked street could thrive with a variety of retail and commercial activities, which would serve as a perfect backdrop to the activities of the surrounding Meatpacking District, the High Line, and the Whitney Museum. But this applicant seems more focused on being able to build a large-scale office space, in spite of the fact that the scale required for such development is totally inappropriate for this site and is prohibited by restrictive declarations which govern the use of this property. And thus, even if the Commission approved these proposed designs, the developments might never get built because of these restrictions. When we originally proposed and pushed for designation of this district, we always knew that change and continued evolution of many of these buildings would likely be a part of the regulatory regime. However, we always hoped, and the Commission at that time seemed to agree, that any such change must respect the qualities which made these buildings worthy of designation in the first place. The Commission has a long history of approving thoughtful, modestly scaled, deferential additions to buildings in historic districts, and rejecting those that are out of scale, overly grandiose, and detract from, rather than creating a pleasant dialogue with their historic surroundings. Though we would be more than happy to see a simple restoration and adaptive reuse of these buildings move ahead, as has already taken place at 5258 Gansevoort Street, we also recognize that there could be appropriate sensitive, modest, and deferential ways of adding to or altering some of these buildings. This proposal is not that. We hope that you will allow the beloved Gansevoort Street, which forms the heart of this district, to remain true to its roots, and that you will reject this proposal. Thank you.
Betsy Eli? Betsy Eli, is she here? Okay, then Jeff Holmes?
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Holmes. I'm with Delshaw Capital. We are the owners of 3 buildings within the district, 2 on Gansevoort Street, 55 and 69. We also own 2 buildings in immediately adjacent districts. We support the redevelopment. We think that this is contextually appropriate, that it fits with the scale of the street. We think it's going to bring energy to what we think is an underutilized location on the street, and as neighbors, we welcome it. You know, if this were something that were completely out of scale, we would speak against it. We have a vested interest in maintaining the character of the neighborhood, and we think that this is a responsible design that does that. So we speak in support of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Penelope Barco? Barrow. Okay, sorry. Barrow.
Good afternoon. My name is Penelope Barrow. I want to testify only about 74 Gansevoort Street today. I am testifying as one of the original members of the Save Gansevoort Market Task Force, organized in 1999 by GVSHP to pursue historic designation for Gansevoort. We held fundraisers and put together press kits, created a logo, and printed stationery. I made a slide presentation for community groups and Rhonda Wist. We hired, I also wrote concise histories of the market for handouts and posters. We hired an architectural historian to write a designation report. We lobbied council members and the Landmarks Commission. We led walking tours. All this for a district that had many examples of prominent 19th century architects' work, but was also a gritty, rundown, dirty, and often smelly. We loved it anyway because it was authentic. It was the real New York in all its ages, all its guises, and all its efforts. Today, 16 years later and 12 years after designation, the Gansevoort Market is a poster child for historic district designation. It has changed, yes, but it still has a strong presence and sense of place. People still love it. Alterations and new construction have taken place, and thanks to the Landmarks Commission, they have largely been sensitive, imaginative, and contextual. Sensitive as the storefront infill alterations on Washington and West 14th Streets, imaginative as the rooftop addition at 837 Washington Street, and contextual as in the new building at 40 Gansevoort Street. Now we are looking at a proposal that is none of those things, put forward by developers who propose an office building, even though the property has a restrictive declaration against offices. Not only that, but we are told that the building is 7 stories. A rule of thumb calculates building height at 10 feet per story. Ceiling heights bring this proposed building to 120 feet, equivalent of 12 stories. 12, not 7. This proposal is out of scale and inappropriate for the district generally, and especially for the street, a street so important that the entire district takes its name from it. To top it all, that appendage on the roof would not be just visible, but conspicuous from the entrance of the High Line and from the balconies of the Whitney, all of which seem to be lined with people all the time. If this building gets built as proposed, I can just imagine them leaning over the railing saying, how could they have allowed that to happen? I join scores,
I'm sorry, your
if not
time is
hundreds
up.
of other people and ask you not to let it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach Weinstein, and then followed by Elaine Young and Donna Rafferty.
Hello. Excuse me. My name is Zach Weinstein. I live in the West Village, and I'm with Save Gansevoort Street. There was a remarkable lack of reference to the actual text of the designation report in the entire 45 minutes of the applicant's presentation. And that's not surprising, because the applicant's focus on change is a profound misreading of what's in that designation report. Change is a characteristic of this district, but it's not the primary characteristic. The word change occurs 19 times in the designation report. However, market or marketplace occurs 512 times in the designation report. It's not an accident that this is called the Gansevoort Market Historic District. It's the market that was central to this district's history and defines its essential character. And there is no block that represents this character and history better than the unique block that we are discussing today. The Gansevoort block, as many people have said, must be viewed as an integral unit. It's the only remaining intact block consisting entirely of 1- and 2-story market buildings in the historic district. In this case, the whole ensemble is greater than the sum of its parts. If one of the buildings is significantly altered, it will destroy the visual cohesiveness and the character of this entire unique streetscape. The designation report twice states that Gansevoort Street has a, quote, distinctive character of low-rise market buildings. The existing buildings exactly fit this description. When people think of the meat market, they think of precisely the kind of architecture typified by this block. The 120-foot and 98-foot tall structures proposed by the developer would be grossly out of scale and out of character with the block and the surrounding market buildings. And the proposed new structures do not relate in any way to the market history of this block. They have the monumental scale and mass of warehouse buildings, not market buildings. The designation report states the district is defined by, quote, a strong and integral sense of place as a market district due to its distinctive streetscapes, metal canopies, notable buildings, both purpose-built and those adapted over the years for market use. The existing buildings fit this description perfectly. The proposed new structures bear no relation to it whatsoever. They will destroy the light and air, the openness, the unique feel so characteristic of market structures in general and of this block in particular. I'd like to stress that one of our central concerns here is the size and scale of the new construction. We beg that LPC not focus on design details to the exclusion of basic questions about the appropriateness of this project's size. Lastly, I'd like to note that the property owner has already received a massive economic windfall from this site. He purchased it in the mid-1980s for a mere $2.5 million. Thanks in part to the landmarking of the district, its value has already exploded. It's now some of the most prime retail real estate in the world.
Okay.
And there should be no presumption.
Thank you. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Further expansion.
Elaine Young.
Thank you very much.
Elaine Young.
A lot of people here have talked about 64, 68, or is it 60-68 Gansevoort. This is the case where they want to build this building up. It's currently 27 feet. They want to build it back up to be a 5-story building. Well, it's really, they want to build it up to the equivalent of 88 feet. With mechanicals, it would be 98 feet. I don't want to go into why this is such a bad idea, because this is based on the fact that there were tenements in the area in the 40s, and those tenements were higher, then they became lower when it became a market district. I want to quote somebody who you very well know. Her name is Mary Diericks. She's a historic preservationist, and I'm sure that you all know her well. She shared these insights with me about 60-68 Gansevoort. This building has been an integral part of the history of Gansevoort Market as a 2-story market building for 3/4 of a century, and it should not be brought back to its earlier incarnation as a tenement building. Mary also goes on to say, I urge the Commission to protect the historic market buildings that were designated in 2003. The designation report also speaks of the visual cohesion to the historic district. Why has this district become sought after as a setting for film shoots, movie shoots, fashion photography, wedding photography? The answer is that the area is easily recognizable as a cohesive whole. Even people who have never been to the Gansevoort Market Historic District recognize it when it is used in a film setting. This visual recognition is a component of the sense of place you will hear referred to today. By contrast, the dull, generic buildings that Aurora Gottlieb have nothing, that Aurora Gottlieb is proposing, have nothing Gansevoort Market about them. They could be in Cleveland or Detroit, or for that matter, they could be on 6th Avenue or Madison Avenue. In 2003, I was a foot soldier in the group that worked to get this area landmarked. We walked the blocks with the then LPC commissioners going from Gansevoort Street to 14th Street. We marveled that there were entire streets of intact, low-scale, market-style architecture. Gansevoort Street, more than any other street, evoked the low-scale, market-style history of the area. The 2003 Landmarks Commission landmarked 104 buildings. Of 104 buildings, what photo did LPC choose to grace the cover of the 2003 designation report? Well, here it is. It is a photo of the structures on Gansevoort Street that this developer wants to destroy. This is what they put on the front of the 2003 designation report. I can only think that they thought this was a very special building. I hope this current commission, you people, just uphold what they have done, what they did in 2003, and uphold this historic landmark district. Thank you.
The next speaker is Donna Rafferty.
I just want to say that I
I'm
have
sorry,
petitions.
your ti-
Well, can I give you 2,400
You
petitions?
can give it to,
Okay.
to Lauren. Okay, thank you, thank you. Next speaker is Donna Rafferty.
Hello, my name is Donna Raftery. I've been a resident for the past 25 years on Gansevoort Street in the Plaza area, so I'm down the block from this location. This district was landmarked in part because of the distinctive character that the 1- and 2-story market buildings give this district as a sense of place in the history of our city. Gansevoort Street is the entryway for many into the Gansevoort Market Historic District. The exit entry to the High Line and the Whitney Museum are at the corner of Gansevoort and Washington Streets, bringing hundreds of visitors to the area and this very block every day. That's what they experience as the meatpacking district. This stretch of Gansevoort remains the most iconic block in the district, containing the only contiguous run of low-rise market buildings in this district. This contrasts in scale against the taller buildings nearby. The 2003 Historic District designation says, one of the district's unique qualities is that earlier buildings were retained and altered to market uses. When speaking of the time between 1927 and 1940, the report itself points out that Gansevoort Street assumed its distinctive character of low-rise buildings at this time, the low-rise buildings making it the distinctive character. I am not against development of this block and would embrace an in-scale development to revitalize these buildings. But I think that any development should be one that respects the history and character of this block as it has been for the past 75 years and as it was landmarked. The number of stories cited of the new development give a misleading representation of the actual height of the buildings. The new Gansevoort buildings will have floor-to-ceiling heights of approximately 14 to 15 feet, whereas the average building has floor-to-ceiling heights of 9 to 10 feet. So when the developer says an 8-story building, the total height better resembles a 12-story building. Of the 104 buildings, only 25 represent those 1- and 2-story market buildings. Since landmarking in 2003, 7 of these market buildings have already been altered and increased in size. If this development is approved as planned, another 3 market buildings will be changed in character. And this plan calls for a massive upsizing alteration to 2 of the longest of these market buildings, making the alteration all the more destructive. As Meredith Kane, a Landmarks Commissioner in 2003 said, the district is distinct from everything around it, the densely developed warehouses to the north and the residential Greenwich Village to the south. And while she thinks that we will approach regulation in the spirit of the growth and change of this area, she also goes on to say, and I quote, "What has developed over the course of this has really been extraordinarily architecturally distinctive, a sense of place, a distinct section of the city, and something that is really well deserving of being carefully stewarded from here into the future." I can't say it any better than that. The proposed plan does not exhibit that stewardship towards this district, which is why I'm so against this massive development. Thank you, and I submitted written testimony.
The next speaker is Amita Rodman, followed by Vera Luttis and Joanne Pawlowski.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry to speak to the back of some of your heads. And I wonder if the proponents would indulge us by putting up the slide that shows Gansevoort Street as it currently is looking from the plaza. It would be nice to see what is. I live at 61 Jane Street. I'm a board member, currently vice president, former president of the board. I represent 1,000 residents, not counting our cats and dogs. The board endorses my comments, but I present them as an individual. Here's the real issue in front of us. Obviously, it's a very heartfelt matter. I think by a show of hands, we can demonstrate how many people here are opponents to this proposal. Here's the real issue. What precedent does your approval of this proposal set? We have already heard that many of us consider this to be a portal. Many of us think that these proposed changes are characterless. I propose to you that once we see 98 and 122-foot changes on Gansevoort Street, that someone will be back, and I will be back too, showing the Aurora Capital Gottlieb finished project right there and pointing to it as a reason and example to alter the 18 remaining low-scale buildings in this district. Approval of this application creates a very slippery slope. I ask you not to start down it. A cogent example. Besides setting precedents for future, possibly out of scale, our view, characterless changes, someone's going to point to this, including Aurora Capital, to the east. In their portfolio are projects in the future that are not currently presented, and once approved, they can also point to an approval and come back to us. We think this proposal kills a golden goose. The scale, homogeneity, really changed the unique character of Gansevoort Street, and what currently is working. It brings throngs. It's ironic that the proposal destroys exactly the character that brings these people. And I propose that the alterations which change the character may change the density, the visitation, the desire to be in the district. And thus, it makes even the project questionable in terms of profit. We want you to uphold the intent set forth in 2003. As an aside, I have to tell you that I'm a descendant of the Van Rykers and the Rodmans, and they sold Rikers Island 100 years before I was born. I don't get to go back to 1851. I don't think this group gets to go back to 1869 and change what's there. So please.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Right.
The next,
we like it
the next
way it
speaker is Vera Luttis, and after that, Joanne Pawlowski, and Eso. Elizabeth? Okay. Okay, so you're next, after Joanne Pawlowski. Go ahead.
Commissioners, thank you for your attention. My name is Vera Luta. I'm a resident of Horatio Street, and I'm the president of my condo board. I'm also an artist and a photographer. And in this capacity, I've looked closely at the renderings that were proposed by Aurora Gottlieb for the alteration of the Gansevoort Street Market. I'm keenly aware of how easily renderings, designs can manipulate what the viewer perceives. And for this matter, I've visited 3 different locations to verify what was presented by Aurora Gottlieb, and have been up on the High Line, I've been on the terraces of the Whitney Museum, and I've been on Gansevoort Street itself to verify the design that Aurora Gottlieb gives us. And none of these 3 destinations allow me to say that these lines are correct. The renderings submitted are misleading. The true height of the buildings, and now, sorry, are much, much greater than what Aurora Gottlieb proposes. They're 120 feet tall. If I may draw your attention to the red outline that we put over the existing structure, This is done to scale. What we have today on Gansevoort Street are these low-rising buildings of 27 feet tall. What Aurora Gottlieb wants to put on top of this is 120 feet tall, 98 here, with the justification that before the Great Recession, there was a tenement building of 62 feet height. But none of this matters the least bit, because your office, your colleagues, your team landmarked and designated this scale on September 9 in 2003. So I ask you to reject this plan, and in closing, I would like to read what your colleague, your team, your officer said. Commissioner Sharita Paulson on September 9th voted for the designation of this district. She said the importance of the markets and the importance of the development of New York related to the market districts as centers for the neighborhoods, I don't think can be overstated. I think when you look at the history of the city, the sense of our history and the story of New York that's told through the market districts is important. And we don't have the physical remains of any of these other market areas other than Tribeca. And Tribeca is a different animal. The Gansevoort market is important. These buildings need to be designated, protected, and preserved to continue to allow us to understand this story and our children to understand this story. I urge you to reject the proposal.
Joanne Pawlowski, and then Elizabeth So, and Kim Handley, and Mark Birnbaum.
My name is Joanne Pawlowski. I live at 92 Horatio Street. I would like to address the developer's arguments for demolishing or radically altering 3 buildings on Gansevoort Street. I have 3 points. First, the developer justifies building a 4-story, 56-foot-high addition, plus another 15 feet of mechanicals, on top of the 2-story building at 60 to 68 Gansevoort Street, on the grounds that this address originally consisted of several 5-story tenements which were later reduced in height. We believe that the relevant history is the past 75 years, when the buildings existed in their current 2-story form as exemplars of market-style architecture. The designation report states that, quote, one of the district's unique qualities is that earlier buildings were retained and altered to market uses, unquote. The designation report further states that in the 1930s, quote, the unusually wide Gansevoort Street assumed its distinctive character of low-rise markets buildings with metal canopies at this time, largely through such newly adapted structures as the neo-Greek style numbered 60 to 68, reduced to a 2-story market building in 1940. Thus, the historical record, in fact, provides strong reason not to allow an addition at 60 to 68 Gansevoort. The current building exemplifies what the designation report calls a major phase in the market's history, when in the 1930s new low-rise market buildings were built and many older buildings were reduced in height to transform them into market structures. Second, 74 Gansevoort Street is designated no style, but it is a perfect example of market architecture, and it serves to anchor and set the tone for the entire block. If it is demolished, and we don't believe it should be, it needs to be replaced by a market-style structure which respects the market history, market character, and scale of this very special location. Third, 46 to 50 Gansevoort, which the developer plans to demolish, is described in the designation report as a building with 2 sections. The style is described as, quote, modern, eastern section, western section currently clad with no style covering, unquote. However, in the history it provides of this building, the report indicates that the entire structure contributes to the district. Quote, this modern style market building with 2 sections of different heights contributes to the historically mixed architectural character and varied uses, including market-related functions of the Gansevoort Market Historic District, unquote. In other words, both sections, including 50 Gansevoort, contribute. Thank you.
Elizabeth So.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Tiso, and I've been, a resident of the West Village for nearly 30 years. I'm also an art and architectural historian and co-author of a new book called New York's New Edge, a recent publication about the Far West Side, including the Meatpacking District. If anyone has read it, it is not an anti-development book, but rather argues for the delicate balance of preservation and development. This proposed Aurora Gottlieb project disrupts this balance. These developers' proposal for Gansevoort Row is both out of scale and is designed ruinous to the original historic character of the unique streetscape that is the last intact low-rise 1- and 2-story block in the area. Your own 2003 summary for Gansevoort Market reads, and I quote, "The architecture of the district tells a story of an important era in New York's history. It has a strong and integral sense of place as a market district. Gansevoort Row must be viewed as an entire block entity, with the same visual cohesion described in your 2003 landmarking. And it is the entire 1- to 2-story market streetscape with its unified rhythmic fenestration and brickwork that must be preserved. The proposed breakup of this row with Aurora Gottlieb's plan that includes disparate roof heights and building types and materials destroys the architectural integrity and beauty of the block as a row. The horizontality of the streetscape you so aptly described in 2003. A victim of its own success, the Meatpacking District is being destroyed by the forces of short-sighted greed. We need true adaptive reuse and not obliteration as is proposed here. I strongly urge you to deny Aurora Gottlieb's inappropriate and destructive proposed development and to preserve Gansevoort Row as an entire cohesive market block, as the last treasured market streetscape found in the Meatpacking Historic District and one that is loved by the community who have worked hard to preserve it."
Kim Handley.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Handley. I've lived in the village since the early 90s and in the Meatpacking District for over 16 years. The reason I'm here today is to speak for a much beloved part of the city that means a lot to people. This area is unique, a quintessential piece of old New York. It represents a special part of our city's history. We live in an Edward Hopper painting, a real-life piece of old Manhattan that still stands intact, a market streetscape that is romantic and tough at the same time and still works on a day-to-day level. Nothing obsolete about these streets. They work hard for their living, and they need to be cherished and protected. Besides being visually special and different to the rest of Manhattan, Gansevoort Street is a destination point for anyone walking on the High Line or visiting the Whitney. When people get to the end of the High Line, they don't immediately turn around and go back. They linger, taking in the views, thanks to the low-rise buildings. If this development goes through, the only thing they'll have to look at is an overbearing, factory-sized chunk of bricks staring down on them. The Whitney is a very expensive museum, built with terraces deliberately designed to capture the day-long sunshine. It offers vistas of Gansevoort Street and beyond. It currently gives you big sky and quiet, an oasis. The Whitney hasn't even been here for more than a year at this new location, and Aurora Gottlieb wants to obliterate their view and make pointless a fundamental part of their design. It just really begs the questions. These developers are always hankering on about admiring and only wanting to improve the neighborhood, and then they come along and propose something completely and utterly out of scale to this marketplace and its streets. It has no relation to the historic district whatsoever. They try to dress it up with all sorts of fancy details, railings replicating previous ironwork, glass patterns, all of which you've heard today. But ultimately, it's still basically a hugely out of proportion building that aesthetically has no right being in this unique marketplace district. It's essential for our community that these low-rise market buildings and streetscapes stay as they are, intact, not just for us locals, but for the sake of the rest of Manhattan and all it represents to the people and the history of this city. They should be cherished. This is not a place for new. We have plenty of that throughout the city. It would be a sacrilege for all of us if we were to lose this area to grossly inappropriate development. And in closing, Americans are always going on about how they love Europe, that it's so old, full of history, and I'm an American now too. Well, it's time for us to take responsibility for what we have as our history and not let Aurora Gottlieb development pass. It's time for us to step up. Thank you for your time.
Mark Birnbaum? Mark Birnbaum, is he here? Okay, Chanel Spence, followed by Pete Davies and Frederica Siegel.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, I'm Chenault Spence, co-chair of the Landmarks Committee of Community Board 2. Gansevoort Row is one of the most important remaining blocks of contiguous buildings in the several historic districts of Community Board 2, and according to today's New York Times, in the entire city. It is not beautiful. However, it is a unity in variety, grasping the character of the district and its history, and is a history lesson of the area. At once a mixture of residential, latter-day devotion to wholesale meat and industrial businesses, and is now something quite different. It is remarkably preserved condition it illustrates, as no photograph, book, or carefully researched report can, the dynamic, adaptive reuse of buildings through the history of this commercial years. It is well worth preserving as it is, and for the most part, as it was at the time of designation. The no-style buildings surely contribute to the row as importantly as does the market building. The board's resolution, which you have in hand, is detailed in its supporting arguments and reasoning for our opposition to this application. From the resolution in its concluding support clauses and a portion of the resolution itself. Quote, there is nearly universal opposition from the community, with statements at the committee meeting against the application from the Greenwich Village Historical Society for Preservation and from an ad hoc committee, Save Gansevoort. Individual members of the community who attended the meeting and written statements from members of the community and docents of the High Line altogether registered approximately 400 oppositions to this application. The committee received letters of support through the applicant from 15 businesses and 2 residents of the neighborhood. Now therefore be resolved that Community Board 2 recommends denial of the demolition of numbers 50 and 7074, and be it further resolved that CB2 recommends denial of any modifications or additions to any of the buildings that are not secondary, unobtrusive, and harmonious, and do not preserve the horizontal lines, scale, rhythm, streetscape, and regard for the history of the road. The concluding resolution asks that it be denied completely and a new proposal be sent to the committee in the usual sequence of hearings. It would be a shame to have Gansevoort Row preserved only as the frontispiece of the designation report. Thank you.
Pete Davies. Pete Davies? Okay. And then Frederica Siegel, and then Jody Snyder.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Pete Davies. I have my written testimony there. Anyone who has walked down Gansevoort Street can see that it is special, and that the market-style buildings with their variety of low roof lines marking the south side of this block hold a unique sense of place and history within New York City. This one-of-a-kind assemblage needs to be preserved and protected, and I urge you to deny this application before you today. I volunteer as a docent, giving tours up on the High Line, and today I join with a number of other docents in opposing this plan. Our thoughts are not necessarily in line with the Friends of the High Line, but we all agree that, and we understand the historic importance of this site. One thing that's been presented today is as if this street began in 1880. There could be nothing further from the truth. Gansevoort Street is one of the oldest and most historic thoroughfares in all of Manhattan. When Henry Hudson came up the Hudson River in 1609, he spotted an Indian village on this site, Sappakonnekan. There at the foot of Gansevoort Street and Washington Street, where the Hudson River used to be, it was a market. It was the place that the Lenape Indians traveled from Manhattan to New Jersey to trade. It has been a market for hundreds and hundreds of years. It was low-lying. The Belgian Block roadway you see now then was a woodland trail that traversed Manhattan to the East River. The other thing that they are wanting you to talk about are the stories. The stories of buildings that existed here before have no relation to the heights they are talking about. If you look at the Department of Buildings records for the tenement-style buildings that were on this site at 7074 Gansevoort Street, they match up with the buildings that still exist on Washington Street, just south of Gansevoort Street. Those buildings were about 45 feet tall. And they have presented nothing to show that any height in excess of that should even be discussed. So, what is now proposed for this site would negate history. The sweeping vistas noted in the Gansevoort Market Designation Report are still apparent here, but would be blocked by the new buildings. The plan is far larger in both bulk and height than any structure that has ever been built here, and the proposed building at the corner shows a street wall twice the height of what existed before, rising up to 83 feet, and the full structure, rising to 122 feet, would be nearly 3 times the height of any structure.
Your time is up.
I urge you to deny. Thank you very much.
Frederica Siegel?
My name is Frederica Siegel, and I'm a member of CB2's Landmarks Committee, and I'm the vice chair of our Land Use Committee. Today, I represent 18 Highline docents who oppose this proposal. We ask, please do not make a decision on Gansevoort Row without first taking a field trip to the Highline. Go, climb the stairs at Gansevoort and Washington, turn left at the top, and thread your way through the birches to the southernmost point of the Highline at the glass wall. From there, take in the 21st century elegance of the Whitney Museum. Look straight ahead at the ensemble of 20th century buildings formerly known as the Manhattan Refrigerating Company. And finally, turn left towards Gansevoort Street and gaze down over the same glorious stretch of Belgian blocks and market stalls that 19th century New Yorkers streamed through on their way to the farmers market at West Street. The 19th, the 20th, the 21st. 3 centuries laid out before you on a single street corner. This is the highlight of a docent tour, a moment where New Yorkers and tourists alike fall silent, literally mesmerized by a vista that, taken all together, is proof of the power of alchemy, the seemingly magical process of transformation through combination. Creating the historic district in 2003 was the city's way of acknowledging and preserving that magical vista as it is today. Go there, please, see it for yourself, and then reaffirm that wisdom and say no to this application.
The next speaker is Jody Snyder. Is Jody Snyder here? All right, then Alexandra Meadows, and then Sandra Russo. Is Alexandra Meadows here? Then Sandra Russo? Followed by Gregory Dietrich, and then Paulette Osborne.
Hi, my name is Sandy Russo, and I own a building at 625 Greenwich Street, which I purchased in 1980, and I am a village resident since 1969. I want to address something a little different than all the other speakers have put forth in opposition to this proposal. I just want to talk about your mandate as a commission to preserve. And you have done that, obviously, in the past in designating this block worthy of preservation. And there's another dynamic that can't be sort of dismissed. This whole discussion is not happening in a vacuum. The city, as you know, has been faced with enormous development and overdevelopment. And you've been hearing from hundreds now who are in opposition to this project. And for myself, and maybe I speak for my neighbors, we want to believe that it is not just wealthy building owners and wealthy developers who have the ear of the city, that those of us who have lived in these neighborhoods, built up these neighborhoods, and made them, in fact, so attractive to these developers will also be heard. And I just ask you to remember what your mandate is. Thank you.
Thank you. Gregory Dietrich?
Good evening. My name is Gregory Dietrich of Gregory Dietrich Preservation Consulting, and I'm here to testify on behalf of Save Gansevoort. This testimony is intended to supplement my letter evaluation, which I have submitted for your review. The applicant's proposal to replace two buildings, introduce a rooftop and penthouse addition, and modify the facades of individual buildings along the south side of Gansevoort Street between Greenwich and Washington Streets will clearly alter the experience of the streetscape. While the proposed facade modifications are historically appropriate and stand to enhance the marketplace character of the district, the proposals for larger buildings that embody non-market building typologies dramatically undermines any of the positive aspects of this proposal for the following three reasons. First, by the applicant's own admission, the western section of 46-50 Gansevoort Street still exists, though it is currently obscured by a, quote, no-style covering consisting of wood paneling. Further, this building was cited in the designation report as contributing to the, quote, historically mixed architectural character and varied uses of the district. Therefore, its demolition and replacement with a 3-story building within a 4-story building envelope will irrevocably compromise this contributing resource. Second, the proposal for demolishing the parapet of 60-68 Gansevoort Street and replacing it with a 3-story rooftop addition and 1-story penthouse will overwhelm this former tenement building, which is emblematic of the market building conversions that occurred during the early to mid 20th century. And this is a key development trend which informs the district's overall significance. And last, but certainly not least, the replacement of the existing 1-story building at 70-74 Gansevoort Street with a 6-story building crowned by a 2-story penthouse will not only obliterate the, quote, distinctive character of low-rise market buildings, that is a character-defining feature of the district, but also introduce a warehouse-like design that belies the special character of this ensemble of market buildings. It is for these reasons that I urge you to reject these three proposals, which stand to irrevocably undermine the cohesive market building aesthetic of this block, and in doing so, unduly compromise a character-defining block front of the district at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Paulette Osborne, followed by Amanda Charlton, and then Adelia Saunders. Is Paulette Osborne here? Is Amanda Charlton here? Okay. Amanda Charlton, are you here? Yeah. Okay, all right.
There are a lot of people outside still.
Okay.
Hello, hi. My name is Amanda Charlton, and I live on Greenwich Street, and I have been a long West Village resident, and I oppose this plan. I am also a parent, and I'm here for the West Village Nursery School, and which is located on Horatio Street, 73 Horatio Street, and our building abuts Gansevoort Market. So I just want to explain a little bit about our building. It's a brownstone. We own the building. It's a nursery school that's been in the neighborhood since 1962. 2 floors of the building we occupy with students that are 2, 3, and 4 years old. It's a preschool, like I said. And the top 2 floors of the building provide income for our school, where we have tenants. A huge part of our school is our backyard. I just want to show you a picture. This is our backyard. This is the market. It's right there where our playground abuts it completely. So you have to understand that there will be construction all here. And we have children. Here, I'll leave this out. Let's take a look at it. So a huge part of our school is the backyard. And at any point of the day, the school day, you will see children in any weather playing outside. The backyard is, abuts the Gansevoort Market. This construction would not allow us to use this most precious space. However, my most pressing concern is for the air quality. These children, like I said, are 2, 3, and 4 years old. My daughter, when she was 2 years old, we were living next to a construction site, and we went to the doctor, and she had high off-the-chart lead levels. So we brought her home, we checked the water, we brought someone in to figure out what it was, and it turned out that it was the construction next door. And the construction site next door, they did everything right. They had coverings, and they did everything that they were supposed to do, but it was still the air quality in the area was so bad that it really affected my child. And frankly, the lasting effects of that for my child, I actually don't really know. And I think, you're talking about massive, massive construction on one small block, and our backyard would be like this little green piece in the middle of huge construction. So I'm just concerned about our children's health. They are so young, and I'm also concerned about the school. The construction could really affect the longevity of our school, because construction might prevent parents from having their children attend the school. And isn't it important to preserve institutions like West Village Nursery School, which contribute to the uniqueness and the authentic
I'm sorry, your
West
time
Village?
is up.
All right, I just want to say
Adelia,
we oppose
I'm sorry.
this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Adelia Saunders, followed by Michael May, and Paula. I can't do this, but we'll get to Paula in a moment. Okay.
My name is Adelia Saunders. I live in the West Village, and my 4-year-old attends West Village Nursery School, which is located at 73 Horatio Street between Greenwich and Washington Streets. The nursery school is on the north side of the street, directly behind 52 to 58 Gansevoort Street. The proposed development is literally in our backyard. West Village Nursery School would be directly affected by the proposed development. As the developers themselves have pointed out, unlike the meatpacking district, the West Village is not characterized by change. Its unique character comes from low, relatively uniform building heights and historic architecture. We ask that the Landmarks Commission please take into consideration the effect of this proposed development has on the West Village, beginning at Horatio Street, as well as its impact on the meatpacking district. The developers have tried to argue that the aesthetics of Horatio Street and the rest of the West Village will not be affected by these new buildings, because only small portions of the new structures will be able to be seen by a person standing on the south side of Horatio Street. They've included this in their application. We at West Village Nursery School would like to point out that the West Village begins not at the south side of Horatio Street, but at our backyard, which abuts one of the lots to be developed. I urge the Landmarks Commission to consider that the backyard of West Village Nursery School, which is in the shadow of this proposed development, is not an ordinary private garden. It is a semi-public space, a place that is right at the heart of our community. For the last 50 years, hundreds of children between the ages of 2 and 5 have formed their first memories of light and sun and air in that backyard. Our school's yard is a place where parents spend dozens of hours volunteering, helping lead games, raking leaves, cleaning out the sandbox. Every year, our 4-year-olds tap the sugar maple tree that grows right up against the back of 52 to 58 Gansevoort Street. Our children, for obvious reasons, are not here today to speak for themselves. But if you would, take a moment to imagine the aesthetic impact of the proposed development from the perspective of the youngest members of our community. Imagine you're 4 years old, in your snowsuit, making a snow angel in the nursery school's backyard. When you look up, you see the rooftops of the 3- and 4-story brownstones on Horatio Street. Ivy is growing on the antique brick at the back of the single-story buildings that face Gansevoort Street. You are surrounded by the history of the city, the residential West Village and the low-profile buildings of the Meatpacking District, a legacy of the city's industrial past. This is your first New York City skyline. Please don't allow the proposed 6- and 8-story developments at the corner of Gansevoort and Washington Streets to dominate our children's earliest impressions of New York City. Thank you.
Michael May? Is Michael May here? Oh, yes, you're here? Okay. And after that, Paula Ferguson, I think is her name, and then Leslie Doyle.
Good evening. Michael couldn't stay, so I'm reading this on his behalf. As a neighborhood resident living at the corner of Hudson and Horatio, a block from the projects, I am writing to express my support for the Gansevoort Road proposal for the south side of Gansevoort Street between Greenwich and Washington, within the Gansevoort Market Historic District. I urge you and your colleagues on Community Board 2 and the Landmarks Preservation Commission to approve the proposals and restore and revitalize the block. Given the piecemeal nature of so much of the construction in our city, I truly appreciate that the developers are able to address the block holistically, and that their design is a sensitive combination of renovation, restoration, and new construction. I understand that some are concerned about there being demolition of old buildings and new construction that may not be consistent within the district. In the abstract, I share some of the concerns, as we see 50, 60, and 70-plus story towers going up all around New York. But in this specific case, the tallest proposed building is still shorter than the existing building just across Washington Street. I find that the demolition of 50 Gansevoort and 70 through 74 Gansevoort are acceptable, as both have been altered over the years and are not, as I see it, good examples of historic buildings that exemplify the area. Likewise, with respect to 60 through 68 Gansevoort Street, it is clear that this was originally a taller building. So an addition like this would in fact be more in keeping with what is really a historically accurate and appropriate design for the district. I believe that the neighborhood will greatly benefit from this redevelopment and believe the design is in scale with and appropriate for the district, and hope that you will accordingly approve the proposals before you. Sincerely, Michael May.
Thank you. Paula Ferguson?
My name is Paula Feddersen.
Oh, Feddersen, sorry.
Feddersen, yes. Sorry, I'm not very good with things of the 20th century. I want to thank all of you for your patience, listening to all of us who are very concerned about this matter. I have been a resident of Jane Street since 1971. I have been active in the Jane Street Block Association in many capacities for almost all of those 44 years. And I only want to say two things. One is, I hope you will not undo what your previous compatriots did. Reject this plan. Thank you.
Leslie Doyle. And then after that, Nick Fritz and Theodore Grunwald.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your patience. I'm Leslie Doyle. I'm first speaking as co-chair of the Victorian Society of New York Preservation Committee to urge you not to approve this destructive and inappropriate proposal. The Gansevoort Market Historic District, as the original 2003 LPC designation reports, tells the story of an important era in New York City's history. The visual cohesion is, among many other things, provided to the streetscapes by the 1 to 6 story scale. The report goes on to say that aside from Tribeca, the Gansevoort Market Historic District is the only remaining marketplace district that served the once flourishing Hudson River commercial waterfront. Now, I'm also speaking as chair of the Victorian Society New York Education Initiative called Hands on History, Preserving the Past in the Present, in which elementary school students learn the fundamentals and importance of historic preservation. Gansevoort Street is where, for the past 5 years, I've taken hands-on history students from PS 11 in Chelsea to a truly hands-on experience of New York City history. In the spirit of Margot Gale, one of our founders, they make rubbings of cast iron foundry marks located at the doorway of 66 Gansevoort Street. The foundry marks are first located and identified as cast iron with special hands-on history magnets. By rubbing crayons over paper covering the raised marks, the students are amazed to see actual letters emerge, and here they are, spelling out Cook and Radley, Murray Hill Iron Works, a prolific foundry once located on East 37th Street that was in business from 1867 until 1890. Echoing the hands-on history students themselves, the Victorian Society New York urges the LPC to save Gansevoort Street for the future. And here they are, proudly holding their rubbings. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Fritsch. Nick Fritsch, followed by Theodore Grunwald.
Good evening. My name is Nick Fritsch. I'm speaking on behalf of Save Chelsea, but I also grew up in the West Village, a few blocks south of the Gansevoort Market, and I've lived for 25 years, a few blocks north of it in Chelsea. Save Chelsea strongly urges you to reject the proposed redevelopment of 4674 Gansevoort Street. The current plan would fundamentally transform and destroy the district's authentic historic aspects, those that make the Gansevoort Market Historic District what it is. And it should be sent back to the drawing board or discarded altogether. The proposed project as it now stands has nothing to do with any concept of creative adaptive reuse. Gansevoort Street and the Gansevoort Market Historic District is a gem of preservation and astonishingly intact representative of Manhattan's past as a major seaport and waterfront. In the instance of Gansevoort Street, the massive scale of the proposed new buildings and additions and the demolition of existing structures would overwhelm this rare and charming cobblestone street at the threshold of the already overcrowded meatpacking district, the West Village, the increasingly overdeveloped southwestern area of Chelsea, the High Line, and the Hudson River Parks. To allow such a dramatic compromise of the scale and historic qualities of this block would destroy the entire purpose and meaning of landmark designation. 10 years ago, Save Chelsea was organized to oppose an attempt to build a 17-story building on the grounds of the General Theological Seminary in the heart of the Chelsea Historic District that has a zoned height limit of 75 feet. In that case, Save Chelsea was joined by residents and other preservation groups, and it prevailed. We were just as concerned about the dangerous precedent that allowing a 17-story glass and steel tower would have set for historic districts everywhere, as we are about the harmful precedent this project would set. Please reject this inappropriate proposal.
Thank you. Theodore Grunwald, and then Ritu Chatterjee and Keith Anderson. Chatri, sorry. Yeah, okay.
I am Theodore Grunwald. My testimony is illustrated on Twitter at Ted Grunwald, Grunewald. Good evening, Chair Srinivasan and Commissioners. New York's first zoning code was enacted in 1916, limiting building heights and requiring setbacks in reaction to the equitable building's diminishment of sunshine reaching the street. These regulations protect the public's right to light and air. Though the Commission's historic district designation does not explicitly regulate light and air, the designation implicitly regulates and protects light and air through the designation of the Market District's low-rise, cohesive structures as an essential contributing feature of the landmark district. The southern side of the Gansevoort Market Historic District is an intact block front of 1- and 2-story structures that, thanks to their height, permits Belgian block paved Gansevoort Street to be flooded with magical low raking light, so evocative of this area's 19th and 20th century past. The haunting quality of the light, which is such an important atmospheric element of the historic character of the district, and so dependent upon the survival of its low buildings, attracts flaneurs, city residents, neighbors, global tourists, fashionistas, artists, writers, and photographers who are drawn to the poetic appearance of the district's once bloody utilitarian past. This light raking across the cobblestones and painting the earthy brick facades of the district with the pink and red of the sun's rays will be lost by the introduction of these too tall, too bulky additions to the south side of Gansevoort Street, and will forever destroy one of the district's most memorable, beloved, and desirable characteristics. Hysterical calls from so-called free market deregulation enthusiasts to build atop the market's structures has already reached fever pitch, thanks to the stratospheric per square foot profits that the real estate boosters see being milked out of the district, notwithstanding the permanent damage that this added bulk would bring to the very elements and qualities that make designation is designed to protect. I urge the Commission to reject this application in full. Thank you.
Thank you. Ritu Chatri.
Hi, my name is Ritu Chatri, and although I'm speaking on my own behalf, I'm a member of Community Board 2 and also a member of the West Village Action Alliance. Of certain buildings, but also because of the proposed scale and design. The thing that I object to most wholeheartedly is that the proposal not only completely ignores the landmark status, but also ignores its previous zoning and also ignores its designation as an iconic area of New York City, one that attracts millions of tourists, filmmakers, a myriad of businesses, and is beloved by local residents, of which I am one. I wanted to just add to this that the height restrictions that were put in place to preserve the character and historic nature of the area, and that this proposal not simply doubles the height, but almost triples the height in certain areas. It denies the historical, architectural, economic, and sociological value of mixed-use districts, representing over 150 years of New York's history. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Keith Anderson, followed by Laura Tenenbaum, and then Martika Sawin.
I'm Keith Anderson. Let's see if I can do this in 15 seconds. I'm not qualified about the architectural aspects, but the 3 words I would use are size, scope, and scale. I think the size, scope, and scale are inappropriate beyond, and I recommend you deny the application. Thank you.
Laura Tenenbaum.
My name is Laura Tenenbaum. So much of the Gansevoort Market area has gotten trendy. There is so much new construction, and the gritty, down-to-business feel of the Gansevoort Market Historic District is fading away. The truth of the matter is that Gansevoort Street, between Greenwich and Washington, is the epitome of the grittiness, the feel. It's the poster child of the Gansevoort Market Historic District. To allow this block to be decimated, as this proposal would do, would put the lie to the whole concept of landmark protection. We can go down the list of the characteristics the designation report gives as the reason to form the district and find that every one of the buildings on the 3 lots, from 46 Gansevoort to 74 Gansevoort hit them 100%. We can also go down the list and see how the proposed changes would obliterate that. Let's go down the list a little bit. Reflects a long history of continuous varied use, particularly as a marketplace. Check. The applicant's proposal would wipe out the history reflected on the streetscape. They attempt to make it sound like a restoration to an earlier era, but this is no historic restoration, no return to what it used to look like, and even if it were, the area the applicant proposes to honor predates the meat market uses that drew the city to landmark this area. 7074 Gansevoort Street is marked as no style, and I'm told that means it can be torn down. But the Historic District Designation Report actually refers to it in the section on the district's history as an example of alterations associated with conversions to meat market use. As such, it does hold historic interest. Another point, visual cohesion provided by brick as a facade material. The applicants claim that 50 Gansevoort has no style and want to demolish it. But all they need to do is expose the brick. And the gray brick for 74 Gansevoort that's being proposed is going to be visually jarring. Then the scale, 1 to 6 story. One of the joys of this block is its slow build character. The proposal would wipe that out. The proposal for 74 Gansevoort, topping out at about 122 feet, is particularly inappropriate, especially with an enormous, largely glass penthouse that will shine brightly at night. 6068 Gansevoort is designated as historically significant, and the applicant purports that returning the building to its pre-1938 height would enhance that. However, it's the very fact that we have 5 1880 5-story flats buildings reduced in 1940 to a single 2-story building in connection with changing uses on that block that makes it historically significant as a market building, that makes it fit the distinctive character of the district. There are 5 flats buildings in the district, but this isn't
I'm
one of
sorry,
them.
your time is up.
So I urge you to send it back to the drawing board from the very beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Martika Sawit?
Almost good night. My name is Martika Solwin. I'm an art historian and critic, a 30-year member of the faculty of Parsons School of Design. I moved to 61 Jane Street 18 years ago when the nearby streets were still flanked by hanging carcasses and butchers with blood-stained aprons. I've watched with awe and wonder at the transformation of the Gansevoort Market into a tourist mecca, home to high-end hotels and restaurants and a vibrant nightlife, as well as a welcoming destination for crowds cascading down from the High Line. And then came the jewel in New York's architectural crown, the new Whitney Museum. I confess that I was skeptical about this move. It didn't belong, no one would come, and the landfill site was a vulnerable place to locate a museum. I couldn't have been more wrong. Now it is a magnetic presence gleaming beyond the West Village rooftops. It's projecting metal terraces and visible ventilation stacks, echoing the surrounding industrial architecture. The principal approach via Gansevoort Street is a block that is wide and light-filled, paved with Belgian blocks, paving, lined with low-rise buildings, some with the metal awnings that once shielded the produce that arrived from wagons from outlying farms, or maybe oysters from the 3 oyster piers that used to be at the end of the street. There was little automobile traffic, but a seemingly steady flow of people moving toward the Whitney, whose glass-enclosed ground floor extends a message of welcoming accessibility while also reflecting the surrounding street life. Renzo Piano, the architect of the Whitney, emphasized transparency, engaging with the neighborhood, deliberately orienting the building to the east, looking over a vast cityscape rather than toward the scenic Hudson on the other side. The new building, proposed for the new building on the corner of Gansevoort and Washington, is a kind of affront to the tact and ingenuity and artistry employed by Renzo Piano in injecting a contemporary populist building into a complex historic site. The massiveness, the height, and banality of the proposed monolithic building is totally inappropriate in a site directly diagonal from the New Whitney, as well as inappropriate for the Market District as a whole. Thank you.
Peter Davies, is he here? Peter Davies? Okay, Austin Hurst? Is Austin Hurst here? Okay.
Good evening. I just got off the plane, so thank you for doing this. I find myself in a rather odd position here, as I was actually, I guess, on the other side of the aisle when we brought the Hearst building proposal and Sir Norman Foster to you to design that building, which was also classified as a landmark building. This is not that case. I urge you not only to reject this proposal, but to consider this site as a unique opportunity for you to draw a line in the sand. And lines in the sand are very hard to stand up for, because they represent something not only to this commission, but to the people of New York. This is an opportunity, I believe, for you to do that, as this is a gateway to a very important part and history of New York. I urge you not only to reject this proposal, but to consider this building, this block, as a representative of the history of New York, and to protect and preserve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Susan Skorka? Is Susan Skorka here? She's not here? Is she? Okay. All right. Are there any more speakers on this item? Okay, please come forward.
Hi, good evening. My name is Issa Scavelli. I live in Greenwich.
Can you speak a little louder?
Like this?
Yeah, that's good. Okay. It's okay, just speak.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Gansevoort is special. The street is a cool place. You can ask anyone in New York City. Why? Because it's unique to this amazing city, and it tells a really great story. When you stand on the cobblestone streets of Gansevoort Market, there's only one place that you could be in the world. It is as individual to New York as Portobello Road is to London, or the Grand Bazaar is to Istanbul. Preserve our market and keep the buildings low. Our history doesn't belong to developers. It belongs to all of us. Thank you.
The next speaker, if you could just say your name into the record, please.
Good evening. I'm Sadie Shively. If you own a building or even a whole street, it does not mean that you have a right to its history. Every New Yorker owns that history. Humanity owns that history. This is why we have landmarks. We are placing great trust in you. Please keep Gansevoort Street low. It is a fascinating record of the Depression era in New York. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? Yes, go ahead.
They may have gone to the West Village Nursery School not long ago. That was wonderful. My name is Rachel Erkowitz, and I did submit a paper, but it didn't, sorry, this is weird, go through. I live at 55 Bethune Street in West Beth, recently landmarked. Thank you very much for that. And I'm opposed to this plan. I've been a resident of the West Village since I was 2 months old, and I grew up walking home from school through the Gansevoort Market. Getting cookies at the cookie factory. That was the only retail place in the market at that point. It wasn't really retail. We got them from the back door. In my 20s, I visited friends who lived in the buildings that are being proposed to be redeveloped. They were artist live workspaces. And I currently take my 4-year-old to school at West Village Nursery School. I feel strongly that the character of these buildings is totally out of keeping with the historic scale and feeling of our neighborhood. But I also want to note, as other parents at the school noted, that the proposed structures would have a huge impact on the West Village Nursery School because we abut the lot that the buildings are going to be built on. The construction would affect the school in terms of noise, dust, and potential health hazards for the children who spend a lot of their day out in the yard. And as Adelia said, it would affect the whole skyline that they see and their education. The yard of the school would likely have to be shut for the duration of any construction, and the windows would have to be sealed. This would be disastrous for the co-op nursery school and really dangerous for the health of the 2 to 5-year-old children who go there every day. The low profile of Gansevoort Street is integral to the historic character of this part of the West Village. The facades on the Gansevoort Market buildings and the open sky above them make this street feel like a crossroads, a gentle transition from the grittiness and bustle of the meatpacking district to the more residential streets of the far West Village. Each has its function as important markers of the history of this neighborhood. The neighborhood may have changed over the last few decades, from meat market to alternative scene in the 80s with Florent and nightclubs, to a hub for the art and fashion worlds, to the major tourist attraction it is now with the High Line and the Whitney. But this street has resolutely kept all of that transformation in balance. The feeling and character of this street would be literally overshadowed if these buildings were to rise here. Please vote no on this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, so you want to speak?
My name is Alan Todd Sofer. Good evening, commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. I, along with my fiance, a native Manhattanite, are representing Save Gansevoort, and we have lived at 88 Jane Street in the West Village for 5 years. I also submitted for the roll call, but apparently my paper got lost as well. Committee members, as you are the stewards and guardians of this district and the properties that are the subject of this hearing, we make our earnest plea for you to take charge of its care and best interest because when it comes right down to it, the GVSHP met the LPC requirements for historic designation in 2003. These events and actions establish precedent. To reduce it to its simplest terms, is the district any less historic now than it was then? No. Historic things by their designation as such become only more historic with each passing day. I realize that in the face of big money and big development, maintaining the low-rise profile of this district is an ostensibly unprofitable argument. However, I would make the counter-argument, that profit can take many forms. I ask you to recognize the profitability, which my co-speakers have highlighted, in upholding the model that keeps this market district sunlit and breathable by maintaining its integrity. In my past experience in civic endeavors, by the time you find yourself making this type of appeal before a committee, it can be too late for any hope. And I hope that you will prove me wrong by rejecting this proposal. Thank you for your time and for staying late. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Okay, please come forward.
Hi. I wasn't going to speak, but since you're inviting people, I live in Chelsea. My name's Jill Rappaport, and I think that I've heard some amazing testimonials against the proposed development, and extremely eloquent. And I just want to say that it kind of like boggles my mind that it should even be necessary for so many people to make such impassioned and eloquent arguments against this proposed development, or really a lot of the other proposed developments, but I'm not going to go there. Once New York's history is destroyed by developers, which is what they're, really trying to do, you'll never have it back again. All that makes New York visitable and interesting will be gone and destroyed by developers who will then leave with their money. And I think that you should really think about that. And as other people have said, your function is to protect and preserve historic parts of New York. There are a lot of them. Please do that. Thank you.
All right. I'm not encouraging people to come and speak, but I do have to ask the question. As you know, the protocol is to sign up, but at the end, I do want to make sure that we've given everybody an opportunity to speak. All right, so I just want to add some few other things into the record. We received approximately 2,300 emails in opposition. And I think some of the letters that we've received have already been noted before, including from the Landmarks Conservancy and from elected officials. We also received a petition of about 800 signatures from neighborhood residents, employees near Gansevoort Street, and visitors of the area speaking in favor of the project, as well as 29 individual letters of support that's been submitted as well. We've obviously had a very long hearing and heard a lot of testimony. We've heard a full presentation, and given the hour of the day, I think, and it's what I would recommend, is that we give the commissioners the time to absorb what we've heard, as well as read through some of the written information that we've been given. And the development team has been given that information as well. And I think what we can do is bring you back at a meeting date, and the commission will have a full discussion of the proposal. It's a public meeting, right? So you can come and observe the discussion. Okay. All right. Is there any? That sounds good? Okay. So I want to just thank everybody who's come here today. And, okay. So we're going to close the hearing. Okay. I just want to thank you all for coming here, as well as the commissioners who spent the whole day here, and the development team as well. Okay, thank you.
I just have to read the following items into the record, be presented at a future date: 34-36 88th Street, Jackson Heights, 219 West 71st Street, 360 West 22nd Street, 404 Fifth Avenue, and 260 West 78th Street. These are being read into the record and will be presented at a future hearing.